Hello and welcome back here to the coverage of this weekend from the 3rd year anniversary invitational in Malaga, Spain. But this is the 2nd day, and today it is all going to be about the Challenger Cup finals. We have 8 players with great runs in Challenger Cups throughout the entire year, and they're going to be playing against each other here today to find out who is the ultimate Challenger Cup champion.
This is the creme de la creme of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, apart from the World Championships, of course, but this is a phenomenal event. I think the first in-person event ever for the Challenger Cup series. So very happy to be here. But first, I think we should start in easy with a little bit of a recap in case you missed the action yesterday. Of course, you can also rewatch that all the time.
You should.
But we have had phenomenal duels already, and we have had big names that were eventually overcome. 2 world champions that didn't meet up in the finals, but in top 4. We had Josh versus Emre with a nice duel. Emre being the victor, I think now being crowned the new captain of Snipe Hunters, maybe?
Maybe. I mean, if they go back to the World Championship, who knows? It might be in everyone's hands there. But as a beginning question, what would you say was the most dominating deck that we saw yesterday through the Content Creator Invitational?
I think that's a very easy question to answer. I think that in terms of numbers, Tenpai Dragons were insane. The deck went through the roof. Basically, almost everyone had the deck.
Almost.
However,
yeah.
It really showed that in the tournament system we have, in the top cut, when your opponent knows when you are bringing Tenpai, and in which position.
Bit of a problem, honestly, because it gives you that disadvantage, because we had the same tournament mode that we're also going to have for today's tournament, where in top 4, which you have to get through the group stages and then be in top 4 eventually, you have to win with both of your decks. Meaning, if you're already done playing your regular, normal going first, I'm calling that regular because in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Usually you're trying to get to go first.
Absolutely right.
With the Tenpai Dragon strategy, that's the complete opposite. You really rely on going second, especially with the variant that, for example, Emre brought to the tournament with the Sky Striker cards in it as well, and Ultimate Slayer and all those kind of cards, which really do only shine if you do go second. Because I think if you're, for example, playing an approach to the Tenpai strategy that is more so relying on hand interactions like Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanences, and so on, it's actually
a little bit better.
It's fine going first, but that version really is struggling going second. And therefore, if you're then forced to, in a very important game 3, in, for example, top 4, to bring your Tenpai Dragon deck when your opponent makes you start, it's really a rough situation to be in.
And also, we had one duelist who made the meta read of the tournament, the winner of it all, Barcode from France, eventually played the card Kinagashi Fucho, which is just an absolute powerhouse versus especially this spell-heavy version of the Tenpai deck, the Sky Striker Tenpai deck, because it is unaffected by its nature, by any card effects, and you can activate the effect so it can't be destroyed by battle this turn as well. So Tenpai really, especially in this variant, needs to win the game in their first turn, going second. And it can't do that. The turn is just being taken away.
And additionally to that, he also, in that deck, he already has that option against the Tenpai Dragon strategy. But then, on the other hand, he has the Labyrinth deck, which he also used to great success. And that naturally has a really good time going first as well. So whenever he was playing against Tenpai Dragons, which was a lot, because a lot of players yesterday did rely on that deck, he was in such a good position, because whatever decision he made, it wasn't even that important, because both of his decks were really well into that specific matchup, and rightfully so. He won the entire thing. He is already the Content Creator champion of the 3-year anniversary. He got that trophy yesterday with Elemental Hero Neos in it. But we're having some new trophies today, and they do look quite beautiful, I gotta say that.
We have Sky Striker Ace Kagari and Sky Striker Mobilize Engage here as well. I personally, I have to say, I prefer the Engage one.
Alright, I gotta go with the... Normally, Engage, my most favorite card of all time, but here in that direct comparison, you can also let us know in chat at home, I do like the Kagari alt art one a lot. I think it looks really cool with all the swords there.
I love the flavor on the Sky Striker Engage artwork in the alt art, because she's just sitting there thinking, which card will I search from my deck then, and do I get a draw? Do I already have 3 spells in the graveyard? I can't remember.
It reminds me honestly of Emre yesterday playing in the group stages against Barcode, because Emre was sitting there thinking, thinking, and if you remember yesterday when they played in the group stages, he was thinking for too long, because I think that was the only match out of the entire tournament that actually ended because one player timed out on the in-game timer, and that was the only reason even why Barcode did go through the group stages. Otherwise, it would have actually been Joker who would have made it through, because they would have all been 1-2 and Emre would have been the only 3-0 player. But luckily for Barcode then, he was the one profiting off of that, and he profited big time in the end.
To be honest, if Barcode had a little more time
that was such a funny situation,
that game, then you didn't see this. We also couldn't see the timer here. If he had a little more time, Barcode would have attacked and then ran into Droplet and would have lost the game via that. So actually, him having so little time, 2 seconds left on the clock before losing the game, passing it over to Emre actually won him the game.
I still remember your face while casting, because you were like, why is he not attacking anymore? He went into the battle phase and then straight into the end phase for some reason. So it was like the only logical explanation really, that he does not have any time on his hands anymore. But Emre really, he would have dropped it in the wave, a Sengenpai Transcendent in his spell trap zone, which then could have of course summoned it back, and he would have to crash all of his monsters into the Transcendent, which would have been hilarious, but it didn't even get to that. And then it was on Emre timing out instead.
And also the moment that he timed out, summoning Trident Dragion for 3 attacks and then just losing to the timer is hilarious. But I mean, I was going to say this was my favorite hype moment of the tournament, because it was so incredibly funny as well. What was yours?
A really funny one, I just mentioned Joker, was also though when Emre and Joker played against each other, and then Joker was in that situation where he was top decking, and it was like he stopped the Tenpai deck from doing what it was supposed to do.
He
got over that one turn where usually the Tenpai Dragon deck starts to just end the game immediately, and it comes back to him, and he even has 2 Bestials, and we were all wondering, okay, what is his Mathmech Fiendsmith deck? He created himself, and we didn't even really know existed, because the combination of the 2 things is kind of interesting, because whenever you activate the Mathmech Sigma in the graveyard, you can't go into your other Link monsters anymore that would be Fiendsmith monsters. So we were all expecting, okay, now it is going to happen. He has like something cooking up here, and then we just saw him shaking his head. And like his plan did not really work out in the end there. And also, same match, a really funny thing also occurred in that one, which was one of my funny favorite moments yesterday, because Emre, even a world champion sometimes forget, right? Even a world champion forgets to read cards properly and entirely, because we summoned back Hita, the Fire Charmer Ablazed, with our Promethean Princess, and the pro gamers at home do remember that card has to be Link summoned to be using its graveyard effect, but we crashed Vegeta into a monster from Joker, and then we were wondering why no yellow button was appearing all of a sudden.
And that would have been the reason why Joker would have advanced to the top cut if Emre had beaten Barcode before, because then we have the tiebreaker of who deals the most damage to the player that is undefeated. And in that situation, I mean, Joker wouldn't have dealt the damage to Emre, but Emre would have just taken the damage himself there. So this whole group thing was incredibly funny.
Yeah, so that's for funny, but also for more hype moments yesterday. I gotta say, multiple times, and I love that this is being a thing again, we had multiple Blue Eyes White Dragon attacks for game. And I mean, just the pure animation, the burst of destruction there coming out of the Blue Eyes, I mean, you gotta love it, right? You gotta be a really big fan of that.
Ref's cards with the Dragon Master Magia, which is a card that when I faced it first, I absolutely misread. I thought it could
How did you interpret it?
I thought it could negate anything, but it can only negate once, you know? So I impermanenced it, and they negated that, and I was like, aha, I have the Ghost Ogre. And they were like, I will negate that too. And then I thought, oh, I just wasted 2 cards for absolutely nothing. I lost the game. I learned the hard way. It's never going to happen again. Maybe once or twice.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe it may happen again. But yeah, so Ref's cards managed to attack for a game with that. And I think Emre also did, because Emre brought the Blue Eye strategy as well. And then, of course, Josh did also do so. And I mean, Josh, of course, was the big favorite before the tournament, obviously. But then in the end, he did, as you just also said earlier, fall to his teammate, to Emre in the end, with them in the first game playing that Blue Eyes White Dragon mirror match, which was quite hilarious to see.
Emre's hand was just was divine. He just ended on, I think he had a Solemn Judgment as well as the rest of the combo plus hand traps.
Plus Crossout Designated. Don't forget about that one as well. It was really the one.
That as well. And then Josh, it looked like he was piloting through all the disruptions. There was just one card set, and you're like, if this is impermanence, you're kind of fine. Activates the Wishes for Ice of Blue, discards the last card in hand. No.
Solemn Judgment, baby. Yeah, it was actually
Blowout,
crazy.
yeah.
But we had like some very, very exciting matches. And then in the finals, like, do you still remember game 1 of the finals where Barcode and Emre, I think Barcode, due to activating multiple Solemn Judgments and a Solemn Strike, was down to, what was it,
838.
838
And Emre,
life
in
points.
the same game, was down to 850 life points. So they were both chilling at 838 and 850
12
life
points difference. How often are you seeing that?
for
Not
like
all
6, 7, 8 turns.
It was really, really funny. But then eventually, of course, Barcode came out on top. Because, I mean, to be fair, when you're playing a game between the Tempai Dragons and the Labyrinth strategy, I think it's fair to say that the longer the game goes, probably the Labyrinth strategy is going to come out on top, especially when he included cards like Dimensional Barrier and stuff like that.
That's true.
Also into his deck. So, was no super big surprise to see them really securing the
life points really don't matter against Tenpai. It's for me, it's either you lose against them or you win. It's you take no damage in one turn, or you're taking 20,600 damage.
The biggest argument for that is nowadays, I think, that they even play Upstart Goblin, right? Like, imagine that for
Prosperity.
a deck. Yeah, or Prosperity as well. You're absolutely right. Not in Master Duel anymore, but still, it's very, very impactful.
True,
and it has been played in Master Duel when it was still allowed there. But on the other hand, like, just imagine it, giving your opponent some more life points. But we didn't see a lot of Duel and Lockbirds yesterday, because I think Duel and Lockbird at this moment in the format is such a good and powerful card. And I think today, with the Challenger Cup players coming in, I'm expecting more of that, to be honest.
Yeah, I've talked to a few of them earlier, and some said that they were going to definitely consider this card in their deck building, which is, I think, a very sensible thing to do. Yeah. Because if you're, for example, running a field-breaking variant of the Tenpai deck, then usually versus Tenpai, Drone Lockbird is not the greatest card.
It wasn't great at all, yeah.
I mean, unless if you normal summon Pydra and you do the mistake of adding the Sangan Summoning to hand, then
beginner mistake, honestly, though. Yeah, we don't expect that from our high caliber players today in, of course, the Challenger Cup finals.
That only also works with Sangan Summoning, which you can also set to the field. If you add Sangan Kaiman and Drone Lockbird is activated, you just chain Kaiman. And you search for the Genroku because you're not in battle phase, but you can still summon out the Genroku. So that deck has no issues. But if you're starting to play with Into the Void, with Upstart Goblin, with Strike, Striker, Mobilize, Engage. Exactly. If not the first card that you're searching is your Sangan Kaiman or your Genroku, big problem.
Yeah. So you asked me about my favorite moments of yesterday. Do you have any other moments to add, or did I already kind of give yours away as well?
I mean, it definitely was the timeout one, but also the Solemn Judgment on the Wishes for Ice of Blue was just the absolute, hey, Josh, I know that we've been doing this back and forth thing, but I knew from the beginning that this isn't going to go well for you. Yeah. So also winning against him with no cards in hand and no cards on the field, that was a big moment.
Additionally, though, credit where credit is due, Colossa was the 4th person making it into the top 4, of course. We talked about Amru, we talked about Josh, we talked about Barcode, winning it in the end. But Colossa, even after losing in the first round against Josh, managed to claw back, won back-to-back games, first against Julia Bayonetta, and then also in the deciding one against Elgardian Celta, coming into the top 4 there as well. Very respectful records.
Elgardian Celta ran a very cool deck.
Yes.
So that deck was incredibly cool. It had a crazy line of Imseti and Harpy to go into the Dragluxian new card and search for 7th Tachyon in the process to then add Warrior of Atlantis to the hand.
That was crazy.
So that was something that I definitely did not expect to see, but just shows how good 7th Tachyon is in supporting so many different decks, because this card is incredibly generic. So Imseti is now a starter for everything, for Sharks.
I'm in. I'm
get
still
it.
in.
Get that steady.
But definitely, it's to me, it's still funny to see how Elgardian Celta, after in the first invitational, getting the connection to the Umi deck, has now just, like, he's living that deck now at this point. He's playing it non-stop, Master Duel and TCG and everywhere, and he's just enjoying it every moment. So it was his duty, basically, to bring it there in the last round of Swiss, to also show the people at home, I'm still with the deck. For that specific match, though, knowing that most likely Colossa was on the Tenpai Dragon deck as she sent him first, maybe going for all those summons from the hand after the double Peruli, I think that was a pretty big commitment, honestly, there on that side.
And I think he also had, it was maybe a Solemn Judgment?
He did have that, yes.
And a Drone Lockbird, I think.
True.
So if you end on a Photon Lord or Hope Harbinger even, I think you're kind of good to go. Which one do you prefer against the Tenpai deck if you have this backup, you're playing versus 4 cards in hand? Because you've been correcting me yesterday when I said that Hope Harbinger is a good option for Snake. And you were like, I think most players are playing Photon Lord, which is definitely true. Yeah. But I really like Hope Harbinger as well, especially against the spell-heavy versions, because sometimes if you can negate one Field Breaker easily with the Ilya Silva, but after that it's getting really dangerous.
I think if you really expect the people to only be on the field-breaking variants of Tenpai, I can get behind your logic. I can see that maybe the Hope Harbinger is a better piece of your end field that you're going to put out. But the advantage, of course, of the Photon Lord is that it also secures your turn and your combo from resolving, you know? So if you want to have like a safety net to perform your full combo, but also end piece at the same time, I think just going for Photon Lord is the better and more secure choice. But if you're really looking for ceiling and you want to like counter one specific matchup, maybe that Tenpai Dragon deck with Lightning Storms and Droplets and so on and so forth, going to Hope Harbinger, I can see for sure.
But I mean, the securing of the combo is in that point when you're in Snake Eyes, you're playing, if you have 2 level 8s that you're overlaying, isn't your combo then like at full power anyways? Like, isn't that kind of a late point in the combo, or are there combo lines where you go into it very early?
You definitely have combo lines like that. So usually the ones, and I think that's a big topic to also address, we did not see any Millennium cards at all yesterday.
That was crazy.
Because the Millennium cards actually do give you the chance to go into Photon Lord early before you go into your Snake Eye combo, really. So I think for that deck specifically, that is very much applying, because you can also go into the Doom Dragon then, and then Doom Dragon gives you the second level 8 monster.
Run both.
Yes, exactly, you can. And therefore, I think for that deck, you really want to have that early Photon Lord on the field. And actually one additional option though we didn't address, Zombie Vampire, also like, of course, really strong. He could have even made that one, to be honest, like not summoning from the hand, but if you get it from the deck then, or like deck to the graveyard, that could have gotten him his play started as well.
It is kind of a gamble in that situation though, because I mean, you have a reliable monster or a reliable spell negate, and Zombie Vampire is just like, let's see what happens. Perhaps you're giving your opponent some more spell cards in the graveyard, so Engage gets even better. So that is always a risk. Zombie Vampire is a fantastic card to get you started, but sometimes if your opponent is maybe Quantal Think and is running Tearlaments, dangerous game to play.
Speaking of Quantal Think and many more names, we are of course here today. That was our breakdown of yesterday, but today we're here to celebrate the Challenger Cup winners, and we're here for them, for the finals, for the in-person final for the first time, to play it out down to one winner out of them. And therefore, of course, now with our pre-show ending, that is what it's all about. We're going to go on a short break of 5 minutes, but definitely stay tuned, as we will be right back with all the action from the best players in Europe. So see you for that very soon.
Hello duelists and welcome to sunny Malaga. We've been here for 2 days with some excellent content for you. Yesterday was the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel 3rd Anniversary Invitational, but today it's all about the Challenger Cup Finals. And we have 8 of the best duelists from the Challenger Cup ready to take each other on to see who is going to be crowned the Challenger Cup champion. Very, very exciting, and we're so glad to be here. Thank you very much to Lampy and Leo for giving us a nice pre-show warm-up, breaking guys down on what we had yesterday in the tournament. But today, it's a whole new kettle of fish, and we are ready. Let me explain the format of what you guys are going to be seeing in today's stream. So we have 8 of the best duelists from the past year of Challenger Cups, and they've been drawn into 2 groups of 4. They'll duel each other in a round robin, and the top 2 duelists of each group will advance into a best-of-3 final with specific rules that I know our casters will go into at various points, and I'm sure we'll bring it up a couple of times later on. So let's have a quick look at the group on screen for you so you can see exactly what we're dealing with here. There we go. Those are your groups, Group A and B, and your 8 duelists here in the Challenger Cup final. Now, it would be remiss of me to not introduce the duelists that you'll be seeing over the next few hours. And to shake things up a bit, we're starting with Group B, because Group A has to go first, and they're going to be the last people, just so you know exactly why we're doing that. So let's waste no more time and introduce your duelists. First up, a finalist of the 1,000-day event, it's Dominic! Now, Dominic, you've made it here through the Challenger Cups. How does it feel to have made it to the final?
I feel great. I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm excited too. So let's see what happens.
Do you reckon you could take it all the way?
I try my best. I will try my best.
That's all we can ask for. Well done for being here. I'm going to let you go off this way, and we'll introduce even more of your duelists. Next, the winner of the Winter Challenger Cup. It's Moot. There we go, Moot. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really excited.
Yeah? Do you reckon you can take down all these other opponents?
That's why I came, but we'll see.
Okay, so what deck did you win with during the Challenger Cup?
I play mostly stun.
Okay.
And a few Tempai games.
Okay, I wonder whether we'll be seeing that this weekend. So let's send you off this way. We'll see. Well done on getting this far. So next off, we have Mist, who is the first of the 8th of March qualifier. Now, Herman, we obviously see you here quite a lot. How are you feeling at this point? Are you confident?
I'm pretty confident, yeah.
Yeah. Just going to breeze through the whole weekend?
I'm going to try my best for not just me, but also the people at home who are cheering for me the entire time.
That's pretty good. People are cheering you on at home. Best of luck to you. I'm going to send you off this way, and we'll get on to our final member of Group B, the first of the 3v3 in the 1,000 Days event. It's Bronus! Now, Bronus, come take a step close to me. Don't worry, I don't bite. How are you feeling being here at the final?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you reckon you can take everyone down?
Yes. But Chandra gives and Chandra takes, but today he will give me.
That's all we can ask for. Right, I'm going to send you off this way, the final duelist of Group B. So, it's time to get into Group A. Your first duelist from Group A, the finalist of the Spring 2024 Challenger Cup. It's Kaito! Now, Kaito, when you were in your format, what deck were you facing up against the most?
Snake Eye.
And how are you feeling about maybe going up against more Snake Eye this weekend?
I'm pretty confident against Snake Eye, but I'm afraid of Labyrinth or Stun.
Labyrinth or Stun. Well, fingers crossed you don't go up against any of those, but you never know. Let's see. We'll send you off this way. Congratulations on getting this far. Next up, the first of the 3v3 in the 1,000 Days event. It's Boss! Libyan-born, but British raised. Now, how are you doing? How are you feeling being here in Spain? It's nice weather compared to England, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. It's been very exciting meeting everybody, all the talent and all the other players. I'm very excited. A bit nervous, but excited at the same time.
Now, who are your teammates in the 3v3?
It was me, Bronus, and Hafast. He unfortunately wasn't able to attend this event.
Well, you guys are here representing the team. Do you reckon you can take it all the way and make your friends proud?
I will try my best. I will try my best.
All we can ask for is your best, Boss. Congratulations on getting here. I'll send you off. And now we get into your 2 duelists who are going to be taking part in your first feature match. So, first up, the winner of the Summer 2024 Challenger Cup, it's Latrommi! Welcome, Latrommi. Now you're a winner. What deck did you win with during your tournament?
I won with Dragon Egg.
Yeah? And are we going to see that this weekend?
Maybe.
Maybe you're going to keep it a little bit secret. Best of all, I'm going to let you go and take a seat so you can decompress and get ready. Congratulations on being here. Come and take your seat. And last, but certainly not least, he's a previous world champion of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and the winner of the out of 512 in the 1,000 Days event. It's Quantal! Now, Quantal, we've already done some extra content with you, a little bit of an exhibition match, so you're warmed up. Do you reckon that is going to carry you through as well as your world-level skill?
Like a famous man once said, I'm going to win Lamau.
Okay, well, congratulations. I'm going to send you over here to sit down and take your seat. And that is all of our duelists, and we're ready very, very shortly to get into our first round here at the Challenger Cup Finals. We're very, very excited to have all of this. But also, for those of you watching in either French, Italian, or German, we have Zulu, Diego, and Schattenspieler, who are all there, making sure that you guys are getting it in your own languages. Hello to all of you guys watching in the other streams. I hope you guys enjoy the content that's about to come over the next few hours. Right, I'm going to throw you guys over to your wonderful casters, who are going to introduce what we're doing and take you through our first game. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome people watching from home. I'm Josh, and I'm joined by Ibris, and we're going to be your caster duo for this first round of today's tournament. I'm excited. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really, really happy. You know, Challenger Cup, it's been a whole year of this season and just leading into this, the Challenger Cup final now, where the best duelist in Europe will be crowned.
Yeah, we've come a long way with the Challenger Cups. I still remember casting my very first one. I didn't know how big of a thing it was going to be, and it's pretty cool to see how they've developed, and that we're here inviting the best players of the entire season to duke it out in this grand finals.
You know, that means a lot coming from the 2023 world champion. But you know, someone who did join you on that was Quantal. Of course, he is a phenomenal player in and of his own right, very accomplished outside of that WCS victory as well, and last year's, of course, finals appearance. Talk to me a bit about what he brings to the team and what he brings to the table generally as a duelist.
He's been a great addition to the team, I feel like, because he's able to, I feel like, adapt and play a lot of different play styles. It's the kind of person that if you're on a team, of course, for the World Championship, you have to pick different decks, you know, because the cards can't overlap too much.
He plays pure Tearlaments, Fiendsmith Tearlaments, Horus Tearlaments. Don't worry, we're all good.
Of course, no, Tearlaments is his favorite.
Yeah.
But I always felt like during the preparation for the World Championships, it was like the kind of player that that we could give any deck to, and he would do fine with it, and I think that's a good quality to have.
Yeah, really admirable that he was able to make the meta read back then, of course, and also to come out on top of that 1,000 days qualifier as the 1v1 player that Ed did mention. Now, facing off against him is the Summer Finals champion, Latrommi. Now, Latrommi, bit more of an unknown quantity for our viewers at home, so why don't you tell me a bit about him as we are about to jump into this duel.
We are about to jump in, yes, and Latrommi, of course, from someone who's been casting a decent amount of Challenger Cups like myself, it's a name I'm familiar with. It's just like it's very nice for this weekend to have a face to the name. But it's definitely a player that if you've been playing or watching or casting Challenger Cups a decent amount, you're going to be familiar with the name for sure. As you said, the summer season final champion. Anyways, we're going to see Quantal going first here with a Kashtira Unicorn and a Sengenjin that wakes from a Millennium, which at this point just tells us it's going to be a pretty strong combo deck. What exactly it's going to be, we're going to have to find out.
Yeah, the Fiendsmith, Millennium, Snake Eye, Kashtira that we'd seen take over the Duelist Cup. I know you experienced it firsthand. Very, very impactful overall. But Droll and Lockbird in response, also very impactful. You know, this is turn ending when I'm playing Infernoble Knight. I suppose it's less turn ending if you're playing Fiendsmith, Millennium, Kashtira.
There are definitely ways around it. There are some hands where it really hurts. We're going to have to wait and see how exactly it's going to affect Quantal's play here. Very important thing to note here is that the Kashtira Unicorn hasn't searched a Kashtira Birth yet. Which might be either due to the card being in hand already, or it could also just be playing around that Droll and Lockbird because you want to get other searches out of the way first.
Yeah, unable to add the Wedgie Temple as well. Not too sad, but obviously does mean that we have less easy access to the additional continuous spell monsters for the eventual Snake Eyes Doom Dragon. But before we even think about Doom Dragon, we have to consider Fiendsmith Engraver. Can Quantal use this to make a mark and get that first victory in this group?
Yeah, and here's where the Kashtira Unicorn comes in very handy, because you do need a second monster on the field to get that engraver into the graveyard and actually make the sequence with it, which is what we're seeing here. And that is going to perform a fusion summon by returning the materials from the graveyard. That's going to be 2 Light Fiends into a Fiendsmith's Latrommi.
Yep, Fiendsmith's Latrommi, of course. We've seen it a lot over the past weekend. You saw it a lot in the Duelist Cup that I continue to allude to. More on that a little bit later. But Fiendsmith Engraver returning from the graveyard here. Fiendsmith Infielder for a brief period of time, but now back to the grave as the XC summon comes through. Rank 6 should be Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal. Could be something else though. Nope, it is Beatrice.
Taking Beatrice for one last stride in this tournament. And that is going to be a way to access your Snake Eye cards even through the restriction of a Droll and Lockbird, where you're not able to search any of them, but you are able to access them directly from deck to graveyard with Beatrice. And then we're going to see whatever way Quantal chooses to now access that Snake Eye Ash from the graveyard, probably a Promethean Princess.
Yeah, a bit concerned that we can no longer benefit from the Ash into Poplar line thanks to the Droll and Lockbird though.
Yes.
It does make things a little bit more tricky, but Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, of course, as you said, will get back that Snake Eye Ash presumably.
Yeah, it really speaks to the power of Snake Eyes that even if you miss out on some of these effects, you still get to do a decent chunk of the things that you're trying to do. For example, here, we can still get to Snake Eye Oak. That's going to revive the Snake Eye Ash. And then once the Snake Eye Oak tags out, we can get Flamberge Dragon.
Yep.
And that is going to have 2 targets now because we've gotten the Ash and the Oak into rotation. So once those hit the graveyard, the Flamberge is going to have 2 targets to revive.
And on the topic of hitting the graveyard, of course, Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, while it's not the most impactful of effects, it's still a form of removal, and it can still run some disruption here, just an additional step in this combo.
Absolutely.
No longer locked to fire, so we do have the Fiendsmith Engraver back, and we do have the Link Summon now. Not Link Summon, sorry. We do have the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon, rather, special summoned. Link Summon in a little bit. Give it some time.
There's going to be links.
There's going to be some link summons. Yeah.
We're not done. So the Droll and Lockbird here, as you can see, is something that Snake Eyes is able to play around. They definitely can still do a decent amount of things, but it still cannot be understated. Like, it still has a decent amount of effect on the turn.
Really does kind of limit the options that would otherwise result in that 3/4 material Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess.
I would say Droll and Lockbird is like at its best if you manage to pair it with one other interruption.
Yeah.
Because once they are under the Droll and Lockbird, they are kind of forced into this specific play, and they don't have that many more alternate routes anymore. So if, for example, we had paired it with an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring when the Snake Eye Oak was trying to tag out into the Flamberge Dragon, that would have been really impactful. But here, it seems like it was the only thing that Latrommi had to stop Quantal in any way, shape, or form so far. But, of course, the field that Quantal is about to make is not going to be the same level of impressive as Snake Eye is normally capable of.
Yep. So there is the Link Summon, of course, into IP Masquerena. Eventually that will find its way to the Spell and Trap card zone.
It's going to be difficult in this one, because the Flamberge is in the graveyard, and the Promethean is normally how you get it back.
True.
But because this is one of the downsides of having to start your Snake Eye combo via the Beatrice, you have to use your Promethean Princess Revive very early, so the Flamberge is not, there's no real way to get it back right here. So there's going to be some consideration of what to go into here, but honestly, I could see Quantal just calling it a day with this.
Yeah, so you pass on the IP Masquerena to then eventually link into the SP Little Knight.
Yeah, it's just funny to me that leaving the IP Masquerena on the field is the unusual way to do it, because that's what it's meant to be.
Infinite Impermanence actually going to hamper that to stop that presumable SP Little Knight sequence of plays.
Yeah, and that's massive here for multiple reasons. Of course, IP Masquerena being one of the main disruptions here on Quantal's field, but also that would have gotten further add-backs off of Sunlight Wolf as soon as...
That is another disruption, though, and that you have to play around. We said Droll and Lockbird very much limiting in what the opponent can do. This, again, also basically is a challenge saying you can play through it if you want, but if I get another turn, though, Quantal actually seemingly looks to be well underway to getting that extra turn as he stops the bonfire. I don't often see the bonfire as the Ash target, rather you save it for something else, but...
It's a good hand on Latrommi's side. The Maxi really being the only thing, because that's resolved, that's kind of holding him back, I feel like, because otherwise this would have definitely been a massive, massive turn. However, the maxi, I mean, I feel like from their perspective, it's just difficult to not play into this maxi because you can't really give your opponent the extra turn with that amount of resources that they already have on the field and graveyard.
Yep, Fabled Lure now going to come out. I guess we still have the Promethean Princess live in the graveyard, by the way, so there is the chance for interaction here. Your Masquerena is negated for the rest of the turn, so we could potentially see something happen. But instead, choosing to hold the Promethean Princess effect from Quantal, going to have the link off of the Fabled Lure that was discarded to be special summoned back from the Fiendsmith tract. It's led into Fiendsmith's Requiem, but where do we go from here as Latrommi? There's still the Disruption live in the graveyard of Quantal, potentially in the hand as well. And speaking of in the hand, here's another card to the hand off of the Maxi.
I personally think what Latrommi is saying with these plays is, I'm going to try to win this turn. At this point, you've given your opponent so many cards, and we're also very low on resources here. We're just trying our best to end the game this turn. And it's not that unlikely for it to work either, because the Ash Blossom has already been used, so the amount of cards that Quantal can draw here that actually have an impact this turn is limited, because, you know, you control cards, so Infinite Impermanence is not an option. I'm sure that's in the deck somewhere. But other than that, cards like Effect Veiler, Nibiru the Primal Being, not necessarily in every single Snake Eye deck at the moment, because they prioritize heavier engines.
I think as well, yeah, going for the Millennium and the Kashtira in particular did eat up a lot of the rather tight main deck space there. But here comes another special summon, actually, as we do have the removal from the field. No special summon, sorry, rather, just outright destruction on both sides.
And that is going to be an attack over the Snake Eye Ash, and what this means is two things. First of all, we have gotten rid of all the fire monsters on Quantal's side of the field, so no Promethean Princess this turn. However, it also means we're not going to be winning this turn, because we have used our battle phase to get rid of that Promethean Princess. So we're just in main phase 2 now. We're low on resources, and we keep summoning into that Maxi.
Here comes a Link summon, by the way, even though we had 2 level 6s to access eventual Xyz monsters, instead just going for the sequence.
That's the wonderful thing with the sequence. You use 2 level 6s to make it, but it just gives you 2 level 6s back, because it's going to summon the Latrommi, and that's going to bring back the Engraver if we so want to. And that is just going to be essentially a free Link 2 body that you can use later, because you don't basically lose any resources by going for it, which is one of its main qualities. Mattering a lot.
3 materials, by the way, so this is not Latrommi, nope. This is instead the Fiendsmith's Desiree.
Yep, and
at this point, I'm quite concerned for Latrommi, because no longer having the battle phase means no chance of finishing the game on this turn. Going to have the fusion summon here instead. I believe this would be the Latrommi.
Yes, we're using Tract's Graveyard Effect here to fuse, which is an interesting way to do things, but it does enable you to get the Desiree back from the graveyard with
Quantal's going to have 10 odd cards at the start of his turn.
It's looking like at least 10 cards for next turn, which is a rough position to be in for Latrommi here. But once again, I feel like we didn't have much of a choice, because we couldn't just leave that entire field intact.
Still considering where to go?
Currently considering how to activate these chain links, because we're targeting Desiree with the Latrommi to revive it. But the thing here is that the Desiree also has just gone to the graveyard, and it has a graveyard effect to send a card on the field to the graveyard, but it would have to shuffle in that Fiendsmith sequence from the graveyard.
Yep, and you want to keep that as the equip.
You really want to equip that to the Desiree. However, I do have my doubts that one Desiree equipped with a sequence is going to be enough to withstand what's going to be at least 10 cards in Quantal's hand next turn.
Yeah.
The Maxi really paying dividends here, and going to be a rough ask here for Latrommi. And there is a Nibiru even.
Yep, there is Nibiru, the Primal Being, being drawn by Quantal, being placed onto the field. Goodbye to the IP Masquerena, but hello to Big Rock.
Yeah, as if the Maxi was not already enough, we also basically remove Latrommi's entire efforts here into the Maxi, reduce it to one massive Nibiru token, but I do think that is not going to pose that much of a threat in defense position in main phase 2.
I've seen scarier Nibiru tokens.
What's the biggest Nibiru token you've seen?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but it came at the cost of a full Elemental Hero board.
I was about to say, you play Elemental Heroes and Infernobles. I'm sure you've had some big Nibiru tokens in your time.
And then it becomes Link Spider, and then that leads into Snake Eyes, and yeah, lots of good things. But speaking of leading into Snake Eyes, Quantal, quite a few cards in hand, ready to go.
Well, the first Unicorn was good. How about Unicorn 2?
Divine Temple Snake Eye being used here.
And the Unicorn, once again, not adding a card so far. Maybe the strat is just to give Snake Eyes so many cards that they can't resolve any of their search effects anymore.
Snake Eyes Diabell Star being placed in the Spell and Trap card zone. Again, just additionally adding to the amount of monsters on the field eventually to allow for further link plays.
Yeah. Divine Temple of the Snake Eye is such a fun card to play with. I like how it just like gives you more resources when your opponent conducts a summon. It's a very interactive card in the archetype.
Would you be cautious of a potential Nibiru the Primal being here from Latrommi?
It's obviously a possibility and something that Quantal's going to have to consider. However, I feel like with this many resources in hand, and from what we can see, so little defense from Latrommi, I feel like you can just you can surely establish or threaten an Appaloosa and still have enough stuff left to continue after. Because as soon as 4 monsters hit the field here and you have a Nibiru, you're kind of forced to use it.
Yeah.
And then we can surely keep going afterwards.
Yeah, this is a really threatening field from Quantal now. It's just building up again and again versus what is effectively a normal monster in defense position. Granted, 4,800 defense points.
Yeah, but there's plenty of ways how we can remove this token. Fiendsmith Engraver on the field obviously representing the simplest solution. We could just send it. We do decide we need that...
Snake Eyes Doom Dragon.
Yep. And that also works on tokens, so that's going to remove that token. And because it was our Nibiru, it actually goes into Quantal's zone here. And we are in the battle phase now. There was no Nibiru the Primal Being. And that is going to be way more than enough damage for Quantal, who ended on a suboptimal board under Drollin Lockbird, but managed to turn things around with the help of the Max C here. And he's going to be going up 1-0 in Group A with Latrommi going down in the first game. It's not over for Latrommi, though.
No, it's not. Definitely the group is very much still alive, of course, with 1-0 on the record for Quantal. But, as we saw from yesterday, you can still escape the group with 2 wins. Potentially, you could also escape with 1 win. Regardless, speaking of 1 win, man on your screen right now, he just got one. Quantal with the Snake Eyes Kashtira Millennium Fiendsmith has done it.
Just a lot of very, very powerful engines in one deck. It really ends up elevating the power level of that Snake Eye deck to a whole nother level, because all these engines allow you to access the Snake Eye cards or protect your Snake Eye combos.
Yeah, conversely, Latrommi, I believe, was playing the same thing, but as he didn't get to go first there, it did mean that he was dealing with the established field, and as you said, this deck historically has struggled with dealing with the established fields and clearing it out a little bit, especially when you consider just how many disruptions were available, even in regards to the Drollin Lockbird being activated to stop
it's just a tough ask because you're going second. You already had to draw the Drollin Lockbird to limit your opponent's plays a little bit, and then you see, they end on a fine board state for you to deal with, but then there's also the Maxi behind it, and you just didn't draw the answer to that one in this game, which unfortunately led to a valid attempt. We got there, we cleared the board, but unfortunately for Latrommi, Quantal did have a little bit too much follow-up there. But we're going to hear from Ed and Quantal right now on what their thoughts about this game were.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yes, I am here with Quantal, who's just taken that first round here in the Challenger Cup final. Now, you came in very confident in your opening interview. You're already walking the walk, having talked the talk. The thing I'm going to ask you, less about the game. We've heard enough about that for now, and I'm sure we'll talk to you later. But I'd like to know, obviously, being a previous world champion as well and being at the Worlds last year, other than those moments, which I imagine are the peak for you, what's been the Master Duel moment that's really defined your time playing it, would you say?
I mean, every time I play a Challenger Cup has been really a roller coaster. I don't play often, but when I do, I tend to win somehow. And it's really a motivation for me to keep going.
You've made it all the way to the finals here, so clearly it's paid off. What deck do you tend to run most in the Challenger Cups you've played, or do you vary it up?
I am probably known to switch my decks quite often. With the Challenger Cup rules being that you can switch decks as many times as possible, I just play whatever I feel most comfortable with during that round.
What's led you to the most success?
Most definitely, I feel Snake Eye has probably given me the most wins, next to Sky Striker, surprisingly.
Okay, well, we're seeing you play that here, and I'm sure we'll see you pilot it expertly in the upcoming rounds. Congratulations on getting your first win. Let's see how you do in the rest of it. So coming up next, guys, we have our second round, and that's going to be Boss versus Kaito. So let's have a chat with Boss.
Hello, I'm Boss. I came from the UK, and I've been playing Master Duel for about 2 years now. Right. I've been playing Challenger Cups for a year and a half, and I quite enjoy them. They're very competitive sometimes, and I qualified through the 3v3 Challenger Cup. It was pretty exciting. It was the first Challenger Cup I won, so it was very exciting, and I won it with my team as well. So we were very happy all together. I'm pretty competitive, so I'll probably be playing meta decks like Snake Eyes and Tenpai, most likely.
Welcome back to the second round of the Challenger Cup finals, the live finals here all the way from Malaga, Spain. So we just saw Quantal making his entry into the tournament, and we're going to stay, of course, in Group A here. Going to see the other players out of that group, and I mean, with this tournament here, all of them are really strong players. They qualified for this tournament by winning tournaments already, and now they are going to try to win another tournament. And the players for this round are going to be Kaito and the Boss. Boss himself also being in there. Boss qualified together with his two other teammates. One of them sadly couldn't make it, but Bronus, as his other teammate, is also in the tournament.
Bronus made a hell of an entrance, right? With the sometimes Chandra gives, sometimes Chandra takes, but today Chandra is gonna give to me.
No, Chandra's in game one actually in round number one there, because yesterday certainly Chandra was a big impact on the tournament, and we saw Chandra in the early round specifically, basically every round, so it was interesting to see that we didn't see it there right away. And in our pre-show we were talking about the lack of Millennium cards yesterday.
And we saw them immediately. Piloted by Quantal thing.
Maybe that's a sign, huh? If he plays it, I would expect it from a lot of them in the field, honestly.
Also from Quantal, the first move was really strong, playing around Duel and Lockbird by not activating Kashtira Unicorn after the summon immediately to search for Kashtira Birth, but rather, you know, guaranteeing that he can play a combo with the Millennium cards, then not chaining the Kashtira Unicorn to the Duel and Lockbird. Might have been a different story, but maybe he also had a reasoning for that. But I think if you're playing the Snake Eyes Fiendsmith mirror match, taking out a Requiem or a sequence.
Oh, wouldn't hurt, I think.
Decent, right?
Wouldn't hurt at all. But now focusing on this match, as I said, Boss, of course, being a qualifier with the team. So we don't know. Was he the one carrying his team, or did he get carried by his teammates in the end? But he will have to prove it himself today. And he has a chance to prove himself now against Kaito, and players are ready. So let's start into this second round here, into the second game of Group A. There you see them. Boss versus Kaito, smiling into the camera with the beautiful Sky Striker jackets. Let's see it from them here.
I can't wait for this. I still find it very interesting that our first duelists have both chosen to play Snake Eyes instead of Tenpai, the Tenpai strategy. I think they're all so very confident with their going first. Feels another Snake Eye deck here from Kaito. Boss is going second. Temple is not necessarily the strongest start, but if you combine it with other cards, it's still pretty good. Snake Eye Ash is being sent to the graveyard.
That's a good card to combine it with there right away. Dial Bells of a Black Witch, making sure there already is a level 1 fire in the graveyard if we at some point do get to, for example, the Promethean Princess. So certainly a start we can work with at the very least.
But keep in mind that now the Promethean Princess, original Sinful Spell Snake Eyes, of course, also can now summon out the Snake Eyes Oak immediately. But there is a potential window for a response. Ash Blossom Joy Spring is very huge here if there is no further plays from Kaito, of course. What can save him here? He needs to go into a Promethean Princess, and that's still full combo then.
That is a bossy answer there from Boss, but he has the Fiendsmith track, and that is a perfect answer for the moment. He still, and yeah, you were already kind of looking at me like that. He needs another card to go into a real Fiendsmith combo here if he wants to get to that.
He hasn't normal summoned yet, though, so that's pretty much still in the cards. Every Fuvalos in the hand could enable a full combo. But, I mean, Boss is also still having 4 cards in hand.
Very much, so I'll be interrupted. There it is. We have used Ash Blossom and Joy Spring already, which would be the only card really able to interact with the Requiem. So Okay, that's another card interacting with it quite well. The Moot, Charmy, Fuvalos. That gets match with the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring from Kaito though, but that leaves them with only one remaining card in hand. We could have normaled the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to go into a full Fieldsmith combo. There must be another monster, I think.
Yeah, do you Ash if you don't have another monster?
I don't think you can.
I also think you need to keep the Ash for boss's turn then, so I would assume that there is one more card that you can play out here, but Kaito is hesitating here. If it was a monster, you would normal summon it immediately, right?
It is V-Monster. It is V-Maxi. Good that we continue. Tough, though, that we have to give up on our Maxi, because just imagine now FSN Boss sitting there with another Infinite Impermanence or, in effect, Veiler on this Fiendsmith sequence. That could be crazy, but there's still the Engraver already in the graveyard, isn't it? So we could just bring back the Engraver, still go into Promethean Princess. So we would need a couple more interruptions here. So I think it was definitely worth using the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring there on the Fuvalos. We do get to resolve the Fiendsmith sequence, and resulting into the Latrommi.
We don't even need to go into a Beatrice now. Snake Eye Ash is already in the graveyard, so even something like a Bestial wouldn't help here, even though I don't think that the players are running this necessarily in the tournament, even though the Fiendsmith engine is so strong and you want to basically banish the Engravers. I don't know if that's like the primary target you're going for if you want to interrupt the Snake Eye combo, because the Fiendsmith cards are not what make or break the deck. It's basically Snake Eye Ash.
Making or breaking, we saw Nibiru having a decent impact on the first round. That would be a card that could kind of break it here for Kaito, to be honest, because after Nibiru here, there's no really anything that you can do afterwards. And I think, I mean, if Boss has Nibiru, I think he would have activated it at this point. So it's probably rather Kaito thinking right now.
There is a way. If Lina is being played, and you have... No, you can go into a token with Lina, right? Into a Lina with token, so you can summon back Engraver.
I don't think we can afford to play Lina in this deck, though.
If you were to play Lina, you could send the Engraver. Send the Nibiru with the Engraver, summon out Nibiru, and go into Promethean Princess afterwards. So there might be a chance. But I mean, if you have Nibiru, you definitely drop it now. But nope, we are summoning out Snake Eye Ash, and with this I think we can almost confirm that Nibiru is not going to hit the field here. We search for Snake Eyes Poplar, and now Kaito gets going, investing the Maxi as a normal summon from hand, but now look where it got him.
Snake Eyes Poplar being another monster we need for more Link summons. Not able to activate the effect anymore, as we already have the Temple on the field and have, of course, also already the original Sinful Balls in the graveyard, which got ashed earlier on. Oh, look at that. We could just get the sequence for free to send it off for the Snake Eye Ash. So basically, for no extra cost at all, almost, we can bring out this Snake Eye Oak.
And we haven't used Requiem yet, right? So we can have another card that you could send with the Oak. However, you might also want to decide to send away the Promethean Princess, because currently Kaito is being locked into fire monsters. However, you might as well just link it off into a Sunlight Wolf, so I don't know if that's necessary.
Oh, you're right. If we play Sunlight Wolf, we already have the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring also in the graveyard, so that would be fantastic here. There is a link too. That gotta be the Sunlight Wolf, right? It is, of course. Celebrate Sunlight Wolf. Some Snake Eye players even play lines with Beatrice, the Eternal Lady, to send Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to the graveyard to have access to it. But we already used it on the Fuvalos from our opponent, so it is sitting in that graveyard naturally, and therefore we do have access for it here right away by bringing back... Oh, we do not even take it though. We value the Snake Eye Oak more. We want follow-up. That's what we are prioritizing right now, which is a bold call, to be honest.
Yeah, that's wild in my opinion, because you can get back some of the resources next turn as well if you get Flamberge back to the field. However, doesn't necessarily look like it. We sent away the Temple, so we can't special summon out Flamberge from the Spell and Trap zone, and we can activate Poplar now to put the Flamberge back into the Spell and Trap zone. But yeah, summoning it out is not an option, so I think getting the Oak here might actually not be that bad, because it guarantees follow-up. Otherwise, you might not get any.
I mean, Kaito, even though his point of qualification was in the spring season, which has been quite some month ago, though, we can clearly see that he's very up-to-date here with the metagame, and he is very, very, very good with the current Snake Eye combos that he's performing here. And there is Appaloosa, Bow of the God is being made. And this field, I mean, it does still look formidable through two-hand interactions, to be honest. And he's not even done yet.
I want to say, though, I think we're pretty much done at this point, because Promethean Princess is already out. Promethean Princess in the graveyard is right now kind of an interruption because you can target your own Poplar. However, then you're locked into fires again. So if you want to IP Masquerena, okay, we send away the Poplar here. So I think we don't even go for Promethean Princess at this point, because now you could just IP SP and the Appaloosa, which is great.
Okay, we go into the Flamberge Dragon in the Spell and Trap zone. We haven't even used Fiends with Engraver. Look at this. We were certain that it must have been used already, and watch this. You said we haven't used Requiem earlier, so do we still have the Requiem in graveyard to possibly... Okay, it is just bad right now.
I think
Passing on this.
We sent away the Requiem with Sequence earlier.
Yeah, true. So, 4 cards in hand. Can Boss do it? Breaking through this certainly formidable field, but if one can do it, then it shall be Boss. Of course, Quantal watching this match carefully right now, as he knows he is going to be in the same group as these 2 players as well.
Linkery was also a cool setup. It protects the IP at first, and then in the next turn, you basically ensure that you're trying to ensure that your Snake Eye Oak effect is going through. If something like an Effect Velo or Impermanence was top decked and the field can be broken from Boss, then you can still chain Linkaribu to those cards, tribute the Oak and get it off the field so the effect can resolve and special summon out Snake Eye Ash in the process. However, Promethean Princess is not really a thing right now for Kaito.
I mean, we can, worst case scenario, just go IP Masquerena, summon out a Firelink monster, right? We can just go into Nightmare Phoenix, possibly on our opponent's turn, if there is something.
And
but then our follow-up with the Oak is also not that great anymore, as it's gone in that case. It's certainly going to be interesting. Is Boss even playing a Snake Eye deck? We don't know. We have no information. Cards in the deck are actually a clean and swift 40, so that could be an indicator for a possible 10-pie Dragon deck. We haven't seen it yet, and you see that Boss really thinking about this very, very hard, not making a move now for quite some time, really scheduling out his turn, trying to figure out what the best line is, and has he found it? And look at Kaito. He's just awaiting what Boss may be bringing onto him, and he's already... That's what pro players do. That's what high-caliber players do. They immediately recap their own actions. They're thinking through, did I do everything correct? This field looks amazing. It is really good, but Kaito still in his head is thinking, was there something I could have done even a little bit better than this? And I think he came to the solution that maybe there was one better thing to do.
So I think that this field can easily be broken. Oh, Hydra is being normal summoned, and I don't think that Kaito will love this, because the deck, if it plays multiple field breaking cards, we've just seen Maxi before. This could still very well be Sky Striker. Then a Droplet here would be so crucial. No Droplet is huge though. So Hydra is just being negated here. What else does Boss have? 3 cards in hand. If it is a Sky Striker version, I don't know. There has to be more follow-up, or is he just sitting on 4 dragons in hand?
Possibly. Of course, he could have the hard-drawn Sangen Kaiman as well, which could be very strong.
But
with
you
the second monster.
that before, no?
Are you sure? The Sangen Kaiman? Why?
Oh, Sengen Kaiman. I thought you said Sengen Summoning.
No, Sengen Kaiman I think is a good card because that brings you a second monster onto the field in the battle phase. At the end of main phase, Kaito kind of forced to probably already use IP Masquerena because you just want to make sure that there are no 2 monsters in the battle phase. Yep, we see end of main phase. I think that is what Boss is telegraphing here. It is him saying, I do have the Sengen Kaiman, which could also, though, be something to play around with, right? You kind of force Kaito here in this situation to go into the SP Little Knight and watch him just now activating a Sengen Summoning instead, for example, and that cannot be dealt with anymore with the SP Little Knight. Then, okay, we still head into the battle phase, so there must be that Sengen Kaiman, right?
Or we see the surprise evenly match of the year. Passing the turn now on the side of Boss, the 10-pie strategy fails again to overcome the Snake Eyes field, and there is not even a Fuchio on the field here. It's Linkaribu, SP Little Knight, and Appaloosa. And honestly, those are great cards to carry into your second turn, the third turn of the duel. Kaito sitting on 2 cards. We know one of those is the Snake Eyes Oak. Linkaribu right now not in the graveyard. Oh, we draw Sanguine Wakes from a Millennium, which is also a very nice card to keep on applying pressure here. A lot of attack points.
Very much so.
I think we want to get Linkaribu into the graveyard. You could just go, for example, for an Nexus Code Talker here.
Oh, I am not really thinking that we have...
Extra deck is tight.
Yes, very tight indeed. But I like it. we addressed the situation that yesterday the Millennium cards were missing for us personally, and the players that have all the experience from playing all of those Challenger Cups, they show us today that playing the Millennium cards just adds so much actually to the Snake Eye strategy, and they show us why they are so valuable and so good at the moment. And not only in round 1, but immediately in the second game after as well, we do have both players showcasing that these cards help you massively. So we go into Moon of the Closed Heaven. There is the Fiends with Requiem again.
That was incredibly quick, by the way. Requiem is now being activated here, summoning out the Fiendsmith Engraver. And now what next? I mean, Kaito has all the freedom in the world right here. There is very little that final boss that boss seems to do against him. Snake Eyes Oak going to activate as well. Now we're going to see, is it just going to resolve as well? What can boss have there?
That is the question. Like, we have to ask ourselves, what could be there? If it would be Sengen Kaiman, they would have activated it on the last turn. Honestly, if there would be Forbidden Droplet, I kind of feel like they would have also used it last turn.
As well.
So there's not really any answers I can find in terms of cards that they would have there. One thing that they could possibly have is maybe a Nibiru in hand that they top decked, and maybe they were relying on Kaito to commit into Nibiru and therefore help the Infinite Impermanence. I think that might be possible somehow, because they thought that one Hydra is never going to win against the field that they have there, so I save the Imperm and hopefully have a good turn combination of Imperm and Nibiru. But now we see that we are going into Fiends with Desiree, so we have a possible answer for a possible Infinite Impermanence even. Is that what we're trying to have into the battle phase with here?
Not yet. It doesn't have any material yet. So if you want to
Nibiru,
the Primal Being at some point, you have to do it now. Linking off the sequence. Of course, you want to get it into the graveyard. You want to use the link rating. Nightmare
we
Phoenix
do have
now
Nightmare
being activated.
Phoenix. Not co-link, but still able, of course, to destroy gold sarcophagus there on the side of boss. Yeah. Oh, I'm having a feeling this might be a blaster in the hand then, because otherwise we would have surely activated the gold sarcophagus.
The thing is, then Appaloosa just actually negates that, so that's also a very, very tough one. We're going to the battle phase. No Nibiru, the Primal Being. Is there a Drowning Mirror Force? Boss just takes 2,800 damage, 275, and the next attack is going to be enough to close it out for Kaito and win the first round of the group.
Yep, Kaito joining the winner's circle in Group A, so him and Quantal with the start that they were wishing for, and we see the Snake Eye Millennium deck really shining there, and we see Kaito smiling big time on the screen there. It's of course such an also mentally important thing to win the first round, because it's the worst one to lose, right? Because if you start negatively into the tournament, you have to overcome that. You have to from there on just win everything.
To be Colossa.
You have to be Colossa. She did it yesterday, but it's definitely something that you have to work really, really hard for.
Especially in those small groups, going 2-1 almost guarantees you a spot in the top cut, and that is, I mean, winning one of the next 2 games. Manageable, because all of these duelists are at the top level, so with a little bit of luck and good focus, I think you're in a very good spot if you win the first round.
Let's see whether Kaito thinks he has that focus to maybe go all the way today, because we're ready with the interview. Ad and Kaito, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lampy. Yes, I am here with Kaito, who's just won his first game here at the Challenger Cup final. Now, just before we came on camera, you were saying, oh, I was nervous. Talk to us about how you've been feeling.
I misplayed my combo, and I was nervous that he has enough to break through, but he didn't. So I'm really glad that I won.
Well, that just teaches you, even in a moment where you feel you've misplayed, you can just keep calm and keep going, and you could still come out on top. So this is the kind of thing that's going to push you through, I think. The guys were just saying, I wonder if he's got the focus to go all the way. Do you think you have the focus to go all the way to the final?
Yeah, I need to stop misplaying, and then I'm going through, I think.
Finally, just want to ask, what does the Challenger Cup and that sort of initiative mean to you?
I like that there are weekly tournaments, and you can win cool prizes. I like that you can win a PC, so you don't pay anything for the entry, and then you can win really nice prizes. So.
Cool thing for the community. So yeah, make sure you guys take part in any Challenger Cups if you haven't already. And if you guys do well, maybe you'll be at the next finals. Well, congratulations on your win. I'm going to give you some time to decompress a little bit. But coming up next, guys, we've got Mist versus Bronus. So we're going to have a conversation with Mist.
My name is Herman Hansen. I'm a TCG player. I played at TCG since when I was a kid, but competitive since around 2017. I played Master Duel since it came out, but mostly been active in the last 2 or so years under the gamertag Mist or Mistletoe. I played the Challenge Cup since probably summer, I'd say. Me and my friends have won or gotten second at every single free Challenge Cup, and we also qualified for the World Championship in the free, so we're definitely looking to win that one as well. I will for sure be playing my best deck. It's Kashtira Millennium Fiendsmith Snake Eye. And the second deck, it's undecided, but I might have to take my favorite deck, which is Ritual Beast.
Done with the first 2 matches of Group A we are, and now we're heading into Group B, and you just saw the interview. Of course, one of the most prominent names right now in the Master Duel context. We are about to have a game of Mist, don't we? So the recent DC Cup winner.
Yeah, that's right.
Josh.
Massive start of the day, of course, for Mist here versus Bronus as well. Another very familiar name from the Challenger Cups. You sure have seen that name as well. I know you've been casting a decent amount of Challenger Cups, and you will have seen that name as well. For everyone who's familiar with the Challenger Cups, both of these players are very familiar.
Oh yeah, 100%. Wouldn't surprise me if they would have already played a final before, to be honest, against each other.
The likelihood of that is definitely not very small. Either way, do you think Bronus is going to be actually bringing the Tenpai to the table here after his initial interview?
It could be a funny mind game to not do it, right? Because he really, if you didn't see the intro, he literally said, Chundra takes some, Chundra gives some, and today it's going to give me some wins. So he's ready to summon Chundra today. And therefore, I mean, the mind game could be immense because Herman is known to play a lot of Ritual Beast. And Ritual Beast is like a really good pick against the Tenpai deck specifically. So maybe you make Mist pick the Ritual Beast deck here, and then you play something else instead. That would be really funny to see, to be honest.
Yeah, see, but I don't even know if that's a really good payoff to do. Like, forcing Herman to play Ritual Beast is not even...
when he's the best Ritual Beast player possibly on the planet, maybe? Yeah, you're right. That is a tough challenge.
Like, I'm going to force you to play your favorite deck. I'm like, oh, that's not that, but okay.
Yeah.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Indeed. But I do expect a very, very high level of gameplay here, as both of these players are just so experienced. They have been winning and winning and winning in all of the Challenger Cups, as you said. For both of us, really regulars on the circuit, and they are ready. I hope everyone at home is also ready, because we are going into the action. Let's see Group B and start with Mist versus Bronus here. So there you have them. Bronus on the left, apparently the strongest soldier of the Tenpai Dragon deck, and then we have Mist. And Mist, actually, he did, for the Duelist Cup, that just happened last weekend, of course, he did play all of that exciting Snake Eye, but he started the journey with Ritual Beast, so he definitely, even in this format, thinks it is valuable and a good deck. So let's see whether he brings it here for today.
I'm already excited to see who's choosing here.
Okay.
We will not know right now, because it's going to be Mist choosing to go first, so it's not a tell yet.
Though. And I think, oh my,
the thumbs up from Herman.
We do have the Call by the Grave, and shall I tell you something? I think Bronus did actually play a little bit of a mind game there, as his deck count serves 48 cards. So I don't think we're seeing a Tenpai Dragon list of 48 cards from Bronus' side here, to be honest.
What does that even mean right now? Is that an Exodia Millennium strategy, would you think?
Maybe it's also just, okay, Maxi didn't resolve, but Roland Lockbird certainly does. Yep. But that's possibly not the craziest card to have against Mist deck here. I mean, that Sang Engine will not be able to surge at the very least.
We've seen a Roland Lockbird against Snake Eyes earlier today already, when it was Quantal against Latrommi, and it certainly did impact the quality of Quantal's board in the end, but of course, Snake Eye known to be able to play under it as well.
Moon up the close tab
specifically because
now.
the Fiendsmith stuff does not really need any searching outside of if you draw the engraver, but...
Yeah, but I mean, the Millennium cards are way less powerful when you already have the Roland Lockbird resolving beforehand, right? Because it's just simply basically a monster you summon out.
At this point, it's just pay 2,000 life points to summon a monster, which is still not bad.
Not bad, you're right. But I mean, they generate so much value if that is not the case.
It's not much compared to what they are capable of when at full power.
And I gotta say, I mean, 48 cards. I'm not even that surprised by Bronus, because Bronus, historically in the history of Challenger Cups, has been famous for like bringing some wild decks. I remember the first season of Challenger Cups, actually. He was famous for winning multiple Challenger Cups with, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. He, in 48 cards, still found free-handed directions, which is crazy. But he was playing Pearly Sprite non-stop. I still remember to that day. And look how he's smiling. Yep, he was a big fan of that deck. But I think since the release of Snake Eye cards, honestly, he has been playing Snake Eyes a lot as well in all kind of different variants.
Yeah, but now that you say it, I also remember I always enjoyed watching Bronus because you never know what exactly is happening.
Totally, and Mist has nothing else happening for his side as he has to pass it over on a lone Fiendsmith Engraver, and there's the race up on Bronus' side though.
Ooh, that's a massive pickup here, because that's not only going to beat the Engraver on the board, but it's also going to be taking a little look at Mist's extra deck here.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, the Fiendsmith engine known to have a whole bunch of one-ups in there.
What kind of a hand is that from Bronus here?
It's a good hand for a 48-card deck, I'll tell you that
I
much.
would say that as well, for sure. The golem that guards the Millennium Treasures is going to pay life points, but I mean, is life points even going to be a factor here for Bronus? I could see him just go for game here. Okay, now we lowered our own attack points a little bit there, but I think it's for a good value activating the Veggie Temple. Okay. I saw you were playing the Gamma and Drivers in the Duelist Cup as well. Are you a big fan of it at the moment? You think you are able to play it as a 1-on-1 ratio?
See, the problem with my relationship with Psyframe Driver and Psyframe Gamma is that whenever I put both of them in my deck, for some reason, it feels like I draw the Psyframe Driver a whole lot more than the Gamma.
Seems like you have a good relationship with Bronus as well, then, as he is totally part of that family, apparently.
I mean, if the rest of my hand is like that hand, then I'll take it. But the reason why I was playing it is because you have a lot of uses for those cards in that deck, where it doesn't matter that you have the driver in hand, because you want to place a monster for the Veggie Temple.
But look at this! How quick! How overwhelming! Bronus is already into the final blow, and he just went through Mist there with an absolute onslaught, and he does take down the game against the most recent Duelist Cup winner. So what a tournament entry here from Bronus' side.
What a massive hand. I mean, of course, also played to perfection there, staying under 5 summons for a potential Nibiru in hand. Perfect execution, and not much to be done there for Herman.
Oh, absolutely not.
Bronus takes down one of the, if not the favorite, to take down the entire thing here.
And he did play the mind game, right? He talked about Chandra in the beginning interview, and then he just shows up there, 48 cards, all good stuff, driver in the opening hand.
Maybe it was Tenpai.
Maybe it was. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Maybe shared card Chandra for this. Who knows?
Fiendsmith Tenpai, is a thing. You can access Tenpai with Fiendsmith engine.
True.
Beatrice send Hydra, revive with Promethean Princess.
I like that. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Honestly, maybe he is actually bringing it, but I mean, that's now a task for Mist to overcome. He definitely came into this tournament, and I think also in the pre-show interviews, he said, I'm confident. I mean, I just won one of the most prestigious events in all of Master Duel, the Duelist Cup, having a global first place. So why not winning here a European challenge with the Challenger Cup final? But Bronus here showed him no one to be joking around with. Huh?
I mean, he was confident, rightfully so. But on the other hand, the competition here is fierce. And there's only so much confidence you can have when the other players are also just very good. And sometimes it just goes their way, as we've seen there with Bronus. Perfect execution of a very good hand. And that leads to a win over the most recent Duelist Cup winner.
That leads us, of course, also to the winner's interview. Adam Bronus, talk about that, please.
Thank you very much, Lampy. I am here with Bronus, who's just taken down Mist, as you guys said, the most recent Challenger Cup winner. So already off to a great start. The commentators were saying that he was one of the favorites to maybe be up there in the final. You took him down in round 1. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, but it was like very risky because I only had one plain hand, and I had to decide between if I Ash the Rack or if I do it on the OSS. But the problem is if he goes for Doom Dragon, I'm cooked. But if I Ash the Requiem, I would have lost with my hand. So I had to take the gamble. But it was like really sweaty because I had to like toggle on and off all the time. Because if he activates OSS, when I toggle it off, I would lose. Like I was so scared that he sees the Ash and that I lose to it.
But you didn't. You're here. You're the winner. You can take a step close to me, by the way. You're drifting away. Don't worry. I'm not going to bite you. But this has done well. And are you feeling pretty confident with that performance? That was good. How do you remain calm when you're up against a tough opponent? Is it just because you know your deck really well? Is it because you're very experienced? What would you say is the thing that keeps you calm during a high-tension duel?
Yeah, I focus mainly on my cards and what I have in hand and what he could have. And I'm just hoping that it works out.
Well, it's worked out for you so far, so best of luck to you in the remainder of the tournament. I hope that continues with this good streak. But next up, guys, we have our next match, which is going to be Dominic versus Moot. And so that means we're going to have a quick chat with Dominic.
Hi, guys. I'm Dominic. I'm from Berlin, Germany, and I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since 2016. I think I'm playing the Challenger Cup since 2023, like October 2023. I qualified for this event with the celebration event, 1000 Days, if I remember correctly. My results in Challenger Cups are pretty good. I think it will be Snake Eye, paired with White Forest. I will play Snake Eye because I think it's generically the best Game 1 deck. And White Forest is to just not to be reliant on the go second or go first thing like you have to do it with Tempai. That's my strategy.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Challenger Cup final broadcast. They say welcome back, but obviously you've stuck with us for quite a few rounds now. But someone I am welcoming to the broadcast is Barcode, our champion of yesterday's Invitational. How are you?
Well, I'm pretty fine. I didn't sleep a lot, of course, because I was pretty excited about everything, but this was a fantastic event.
Very, very excited about today's Challenger Cup final, of course, but also probably very happy that you've won the Elemental Hero Neos trophy that does look great alongside the Sky Striker Ace Kagari, first place for today, and of course that Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
I hope that we are going to have really great games, you know, because there are a lot of people right there and they are pretty strong. We already saw some amazing games and we are going to witness the next one with two amazing duelists.
Yep, indeed we are. Of course, Dominic, who was Quantal's opponent in the finals of the 1v1 1000 Days qualifier, taking on Moot, who won our very recent Challenger Cup Winter Finals.
And I can say that Moot was really happy and excited about this event. I had the chance to talk to him a few hours ago, and he told me that he might have some surprises.
Nice, I'm looking forward to it. I spoke with Dominic very briefly, and he told me that he primarily plays Master Duel on a Nintendo Switch and his phone, which is very impressive actually, and now seeing if he can translate that onto the PC.
Now he's on the biggest stage and he's gonna have to prove that he's there to win it all. For now, it's only the groups, of course, but they are going to try to take the best out of their opponent to qualify for the finals.
Yes, indeed they will. And of course, Moot and Dominic, of course, being some of the more recent qualified players for this event, does suggest that they have a great read on the current competitive metagame. Granted, when Dominic did qualify, it was still very heavily dominated Tempai Dragon and Ritual Beast kind of environment, but nowadays with the advent of the Fiendsmith, with the Millennium, with the Kashtira coming back as well, it does mean that we have a lot of variety of decks in play, and we will see indeed which decks we do have in play. Jumping into game now between Dominic and Moot. Moot will be going first, so safe to say that he is at least very likely probably not playing Tenpai. But Fualos, immediately, the Molchami Fualos does suggest that we have Dominic just drawing cards left and right. Supreme Seamare, in turn, suggests that this is Telements, sorry.
Yeah, Telement, probably not Tenpai.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, we see the effect Veiler, so a lot of interruptions right now in the hand of Dominic. We are going to see if Moot can just play around those, but he's going to have to be very careful, because of course there is the Molchami Fualos, which will make
Ash Blossom and Joystick. So many disruptions coming out from Dominic here. It is the dream starting hand against the Telements, but the Telements now just going to end on that. Moot, that is not ideal, but you did get rid of 3 cards from the starting hand of Dominic. Here's another draw from him to start things off, of course, on his turn. 3 cards to start the game. Is that something that he can make work here? Kashtira Unicorn, as good a start as any.
Yeah, that's really good, of course, because he can search the Kashtira Burst, which allows him to put some pressure, because you know that Kashtira Burst will be able to revive the Unicorn if he uses it for the maybe Finsmith stuff.
Yes, indeed. Or the Snake Eye stuff. The Diabell Star, the Black Witch now on the field, going to get presumably the Deception of the Sinful Spores. Actually wasn't necessarily expecting that one, but it will allow further bridge into the Azamina components of this deck, and it does mean that we may very well see the likes of the Marisa the Ilago in the extra deck, and so on. The Kashtira Unicorn not getting its additional effect of taking a card from the extra deck of Moot, though, does suggest that we're not in the worst of positions for this Tier Elements duelist.
Yeah, but it's gonna be hard because now Dominic has access to everything. If he's playing Snake Eye, then he will be able to have access to Snake Eye Ash and just go from there to try to end the game.
You played Snake Eye Fiendsmith yesterday, right? When you won that?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
I think this is literally the
Tell
best
me how
deck.
you're feeling right now looking at this. I don't think I saw a Kashtira card from you, but...
No, I didn't play the Kashtira cards. Kashtira cards are usually played with the Millennium cards, but I chose not to play the Millennium cards and to go for the usual stuff, the Azamina ones, and more free spots.
Apparently you also played with 3 disruptions in the hand if you're Dominic, which was obviously a great start to this duel, as it does continue to build upon that with the Moon of the Closed Heaven, allowing further access to the Fiendsmith cards in the extra deck, but the Hallowed Azamina going to come out first. Azamina, Ilia Sylvia, that guaranteed negation now coming out just to add further insurance to the plays. A lot of this deck strategy is getting into the extra deck negations to protect further extensions later on down the line. Obviously, the ending, ideally on the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess as well, does suggest that we will see that eventually. Dominic, he's looking pretty okay right now. 2 cards in hand for Moot. Could very well have a disruption, but doesn't look like it so far.
He's really fine because now he can go on the Finsmith stuff. He can have access to the DSRA if he wants, because he already has access to the Snake Eye part. So it looks really bright for him. And for Moot, it's gonna be very difficult because, of course, as you said just before, there is now the Ilia Sylvia, which can just get through an interruption. So he will have to get 2 really good cards in the hand if you want to win this one.
Yep, Snake Eyes Poplar now coming out here. It does suggest we will eventually see the Snake Eyes Flambear's Dragon. It's looking really good for Dominic, but I want you to walk me through Moot's idea here with the Tier Elements. We know he's a big fan of the deck, but, you know, this guy won the Winter Final just a couple of weeks ago. He is so experienced and so accomplished in this particular meta game, and yet chooses to bring this to the table. Is there particularly a reason why that could be the case? Comfort, yes, but does it have a good matchup into what you told me earlier was the deck of the format?
Yeah, of course. He told me that, of course, Snake Eye is probably the best deck of the format, but he didn't want to come with Snake Eye because he saw that a lot of players would come with the deck, and he wanted to play his favorite deck because he's here for fun, you know. He wants to have a good time, and this is the best deck for him to have a good time. But he also told me that he had some serious spices in the deck, of course, to deal with Snake Eye and also Tenpai. So this is not only a hard choice.
Speaking of dealing with Tenpai, by the way, big fan of your Kiki Nagashi Fucho plays yesterday.
It was really good, right?
It was pretty good, yeah, but also pretty good is, of course, Dominic now looking to seal the deal on this one. This game looks pretty much done, and it is done. Dominic takes down Moot with that Snake Eyes Fiendsmith Kashtira deck against the Tier Elements.
It was really, really hard for Moot because he didn't have a chance to literally play the game. He tried hard, but the problem is that when you have to face 3 interruptions in the opponent's hand, it becomes really difficult, especially with the Fuvalos. And the problem is that when you cannot start your plays with Tier Elements, it becomes really, really hard. Tier Elements is a great deck when you have the opportunity to just start your plays, and then you can extend because you have a lot of things in the graveyard, you have a lot of things on the field, and then you can just extend and extend again and again. But he didn't have a chance to do that.
Indeed, and despite being able to go first, as you said, just met disruption after disruption, starting with that Latrommi forward loss that you did correctly highlight that. Now, coming into it, of course, we did mention that even with one loss on the board, you're not out of the group, and very much the tournament could still be within Moot's grasp if he's able to make a comeback. But someone that doesn't need to make a comeback and is already off to a great start is Dominic, who is with Ed.
That's right, Ibris. I'm here with Dominic, who's just won his first round here at this tournament. I mean, that must already be a pretty confident start, especially as the fact that you just got straight into disruption against Moot right from the bat.
Yeah, sure. It was pretty unfortunate for him, I guess. Yes.
Were you expecting to see that deck in the format? Because I know everyone's probably going to be playing some sort of Fiend Smith or Snake Eyes. Were you expecting to see Telemans?
I definitely wasn't.
But you seemed prepared enough for it because you managed to absolutely dominate it.
It was not about preparation for the element, it was just luck to have 3 hand trips, I guess, so.
True. So the deck is serving you well so far. Do you feel confident in going forward from here? Are there any decks that you're nervous about going up against, or generally you're pretty confident?
Generally pretty confident, but I'm scared about stun, to be honest. But other than that, I think it's doable.
It should be doable. Best of luck. You have done your best so far. You've already got one win. Let's see where the rest of the tournament takes you. Guys, speaking of, we're about to have our next duel, and that will be Quantal versus Boss. But first, if you're enjoying the digital content that we do here on the digital titles like Master Duel, you might also enjoy creating the links.
The world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been in our lives for more than a quarter of a century. From the anime and manga to the trading card game and video games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been creating links between duelists since it first began. You ready?
I'm ready.
We're about to bring you along for a very unique adventure where we travel across the globe and meet all kinds of different duelists from all kinds of different backgrounds, see their local communities, and explore the links that tie us all together. Each of our tours will end with an epic duel on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, all to show that whoever you are and wherever you come from, there is a bond that unites all duelists. Welcome to Create the Links.
Let's go, let's duel. Show me what you're gonna summon. I'm gonna attack Tornado Wind Weaver. Oh my god!
You want to win with this?
Welcome back, everyone, to the second round of the group stage of the 3rd anniversary of Master Duel, the Invitational, or the Challenger Cup final, actually, here in Malaga. And I'm joined by Joshua Schmidt. How are you feeling about the tournament so far?
I've been having a great time so far. I'm going to try my best to be your Lampy replacement for this round. And we're going to be watching Boss against Quantal. Now, Quantal is already up 1 game, won his first match of the tournament so far. However, Boss on the back foot, losing the first round, having to come back here, claw himself back into a potentially position to move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, he's really on the back foot here, but he needs to win this game to advance. There is a small chance that you can actually advance to the top cut if you go 1-2. We've almost seen that situation yesterday at the Invitational, but of course you don't really want to bank on that, right?
You really don't want to rely on, because the only way that's going to work is, I think, if Quantal in this case would go 3-0 and then everyone else goes 1-2 and then there's like a weird tiebreaker going on. But of course you would rather have it in your own hands.
Exactly.
You want to prove to everybody that you are capable of making it out of these group stages. You want to go at least 2-1 to be able to advance, and that's what Spa's going to try and do this game against Quantal.
Yep, that's the winner mentality, right? You want to win the tournament on your own terms. You want to win all the rounds, basically.
Yeah.
Have you ever won a tournament going completely undefeated? Ever?
I did not know. I mean, like smaller tournaments, but the ones that I won, no. I was very close at one YCS once, but then I lost the finals against someone called Billy Break.
Oh yeah. I've heard of him. I've heard of him. But now it's all about Boss versus Quantal. So let's go right into the game. Let's see. Boss has previously been on the Tenpai Dragon strategy that has been super successful yesterday. Hasn't quite won the tournament. And Quantal has been seen on the Millennium Snake Eyes, and Quantal has selected to go first, so we might see some Snake Eye action.
It's an interesting mind game going on in these tournaments where we've seen Boss play the Tenpai deck beforehand, so I was wondering that maybe if you win the coin flip, you even send them first, you know, maybe he's queuing that deck again. But of course, these duelists have each brought 2 different decks to the tournament, so you never know what they're going to be on in this case.
But if you are on Tenpai yourself and you want to let your opponent go first, if you've seen them play Tenpai and they win the coin toss and they let you go first and you're playing Tenpai yourself, then it's all ogre.
I'm just calculating the entire this. Okay, yes, I think you're right.
It's a bit complicated here, but this is what the mind games are all about. So now we've seen, Diabellstar, the Black Witch, discarding Poplar.
Yeah, we've used Bonfire to add a Snake Eye Oak, which is not normally what you see, but that's because we've obviously opened the 1 copy of Snake Eyes Poplar, of course limited, and if you draw that, your Bonfire does get significantly weaker because you just can't add the special summon, you have to add a normal summon, but of course putting that Poplar into the graveyard as a target for that Snake Eye Oak is very nice here.
Yep, that is pretty big. Now, Sinful Spell's Snake Eyes is being set to the field, can only special summon out Snake Eye as Ash from the deck, which is not that strong anymore since Poplar and Oak are already out of it, but it's still another card that can just special summon Flamberge from the deck if you want. So it's nice to have a target, right?
Exactly. If there's something messing with this Snake Eye Oak, for example, like an Ash Blossom when it tries to send itself in another card to summon the Flamberge, we can still get the Snake Eye Ash to do the same thing with. First things first, we're going to get our Poplar Search one way or another for the Divine Temple.
Yep, and also if you have the original Sinful Spoils, if you have at any point a Requiem in the Spell and Trap Zone, you can just generate another body off of it to go into possible Appaloosa plays or whatnot. But first we go into the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon, and I think that we're not going to see it for a long time here on the field. Maybe for a little bit longer than I was anticipating.
I think it's going to stick around for a while to minimize the impact of a potential Nibiru. That's the beauty of this deck, is it has so many different ways to play around those cards that your opponent can throw at you, because now we're going to use the Fiendsmith portion here to establish likely an Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess at some point, maybe even before we link off the Flamberge, so that way.
Yeah. So we were joking around earlier, with everything going on in the world, there's always a constant thing, and that is if you go through your Snake Eyes combo, you're basically safe against most things like air traps. So
some things haven't changed in a long time, and that is the power of the Snake Eyes, of course. Been there for a while, always adapting a little bit, of course. You know, there's like limits applied to it here and there. New cards coming out though as well, some of which we are going to see in this combo here, demonstrated by Quantal. At the moment, Fiendsmith cards obviously a more recent addition, also a potential Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon out of the extra deck at some point.
That one's really cool.
It's a very cool card, yeah. First things first though, we're going to go into the sequence.
That is a pretty easy way into Appaloosa. It's also the versatility of the Fiendsmith cards, right? Because you can either go into your Snake Eye Ash by going for Beatrice and sending Snake Eye Ash and then going Promethean Princess, or you can just activate Fiendsmith, summon out Latrommi and Engraver, and just go Appaloosa with free materials and then continue to play.
I think that is the most outstanding quality of the card, that you can either use this to get to your combo or you use it to protect your combo.
And of course, it's also removal if the Engraver is on the field. You can put the Requiem into the Spell and Trap Zone and remove a monster from the field, not even destroy it, which some cards are protected of.
Yeah, I mean, Fiendsmith Engraver, phenomenal card.
The Fiendschmidt.
That's what they call him sometimes.
No, Fiendsmith Sequence is being activated after the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eyes to summon out the Snake Eye Ash.
Some would call this interesting sequencing.
Oh, very good. Now, I wonder if you have... Oh, now there is an...
I was wondering what that was, because I did see Boss having a response window at certain points here, thinking about the perfect moment to use that infinite impermanence, has decided that the Fiendsmith sequence is the one we want to use it on. But that is going to be rough here.
Yeah, also you have the Tracked in hand now. Track can also fusion summon later on.
Exactly, that can replace basically that sequence effect a little bit. Yeah. Of course, with Tracked, you don't get to use the materials from your graveyard for essentially free. You do have to fuse the monsters from your field. Imagine. Imagine a card did that.
Oh, that would be completely insane.
You think they'll ever make a fusion spell that takes the materials from the deck?
I mean, we've seen some, right?
Well, that'd be pretty good.
Imagine someone wins a WCS with something like a Shadow Fusion. That would be crazy.
That's wild, yeah. I couldn't even imagine that.
Right, the thing is, if we go for a tract here in the graveyard to fusion summon Latrommi and summon back Engraver, did we win anything?
Not really, no. You would probably just bring the Engraver back first and then
Yeah.
use all three to make a Desirate. That is a line that's available here. That will cost us a lot of material on the field, though. That is the expensive way to make Desiree, essentially, is when you have to use 3 monsters from the field with the tract.
If you're Nibiru in this situation, isn't that still very, very strong? I mean, there is like a token, and there is 2 monsters that are coming back to the field. I think you just have an easy way into the Promethean Princess then, right? But there was no IP Masquerena yet. That could be summoned off.
It would still be something. However, this is like a point in the game where the Nibiru mind game becomes very weird at a certain point, because at this point, there's been the opportunity to summon an Appaloosa multiple times throughout this turn. So at a certain point, you just have to ask yourself, does my opponent really potentially have a Nibiru here? Because I've threatened the Appaloosa so many times.
It looks like we don't even want to go for Appaloosa, so this is either a DDD Wave High King Caesar or Beatrice that might send a Ash Blossom Joyous Spring to the graveyard.
That's what my guess would be as well, and it is actually the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Good call. That is obviously something that you can do, and you will be making a Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf to add that Ash Blossom back to your hand later on in the turn, which is obviously a very, very good way to create more disruption that isn't necessarily reliant on your cards on the field.
Yep, and now we go into a Link 3 Promethean Princess here, but have we gone through IP Masquerena so far?
We have not gone through IP Masquerena.
Alright, so I think what we want to summon back with the Promethean Princess is going to be the Flamberge Dragon again, so we would need to find a way to link of the Promethean Princess, probably into a Sunlight Wolf.
That's going to be the Sunlight Wolf, yeah. So it's going to be the Sunlight Wolf, and then under the Sunlight Wolf you can make the IP Masquerena. That's going to let you add back the Ash Blossom. And then, of course, that's still your Appaloosa right there.
Yeah.
So, essentially here, that Infinite Impermanence, while it was decent, since it was basically the only interruption we had, was not sufficient to really stop almost full Snake Eye end board at this point.
I mean, we have Promethean Princess in the graveyard. We have IP Masquerena that is going to be in the Spell and Trap zone.
Yeah.
We have Appaloosa then, with some materials.
Yeah, it's 2 or 3 materials depending on what they choose to do.
Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom added essentially via some other ways from the deck to the hand.
But imagine Nibiru now. That would be absolutely insane.
Yes, it'd be very, very good. Yeah.
But I think, we are considering here, but it's still Quantal's time to shine here. Quantal is going through this combo, and we have linked off the IP Masquerena. Appaloosa is now also destruction protected by IP Masquerena, and that goes for forever. So Ghost Ogre is not an answer anymore to Appaloosa here.
That is the scariest Appaloosa, essentially. The ones that you can't even get rid of with a Dark Hole, Lightning Storm, Ghost Ogre, like you said.
This field doesn't look like much, but it is
It's very layered is the good thing about it. You know, there's an Ash Blossom from the hand, there's an IP Masquerena jumping out the Spell and Trap zone, there's a Promethean Princess in the graveyard. It's very hard to just use one card to get rid of all those things.
Yeah, so basically with all the cards,
that is a phenomenal start. That is a phenomenal start. I don't know if we picked that up off the top of the deck or if we just decided to hold that throughout last turn, but that is the best answer essentially to an undestructible Appaloosa.
That is 3 free monster effects here.
Yeah.
The question is now, Sangagen Wakes from a Millennium is going to be put in the Spell and Trap zone. You have the Temple on your field to summon out IP Masquerena. Do you just summon the Sangagen to your side of the field with a Flamberge?
I think you have the opportunity to do something very funny here, which is you can steal the Millennium monsters with Flamberge, which is an interaction that is very relevant when both players are playing the Millennium variant of Snake Eyes. I'm not sure if that is something we want to go for here, but we decide to let that go, actually. We decide to let him have the Sangagen here, which is pretty good, honestly, I think. From Boss's side, you're pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
We are getting very low in life points here because we've taken 1,200 from the Latrommi as well, and we're probably looking to pay 4,000 life points for the Millennium monsters this turn. But ultimately, I think that is not something you're too worried about.
Yep, and now we activate the Temple, which I find very interesting. Yeah, I would have thought that if you have the Flamberge effect, you would want to use it, especially when you use Temple to summon out IP Masquerena. Now, I think with going to the battle phase, we just threaten the IP effect, right? You can just essentially force it out. But
I would assume so, yeah.
If you say battle phase and your opponent says okay, I mean, Quantal could just let him go to the battle phase, and then he for sure gets another turn with a lot of resources, right?
He does get another turn. The amount of resources does depend on how well Boss's hand plays in main phase 2. Because, of course, if you allow the attack over the IP Masquerena here, you don't have that much left. It's basically just Promethean Princess that they have to play through. That's it.
And maybe Flamberge at another point plus the Ash Blossom.
If you realize that you can do that, then you can do that as well. Here,
I like that.
We do see the decision. I think Boss was trying to move into the battle phase there, and we're denying that. We're saying, no, I'm going to use IP Masquerena to make SP Little Knight, banish that Sang Engine, so you just can't attack over it.
I really like that decision here from Quantal to link off the Appaloosa. Of course, it's very... It doesn't feel right to link off an Appaloosa, but of course the Flamberge is still an interruption.
Okay.
Now takes the Golem that guards the Millennium... something. Treasures. Yeah. And now that's one more extender for Boss. Contract activated now, though. Ash Blossom? Do you need to do that?
Many potential answers here. This card alone is also solved by the Promethean Princess. If you just pop the Lurry, there's nothing more coming out of it.
That's a good point. We didn't start with an Engraver or anything, right?
No, there's no Engraver.
Right. Because that one would change the situation with the Lurry.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good Promethean Princess. Of course, we have also just used the Flamberge Strength, so that interaction has also been used up. And now we can go for Promethean Princess, plus get extra resources back. We still have SP Little Knight on the field as well, and the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, of course.
Yeah, that's still... I almost forgot about that in hand. I was about to say, oh, that leaves just the SP Little Knight to play through, but no. Ash Blossom in hand is also going to be a massive thing to overcome with just 2 cards in hand. Don't know exactly. I mean, technically possible, but it would require a very good combination of cards here. Something along the lines of Bonfire plus Called by the Grave or something like that could potentially do it, but even then, you're still going to have to get rid of a lot of cards on the field.
One thing that Boss is going for them is can't get Nibiru here. There's Promethean Princess.
Oh, there's a Snake Eye Ash. That's a good start.
Oh yeah, that's very good, actually. I mean, you Ash this, right?
You might want to Ash this, yeah. Called by the Grave now, and we're talking.
Nope. Called by the Grave?
We're not talking.
Okay, no, nobody's talking here. Nobody is talking. Ash is just, it's a phenomenal card, but just staring down a field of 6 monsters is maybe a little bit to ask from the little Ash.
A little Bonfire now, a little Bon. Huh?
Ooh, yeah, that would be strong. I mean, you can't even do anything with SP anymore then, right? Because that's a very soft interruption on that one.
Yeah, I mean, if you Bonfire and they banish the Snake Eye Ash with the SP Little Knight, you still get the Poplar into the original. Like, you get to go at that point.
Yeah.
But it does not look like that's what we're trying to do here. Linking off into Linkaribo first.
Alright. Okay, I was thinking we were going into Anima here to try and steal the Poplar.
It's my Poplar. Give it to me.
It's a glossy one, so maybe a little rarity upgrade.
That's not a good sign. The battle phase is not where you want to be at this stage of the game with just a Linkaribo. We run over the Snake Eye Oak, but we are passing the turn right after.
Yeah, and I can see the Promethean Princess just being very happy about the Snake Eye Oak being gone from the field just to summon out the Flamberge.
Oh yeah, usually that's actually good room for you. Yeah, so let me replace that with the Flamberge Dragon real quick.
Push Linkaribo into the Spell and Trap zone. Potential to summon it out in the next turn again, but I don't think that we will see a next turn as Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes pushes the little level 1 fire monsters to a respectable amount of attack. Oh, SP Little Knight attack. That's cool.
Yeah, we're not even bothering with the Linkaribo. It's way more than enough damage, even without putting that in the Spell and Trap zone. And that is going to be a 2-0 for Quantal here in the tournament so far. Looking very, very good on making it out of the group stage with Boss basically hanging on to just a thread. Very, very small chance. Not over yet until it's over.
Yep, the Snipe Hunters are going strong though, right? Yesterday we had 2 Snipe Hunters players, Emre and yourself, of course, advancing to the top cut, and Quantal is looking very strong in this tournament.
I mean, look, I'll say that much. We have our experience with these high-pressure situations, so I'm not too surprised by, of course, Quantal and Emre also doing well in these, and showcasing the full power of the Snake Eyes deck here. Boss, of course, also had the Tenpai and the Snake Eye deck. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side so far today, so they're going to be going down here against Quantal.
Yeah, but maybe if Quantal goes 3-0, there is a small chance for Boss, so he just has to hope and pray now that the next results are going to be in his favor. The other duelists will have to beat each other, and he, of course, has to win the third game.
Yeah.
And then there is a good chance of still making it into the top cut if you're running the Tenpai Dragons. Was there a lot of damage done so far?
Oh yeah, that is a tiebreaker, right?
Yeah.
How much damage you've done. I don't think we've done much damage to Quantal in that game.
Well, maybe Quantal knows how much damage he took. I think that it is Ed's time to ask him.
Good question, lads. Let's ask. Quantal, how much damage did you take during that?
I think 0.
There we go. So that's going to be part of the decision-making, if there is indeed a tiebreaker later on. So obviously up against that sort of mirror match there, what do you think through when you're going through a similar deck, when your opponent is playing something similar to you?
Honestly, when I saw 40, I assumed it was Tenpai. And I was kind of surprised when I saw Sagajin. But my board realistically shouldn't ever lose. Even if the apple was impermed, you would need to have had like 4 engine pieces to combo through. And he only had 3, so
it did well. And obviously now you're 2-0, which I think, judging by yesterday's stuff, is probably guaranteed top cut at this point, almost certainly. So we'll see what happens. But you came in confident, still feeling confident?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's all we can ask. And best of luck in your upcoming games. I'm sure we'll have another couple of chats as this goes on. But guys, stick around. We have even more coming your way. In fact, next up, we have Latrommi versus Kaito. So let's have a talk with Kaito.
I'm Kaito. I'm 22 years old. I'm from Germany. I've been playing Challenger Cup for 2 years now. I qualified by the Challenger Cup finals. I got 2nd place. I will be playing Snake Eyes and Tenpai, because Snake Eyes is the best deck in the format right now, and Tenpai is good going 2nd. So if you need an option for that, I have one.
And welcome back to the casting booth. Next round approaching. We just heard Kaito, and Kaito had a successful round number 1, so he can basically follow Quantal already into the top 4 territory, because if he wins here, I think the standings and procedures in Group A are pretty clear, honestly, right?
Yep, then we have 2 0-2s and 2 2-0s, and they're going to duke it out later on who is going to be the first seed of the group and who's going to be the second seed. However, then it's going to be clear. So Kaito has it in his own hand.
But there is Latrommi, of course, waiting for him here in this match. And Latrommi, even though he couldn't really get it going against Quantal in the first round, definitely someone to have an eye on. And I mean, I saw what kind of decks he brought. Of course, we saw him in the first round trying his luck with the Snake Eye deck. But there's another cool deck that he brought that I hope we're going to see here, to be honest. Because, again, both players with 2 decks as every other player in the entire tournament. So they are free to choose and free to change decks, of course. Let's see whether they're going to change. As the players are ready, let's dive into this match here between Latrommi and Kaito for the second round completion of Group A.
But you know who else is going to root for Latrommi except for himself? Is going to be Boss,
Oh,
hoping
yeah.
for a 3-way 1-2 tiebreaker situation here. But that could be avoided if Kaito just wins this game. Is going to start here probably on the Snake Eye deck as well.
Yes.
Snake Eye's Poplar is not the ideal start. It's a good one though.
It does
Works.
work as long as it's not interrupted. We immediately link it off for a Linko Rebo and Latrommi. Let me see. Latrommi on 42 cards in the main deck. That could mean all kind of different things, to be honest. That's not a clear giveaway. To be fair, though, it is a clear giveaway on not being a Tenpai rank strategy, which is something definitely worth considering when you're playing against him, because Kaito right now has that information, of course, available to him. Oh, there is the Snake IO coming out of that original Sinful Spoils. So far, Latrommi is all good with that and has no response to it.
Snake Eye Ash wouldn't have made any sense as a summon here, because you can then add Oak to the hand you have already normal summoned. You're probably not running Nightmare Goblin, so...
You could, though, actually. At this point, it is legal in Master Duel, that's true, you're right. Not too long ago, came off the Forbidden Unlimited list. We're going into Moon of the Closed Heaven, though. Arguably a pretty good link to as well, if you ask me.
very decent one. Now we go into the Fiendsmith's Requiem, and this is all nothing new to you. We have seen the dominance of the Snake Eye deck so far in this tournament, and Fiendsmith is of course a phenomenal partner to the deck just because it bridges so easily into the Snake Eye engine with Beatrice, the Eternal, Lady of the Eternal.
She truly is eternal, at least this weekend still.
Yeah,
and
that is true. Yeah.
The, of course, Forbidden Unlimited list will be in effect not too long from here on, but for the moment, for this weekend, of course, we're applying the currently active list that is in the game. We go for the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon together with the Fiendsmith Engraver. That is going to make a beautiful Fiendsmith sequence. And I think we saw earlier there was a Fiendsmith Desiree being summoned, but I think it's more so very, very often going to be the Fiendsmith Latrommi that you want to make, right? To have access to that truly powerful Beatrice, of course.
In this situation, I think that Latrommi doesn't really have a response right here, but this would be very vulnerable to a Nibiru almost, even though we have some unused resources in the graveyard, that being another Fiendsmith Engraver effect to special summon itself out. However, you have linked off the Snake Eyes Flamberge rather early, and that is always a sign of a rather poor
dangerous.
start.
Yeah, for sure.
But Nibiru, the Primal Being, usually not the strongest card against the Snake Eyes deck. Even though
agree.
sometimes when I play it, I combo too much and then I get hit with a Nibiru and then I realize, oh, I should have done something different.
Yeah, and I mean, we do have face cams here, and you see Latrommi certainly still very, very focused. Sometimes you can read into players' faces whether they have a good hand or not, and I think by the face that Latrommi is giving us here, there is a chance that he definitely has something to turn this around here. He has definitely not given up on this one there yet, and it's good for him that he does not, because there's always a chance to come back, however the situation is. There can always be that top deck that catapults you back into a game. But for now, look at this. We talked about this earlier. This is a possible thing that the Beatrice can do. We already have access to the Snake Eye cards. Therefore, we do not need to bridge into it through a possible Beatrice and sending a Snake Eye Ash for Promethean Princess. But instead can just go for the Snake Eye. Not the Snake Eye Ash, but the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. Now we found it.
This is just something that I find absolutely incredible. That the extra deck of the deck is so tight that you don't want to play a DDD High Wave King Caesar, possibly.
Crazy to imagine,
but you're just saying, okay, if I have already had my share of the Snake Eye portion of the deck, I'm just gonna send an Ash Blossom with Beatrice, still go over Beatrice instead of summoning a big boss monster almost for free, but I'm summoning the Sunlight Wolf there, which also has a different use except for extending into another Ash Blossom interrupt. No, this is also a very good monster to recover and, of course, link away the Promethean Princess and then go into Fiendsmith Engraver effect, which you're going to see now. That is just going to add back the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring after a card is summoned into a zone where the Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf points to. Phenomenal card, by the way.
Very, very great card indeed. And we do take back the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to our hand now. And yeah, you described that very well. When the limited space of 15 extra deck cards is hindering you from having more options to the main deck. Usually people start with 40 cards in the main deck, but it has been a trend lately, but they just throw in a couple more, right? Just be like, okay, let's make it 44 so I have another option to send off a Beatrice or something. Let's make it 47, said Bronus earlier even, and still he was good enough to draw a free-hand interactions and
draw the driver
down. Yes, even that one too. Yeah, true. That's actually, if you go up in cards in deck, you can also include cards like Driver. That, though, I gotta say, yes, there is the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring waiting in the hand. The field, though, not crazily impressive. There is, for example, a Forbidden Droplet onto it.
Yep. However, then, I mean, you still have another set card. You have Promethean Princess and Ash Blossom. The crucial part about the field that Quantal, which was very similar, put out last game, was that Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes was on there as well.
Yep.
Starting Poplar, you can't really add that because you need the original Sinful Spell Snake Eyes. And now a droplet onto the Flamberge and Appaloosa would actually take away two huge interruptions. Also, if you're playing versus the Millennium version in the mirror match, now you can't use the Flamberge Dragon to steal the Millennium cards. You have to summon out the IP Masquerena. Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes is a huge part of the end field for Snake Eyes in some matchups.
It is. We do go ahead and summon out that Golem, and the Golem is grabbing us the Vajru Temple. And Vajru Temple together with any monster card in the hand. Oh, wow. That is a Jolden Lockbird there, though. So we are ruling out further extension in terms of maybe Snake Eye Ash, maybe Snake Eye Poplar. Those will not be able to search cards now anymore. But for Latrommi, trying to see the bright side here, at least no Max C this time around, right? Because against Quantal, he was facing that Max C completely. He couldn't play through it because it helped Quantal drawing into Nibiru and all those kind of things. Now, we may not be able to extend as well, but at least our opponent is also not getting 10 cards in the process of our turn, so...
Yep, and I mean, I was gonna say that if Flambert summons back 2 level 1 monsters, there can't be any follow-up added. Actually, there can't be any follow-up added. There's still something in the deck. You can summon a Poplar and add the Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes, but Drone Lockbird stops you from that. However, I do think that Kaito won't have any problems of summoning back a Poplar in the next turn. Snake Eyes Flambert Dragon is now going to decide to summon out IP Masquerader, giving a little wink to the camera before possibly at some point being linked off into a SP Little Knight.
Very possible we go IP Masquerader here.
It's so easy to threaten battle phase nowadays when there is Appaloosa with 1,600 attack points. Also, the Appaloosa of Quantal at 2,400 attack points, and while that is one more negate, which is already impressive, it helps to not be outed by so many cards.
Yep, absolutely. Attack points do be mattering sometimes. We now go for the SP Little Knight, trying to banish the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure, and also Flambridge is going to provide us with fire monsters on the field. They're not going to be very strong, but they do, of course, have value with the Promethean Princess in the graveyard by securing that we can still use that effect on any kind of additional special summons here. And Latrommi now goes for the Vajra Temple. That at least means we can extend further.
The Snake Eyes Doom Dragon is going to be very, very interesting because you can chain block it if you have a Poplar in the spell trap zone, which I don't think is going to be super possible for Latrommi right here. But you can put it on chain link too and then out the Appaloosa that way sometimes. Don't necessarily think it's going to happen here.
I mean, maybe. We could just place it from a spell and trap zone, but no, we place the Diabells of a Black Witch. Honestly, somewhat of a sign I feel like that we may have another one, because otherwise, I mean, we have to place a monster though. Yeah, it's a really good card that also helps you extending through things, to be fair. So, interesting to see that Latrommi decides to just put it into the spell and trap zone there.
Drawl and Lockbird prevents us from searching another card. Even you, I think you could just only search for the Golem here. And now we go for Promethean Princess. We really want to protect this Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. We want our opponent to just further interact with our field, invest more resources before possibly going to the battle phase and clear out the Appaloosa.
And of course, very important to chain the Linkuriboh there, because otherwise we couldn't summon it out anymore. As even though this is a fire deck, this card of course being a dark monster. Alright, we activate the Flambridge Dragon there too.
Linkuriboh is also playing a very important part of the field here because, again...
Hold on though! We forgot about the Sengenjin. Sengenjin says cannot be destroyed by monster effects. We didn't even pay attention. I was wondering where did the Promethean Princess go, but it stayed in the graveyard as Sengenjin cannot be destroyed by card effects. So maybe a little bit of a hiccup there by Kaito as that Sengenjin just keeps on chilling there on the field. And you can see it. Kaito does not like it. He forgot about it, honestly.
Oh, and I just thought for a second, I think that Latrommi was thinking about it. Maybe he's not going to activate the Diabell Star of the Diabell's Black Witch effect to set a card, because SP Little Knight could respond to that, and you can't protect your Appaloosa from 2 monsters attacks. Now SP Little Knight is going to be chained here.
What are we banishing? Are we banishing Sengenjin? Sengenjin a little stronger than the Diabell's of the Black Witch, so we may as well, and that is what Kaito decides on ultimately. But, I mean, Latrommi is now sort of free to go for more combo here.
There's Ash Blossom.
Oh, we do set Wanted though, which is a card that we can of course not activate this turn as it is a quick spell. So does that mean we already have Original Sinful Spores in our hand? Has to mean it, right?
If you have Original Sinful Spores in your hand, Ash Blossom is going to be the logical answer for it, that we've searched basically or added back in the last turn with the Beatrice Sunlight Wolf play from Kaito.
You're right.
Let's see. I mean, Latrommi has 3 more cards in hand. We've gone through the Millennium card so far. We've used our Black Witch. What else can follow? The Drone Lockbird might be very strong here if there is something like an Engraver or a Tract in hand, or Bonfire perhaps. I mean, Bonfire would have maybe been the first card to activate here. Wedge Temple is one of the cards. That one was searched.
No, the Veggie Temple, that's already the second one, though. We already used Veggie Temple,
okay, wow,
so we have to send this one away as we already used the effect of the other one. And you said the logical consequence to that original Sinful Sport's gotta be the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And Joyous that only is for Kaito here, as Latrommi is left with only one card remaining in his hand.
Do you really want to use the Ash Blossom? That is what I'm asking myself right now. Normal summon Snake Eye. Oh, exactly, because you can negate the effect with Appaloosa before. I think that just, you can't really out this. Oh no, Oak attacks over the Linkuriboh here, yep. And now the Diabellstar Black Witch can attack over the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess.
That is indeed true.
If you don't use the Ash Blossom, you let the original... I think it's the same result, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it is a worthwhile trade, honestly. We do get rid of the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, but how much can we do now in main phase 2? We can use the Snake Eyes Oak, of course, together with the Diabellstar Black Witch in the spell and trap zone to bring out... What do we even bring out there, to be honest, though? It gotta be Poplar, but that doesn't do too much, though. Ash doesn't do too much either. It's just... You can't bring out Flamberge, so it's just... The second effect of Snake Eye Oak to summon from the deck here, I don't even think it's going to give you any real value, to be honest.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, also going into Moon of the Closed Heaven doesn't really do anything. Also, I was thinking Kaito needs to have some sort of interruption set there. So this could either be impermanence. I don't think there would have been a point yet where you want to activate it because all of the Surge cards have been shut off here. Oak hasn't activated the effect. And maybe also called by the Grave. That would, of course, be detrimental to negate the Oak here.
Oh, yeah.
Even though you said it earlier. Might actually not do anything. Oh, we're linking off here.
We're linking off. That must mean we're going for SP Little Knight. Yeah, probably. Linkuriboh first, but securing that we are able to use an extra deck monster for the SP Little Knight. I can't see anything else than the SP Little Knight here, honestly. Maybe we play... If we have the space, we could play something like Dark, the Dark Charmer. But it is Moon of the Closed Heaven. Hold on, though. How's that going to give us any value? We go for...
Of course, we want to summon out the Fiendsmith Engraver, attach the Requiem, and then go for Snake Eyes Doom Dragon.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Very well caught. That certainly is going to be the plan.
Called by. Oh, could it be a call by? There is a response for Kaito, so he has something at least. Latrommi. Also, how do you pilot this? Your Snake Eye Ash has been shut off. You have already summoned Snake Eye Oak. So do you... you might actually go for a Beatrice line still. Send the Snake Eye Ash and then go into the Promethean Princess, summon out Oak again. Doom Dragon is going to take care of the Snake Eye Oak.
Dragon, very good. But I mean, that's still dangerous, right? They have Oak and Flamberge Dragon now in their spell and traps, and so Kaito now in his turn, which eventually is going to happen as we're already in main phase 2, will have the option to go into the Doom Dragon as well, getting value out of the Flamberge Dragon that is sitting there in the spell and trap zone now. Okay, we go for Fiendsmith Sequence here. Oh, are we just holding back on an Infinite Impermanence possibly here, because that would be a good time to use it. Okay, there is a response, but still not being used here from Kaito's side. What could it be? I agree. Maybe Crossout Designator or something like that?
Yeah, that makes sense. There was no hand trap used from Latrommi in the first turn.
But on the other end, you could have used it on Engine, possibly.
Oh, yeah.
So you could have used it on, like, Diabellstar Black Witch or something like that. Don't know whether that would have been super valuable, but at least it would have been an option.
No, true. None of these cards really scream Crossout me so far.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they all, like, progressed Latrommi a little bit, but they didn't, like, really catapult him back into a leading position or anything, and therefore, having the Crossout, maybe still just keeping it around for your own turn then to play around stuff is not the worst idea either.
Also, Engraver was never even activated in this turn, which is crazy, because we've seen the card on and off the field so many times so far. But what you were saying is completely correct. The Snake Eyes Doom Dragon in the extra decks of Kaito is super threatening here. Now Promethean Princess. At this point, I'm very convinced it's Crossout Designator.
Okay, I'm proud that I got you in on that take. It's probably completely wrong, and Kaito is going to tell us in the after-game interview that it was... Yeah, we don't know, but...
See, that's why
it's a tough one to figure out for sure. The card that was not used until this very point.
But also, what are the cards in Kaito's hand? Maybe another Droll and Lockbird?
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe also keeping Maxi, deciding...
Maybe Muchami Fuvalos. That's also always a good call.
Yeah, I agree.
Sequence into the spell and trap zone there. Equipped to the Lacrima right now. What now, though? I mean, we can go for our very own Sunlight Wolf. But first of all, we're going to go Snake Eye Oak. And that has to be Sunlight Wolf now? No, I mean
Flamberge
Dragon, and Flamberge Dragon could maybe then place something into the spell and trap zone that is reasonably valuable. Is there something? Let's check the graveyard of Kaito. Could we could place IP Masquerena from Kaito into the spell and trap zone and then bring it out for ourselves on the opponent's turn, creating at least some kind of an interruption here on our
we go Poplar.
That works too, but in what regard does it really work though? We link them off together.
Have we gone through our own Flamberge Dragon?
No, I don't think we have.
I would also not think so. Now we have the Latrommi sitting on the field there. We summon back our Fiendsmith Engraver, of course, so we can add back a card. Is there Ash Blossom in the graveyard of Latrommi?
I mean, we can now go Beatrice. Beatrice sends the Flamberge Dragon, then bring it back with the Promethean Princess, and then actually we do get to the point where we can even resolve the Flamberge Dragon in the graveyard
already.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it's already out. So we just go for IP Masquerena like that. Oh my, and we do have the timeout, I'm pretty sure, on Latrommi's side there. You see it, time limit is ending this one, and therefore we do have Kaito winning not only the first, but also now the second round, and therefore locking up his spot for the top 4 already.
I mean, sometimes when we're not seeing the timer, we're going through some things and thinking, hey, why? How does that make sense? Sometimes it doesn't, because the timer is running so low that you're just going through motions. You don't have the time to think anymore because it is so low. You know what I'm talking about.
I know that feeling very,
and
very
then
much.
You're just going through some motion, trying to put up an IP, something. Let something happen, please. Anything has to work here. And then the timer goes off in a position where you might have not won anyways anymore, because sending Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon and Oak from the field to the graveyard for a Doomed Dragon seems pretty strong.
Yes, but I mean, it always starts for 300 seconds, and that feels so much. And then all of a sudden you see that blinking 10 on there, and you're getting more and more nervous.
Just happens.
So I don't know how that always happens. It did happen here, though. The profiter of that is, of course, Kaito, who won this round and now locked up his spot for top 4.
Congratulations.
So congratulations from our side, but let's hear it from him in the winner's interview.
Thank you, Lampy. Yes, I am here with Kaito, who's just won his second round here, has possibly secured your place in the top. Before we came on, you shook your head at me and said the misplays were real. What was going on?
Yeah, with the princess that it can't pop. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't read it, so it's secret effect hits me right there.
There were a couple of moments where you had just head on a finger, just looking like, ugh. Was that through moments like that?
Yeah, because I saw him like going full combo, yet I was lucky with the timer, otherwise it would be a really close game.
So you kept getting prompted to do something, and the casters were really curious what the card was that you kept getting asked to use. What was it?
Yeah, it was crossout. I was holding it for talents, and then afterwards there was nothing to cross out, so yeah.
Well, you are now tied with Quantal for the most wins at the moment, 2 apiece. And actually, in your next game, it is going to be you versus Quantal. So you're against a world champion. Does that make you nervous, or are you pretty calm?
I'm pretty calm this time, I think.
A confident man. Well, congratulations on your win. Guys, don't go anywhere, because coming up next, we've got Mist versus Dominic. But if you guys are enjoying seeing some digital duels, why not go back to the dawn of digital dueling with the Early Days collection? Let's have a look.
Remember the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh? Collecting the trading cards and rushing home to watch the latest anime episode and playing the very first Yu-Gi-Oh video games. It's been over 25 years since that journey first began. Time has gone by quickly, but we all still have that inner duelist inside who believes in the heart of the cards.
And now, the early days are back. It's time to duel, as over a dozen classic Yu-Gi-Oh games return. Duel alongside old friends and rivals. Explore vast worlds. Become the true king of games with unique challenges to master. Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available on the 27th of February on Nintendo Switch and Steam.
It has been a while. I hope that was okay.
Oh, that was perfect.
You think so?
Yeah.
That was all right?
Yeah.
I like the way you guys sound better.
No way.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup Final. I'm joined by the wonderful Joshua Schmidt.
Thank you. And we are here for Dominic against Mist/Herman. And this is going to be an unusual situation for Herman here, because he's got to come back out of a first-round loss here And Dominic, off of the back of a first-round win on the other hand, so really two opposites here going up against each other. One of them potentially looking to secure their spot in the semifinals already, the other one just trying to stay in it.
Yep, so Mist maybe feeling a little bit of pressure, but you know, he's competed at the highest level before, alongside you, of course.
Yeah, I mean,
and also in the Duelist Cup very recently as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's like out for the count at all. There's definitely something still to be done here about this situation. He's still got very much of a chance here for this second round if he can overcome Dominic in this game. But we're going to have to wait and see exactly if that's going to work out, if we still have a chance to stay in it, or if Dominic is just going to secure the spot in the semifinals pretty much already. When you up to 2-0, I'm pretty sure there's nothing that really is going to stop you here. We're going to hop into the game. We're going to see who wins that coin flip. And it is going to be Dominic wanting to go first here. And we're going to see what deck we are seeing in this second game for both of these players.
Snake Eyes Fiendsmith, very, very standard so far from Dominic. And of course, that is a deck that Mist is no stranger to, having piloted the version with the Millennium. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen the Kashtira variant as well. But this is as good a start as any for Dominic on that very same deck. Fabled Luri going to resolve here, special summon itself back. So far, no disruption on the very standard Fiendsmith line.
Yeah, it is difficult to disrupt the Engraver right off the bat. Of course, the Droll and Lockred would have been very strong against it. Not what we see here, so the Requiem does hit the field. We're going to activate that effect, and we're going to see if there's a potential Molcharmi Fuvalos maybe activated, as it is.
Yep, exactly that, and well played to you for calling it, and there it goes, Molcharmi Fuvalos, but answered in turn by the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring.
This is the moment where you try to have a second copy, but it does resolve. No second Molcharmi or Maxi by Herman here. So we're going to see Dominic continue his plays with Herman down to just 4 cards in hand to have potential answers.
Dominic in a very, very good position so far. I say that just the Fiendsmith Engraver on the field right now, so not totally insurmountable. However, there could very well be good follow-up from him. Still 3 cards in hand, one of which was the... one of the starting cards, rather, was one of the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, so some disruption, but now looking like he just has a hand with a good amount of extenders so far, probably going to send one of them to the graveyard to facilitate the Diabell Star, the Black Witch summon.
I think we can even go a little bit greedy here and equip the Requiem to have a free send. Just another thing that the Fiendsmith cards do so well in Snake Eyes is they provide you with some free face-up cards in your spell and trap zone. You can use them for Diabell Star, you can send them for Snake Eye effects, you can use them for Snake Eyes Doom Dragon. A lot of synergy there between those two archetypes. So that's going to be a free send for the Diabell Star, essentially making it a free special summon that also sets the Deception of the Sinful Spoils, which is not as standard so far today. The Azamina engine, as strong as it is, it really goes to show how much the Snake Eye deck can choose from at the moment. They have so many different strong engines that they can even choose to forego sometimes the Azamina cards.
Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in turn coming out from Mist here, a copy of his own there. It will resolve successfully and actually run interference on the Deception of the Sinful Spoils. Perhaps we'll not see the Murcielago or the Ilia Silver, at least for a little while here, short of Mist having some copies of his own.
This will not stop Dominic entirely, though, because we did start with Fiendsmith Engraver. We will definitely have a way to keep going here. We decide to normal summon Effect Veiler. That is obviously the all-important second monster on the field to turn that Engraver into a Fiendsmith sequence. And that's going to demand another answer from Mist here. Otherwise, we are going to keep going, and we're going to pull off some Snake Eye combos eventually.
Never a good feeling to have to commit one of your, resources from the hand to just use as material, but hey, it is a monster at the end of the day. It does allow further extension through the Fiendsmith combo, and with the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring already being committed, it means that a lot of these, while not necessarily fragile, combos can resolve successfully. They still have that additional layer of safety that the Fiendsmith deck really, really loves to have.
Yeah, and of course, you're saying it's not ideal to normal summon those kind of cards, but at least this deck has the luxury to spend his normal summon on those cards a lot of the times, because you do have so many ways to play without your normal summon. Which is, on the other hand, really an advantage. You get to play a lot of those cards and sometimes just use them as a way to extend.
Speaking of extension here, the Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, going to send something from the deck to the graveyard to further capitalize on the Fiendsmith chain of events. Here comes the Snake Eye Ash. there goes the Snake Eye Ash. It should come back in a little bit.
Yeah, it's not going to be gone for long. It's just going to be a short visit to the graveyard for the Snake Eye Ash, because the next thing hitting the field is going to be a link summon between Sequence and Beatrice, and that obviously is going to be Promethean Princess reviving, or trying to revive that Snake Eye Ash just after the Latrommi has inflicted 1200 damage.
Yep. Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, of course, bringing back a fire monster, also limiting you to fire monsters, but presumably that's no issue here for Dominic as he goes through the motions of a very well thought out Snake Eyes sequence.
Yeah,
Snake Eyes sequence, like
obviously
Smith sequence, but yeah.
Most importantly, of course, the Promethean Princess only locking you into fire while it's face up on the field, so it is a lock that you can get rid of by either linking with it or getting rid of it with a Snake Eye card. But Poplar, first of all, is going to fetch us the Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes, which is going to place a Snake Eye card from hand, deck, or graveyard in the spell trap zone, which is just another way to extend with Snake Eyes Diabell Star.
Yep, there is Snake Eyes Diabell Star, as you did mention, and that should in turn eventually lead us to a doomed dragon.
We're going to send it for Snake Eye Ash, and once again, as with so many cards in the Snake Eye deck, their stay in the graveyard is not going to be very long, because the way you do it with these two is you're going to send the Diabell Star to the graveyard, and then once the Poplar hits the graveyard, it's just going to put it right back there in the spell trap zone so that it can summon itself out.
Yep, and before we get to Doom Dragon, we do of course have Flambear's Dragon here.
Yeah.
Ready to continue to capitalize on the fact that Mist has already committed the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring earlier, the Fualos earlier. A lot of the disruptions that would otherwise shut down this Snake Eye Fiendsmith build have already been used. Now, Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, sent to the graveyard. Does mean we have one additional disruption there. Sun, Light, Wolf going to resolve here. Will it add back the Ash Blossom? Will it add back something else?
It probably adds back the Ash Blossom, which is one of the, I think, one of the strongest parts of drawing Ash Blossom in the Snake Eye deck when you're going first, is the fact that you can just add it back from the graveyard if you are using it to stop a Maxi or a Molcharmi Fuvalos. Getting it back for free as an additional layer, like, not only have you taken a card out of your opponent's hand effectively, you also just get that card back for the opponent's turn, which is just massive here. You don't even have to go through the process of, like, Beatrice sending it. You just have it because you drew it.
True enough, and now Dominic has it because he took it back from the graveyard.
Yep.
So looking pretty good here. Continues to establish his field. Still thinking about where we go from here.
It is a little tricky here because whenever you have to go the route via Beatrice to start your Snake Eye plays, usually you have to use your Promethean Princess for it, which is going to mean that you can't really bring the Flambear's Dragon back from the graveyard anymore because you've already used the Promethean Princess.
Yep, 2400 attack points Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, of course. That is 3 negations ready to play with. Poplar and Ash to defense position here. Presumably they will just become further link material, and that will be the case here.
It's going to be IP Masquerena, and it's going to be a little unconventional here because we don't have a way to put the IP Masquerena in the spell trap zone, because once again, the Flamberge is not going to find its way back onto the, well, main monster zone. It's going to find its way into the spell trap zone, but it won't be a monster for now. But that's going to be it for the turn. It's still a phenomenal end board considering we've played through 2 disruptions essentially, and with 4 cards in hand, that's going to be quite the tough ask here, going up against not only the things we see...
And there is another disruption on top of that from the hand. As impressive as the field is, this is just another layer on top of it. We have the Max C coming down from Dominic. Mist has to play through it, gives a card already off of that Kashtira Unicorn, but there's an Ash Blossom in hand waiting. The only upside to this is that now you know that the Maxi's been committed and that the Ash Blossom is there. Once that Ash Blossom is used, there's not too much you're afraid of coming out of the hand, at least.
Well, it depends, right? We see Dominic already, we've seen the Effect Veiler, so we know some of those cards are in there that could still be drawn and have an impact. So that's definitely something to keep in mind when you're pushing into this board. Regardless of the Maxi, to be honest, I do think it's a pretty tall ask here off of Mist with just 4 cards. Of course, Kashtira Unicorn is a good start into this position because it does threaten quite a bit here.
Yeah, of course, the extra 100 points of attack able to just get over the Appaloosa, and does mean that there is the need for a response from Dominic. That response will be, in this case, IP Masquerena's effect to quickly link away both itself and SP Little Knight for the banish on the Kashtira Unicorn. Attempt at the extra deck take from the Kashtira Unicorn here, but another chain starts in response from Dominic.
Yeah, the extra deck rip from the Unicorn is usually pretty powerful. However, when your opponent already has their most powerful extra deck cards on the field, the question is how much is that really going to change in the long run? But of course, we're still going to be able to take apart that Fiendsmith engine, which is so famously just consists of a lot of different one-of cards.
Yeah.
Most importantly, of course, when the Snake Eye deck achieves this sort of end board, you do want to pay attention to the sequence you use your interruptions in. Of course, you kind of have to use your IP Masquerena before you use your Promethean Princess, because otherwise you can only summon fire monsters, and of course that's not what you want to link into on the opponent's turn. So we see Dominic here wisely choosing to use that IP Masquerena as the first disruption.
And both Ash and Poplar now coming back to the field does mean these 2 cards in hand will swiftly be joined by 2 more. And it does mean that we're currently seeing Dominic with both a larger field and a larger hand than Mist.
Yeah. Very commanding position here. Of course, Mist has not really committed much this turn yet. We still have our normal summon. All we've done so far is use that one Kashtira Unicorn. But it does put us back to just 3 cards in hand, really, against an Appaloosa, SP, Ash Blossom, Promethean Princess in the graveyard. So feels like an overwhelming amount of stuff to have to play through. But we're going to wait and see exactly what those cards are. And it is just another copy of Kashtira Unicorn.
And that will in turn give another card now to Dominic.
What, hard draw birth as well, revive it?
Yeah, maybe. Give another card off the maxi while you're at it.
Yeah,
Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames does come out, runs interference there, Snake Eyes Poplar. The additional effect just coming back to the Spell and Trap card zone. Any response from Mist? I don't think there is possibly one, but there is another attempt at starting something. Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoil is going to eat that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. Is there a further follow-up? Was that a distraction just to eat the disruption? It's all down to 1 card.
Not sure what that card would even be. It's just an Ash Blossom. Okay. And that Ash Blossom runs into the Appaloosa. Herman trying to go down on his own terms, but it's not quite enough damage yet. It's just going to be a pass to Dominic's side of the field, who does not have to do much here. Just switches that Snake Eyes Diabellstar to attack position and is going to proceed to a 2-0 record here, taking down Herman, who's just been having a rough day so far.
Indeed he has, and that is concerning for him, of course, but also nonetheless very impressive for Dominic, because, you know, you're taking down someone that was so successful in the Duelist Cup, that has attended the World Championship before, and of course has very rightfully earned his place in this competition alongside you.
Yeah.
Dominic going to a 2-0 record, as you said, really looking like a front runner in that group.
Yeah, that group pretty decisive so far from these players. Dominic, of course, proceeding with a 2-0 victory, almost but surely securing their spot in the semifinals, with Herman obviously heavily on the back foot here, who went into this tournament obviously with a lot of confidence, but it goes to show that these other players were also definitely well-deserving participants in this tournament, of course.
And I think the 2 decks being brought to the table with how yesterday's Invitational went as well, in regards to how much Tempai Dragon we saw, it does mean that players are a little bit more reluctant to fully commit to going second strategy, and just seeing both of them in a race for who gets to go first with the Snake Eye mirror match and not threatening a going second deck. I'm really intrigued to see just what exactly both of these players bring as their alternate option in case they are.
Right, because they haven't revealed their secondary deck so far. At the very latest, we're going to see those in the semifinals, because that's when they will have to win with both decks.
Yes, true enough. But before we have the semifinals, of course, we have the remainder of the group stage. And before that, we have a post-game interview courtesy of Ed.
Thank you very much, Ibriz. Yes, I'm here with Dominic, who's just won a second game, which actually now puts you up with Quantal as well, who is another one of the world champions. And also, you've just beaten another person who was at Worlds. Is it safe to say you might be a world champion in the making?
It's hard to say. I try to be humble. I give my best to proceed and to better myself.
Well, that's all we can ask for. So talk to us a bit about that duel, because you came in and just went, that was rough.
I mean, it's Herman Hansen, right? It was pretty rough. The Ash was really good timed, to be honest, but I managed to push through, and I think Maxine, the mirror match, is just too good, to be honest. So, yeah.
And you did do incredibly well, so congratulations. I'm going to let you go and decompress because I'm just going to have a look ahead. Your next one is the last of the group stages, and you'll be against Bronus. So you've got a little bit of time just to sort of chill out a little. Bronus is actually one of the people we've got next. So speaking of next, we have Bronus versus Moot. So let's have a quick chat with Moot.
Bonjour, I am Moot, a French master duelist. I started playing in the Challenger Cup since the first season. I got a few tops in them, and I qualified for today's Invitational by winning the last one of the last season. It was my first win in such a big Challenger Cup. I won smaller ones, but one of this size, it was the first. I was proud and felt lucky about this win. For this tournament, I will play Millennium Tier Elements because it is a really powerful deck, yet it's not the best one in my opinion, but it's still the one I prefer. And for the second one, I will keep it as a surprise.
Hello everybody, I'm Ibris and I've traded out one Snipe Hunter for another.
Hello Ibris.
Hi Emre. You okay?
I'm good. What about you?
I'm very well. Probably not as happy as you were coming all the way to the finals in yesterday's Invitational.
Yeah, I was super excited to be in the final yesterday, but I'm honestly even more excited to be sitting today, now, next to you.
I'm very excited to have you next to me, honestly. Yeah, we always have a great time together, and I'm really grateful to be able to have your analysis alongside me for this next game, which will, of course, be Moot versus Bronus.
Yeah, so two very prominent names in the Challenger Cup scene, two very strong players.
Yep.
And I'm excited to see how they will play it out. I know that Bronus won against Mist in the very first game.
Yeah, playing very, very standard there, but of course as skillfully as possible and just really, really well played there, while Moot, on the other hand, was playing something a little bit less conventional in that Telements deck.
Yeah, let's see what they are bringing now.
Let's see indeed as we are jumping into game. Bronus versus Moot. Moot really looking for a win here. It's not the end of the day if you do drop this one, but would be very, very happy to be able to get a win on the board. Bronus, on the other hand, looking to cement himself as the first seed with an undefeated record. Let's see how it goes. Fiendsmith Engraver, about as good as it could get for a start, especially when it does not get interrupted. As Josh said earlier, though, maybe don't want to interrupt this so early on. Lurie actually not being sent here. It's Telemans Fiendsmith.
It's a very good combination of two engines that really work well together.
They both love the graveyard.
Yeah, exactly. So the goal of the Fiendsmith strategy is to summon Beatrice, the Eternal Lady.
Yeah.
And that will then eventually mill a Tier Element name, which can then perform a fusion summon to fusion summon Tier Element Skid Colors.
Yep. So Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, of course, just being able to help all of these graveyard-centric decks extend further. As you know, someone who played Flanderies in the previous Tier Elements meta games with the Dimension Shifter really coming in handy a lot. I wonder how a lot of these decks deal with the Mirror Match or potential other Fiendsmith decks that are also not running any kind of interference on the graveyard plays. But speaking of interference, here's Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Yeah, so the Tier Element strategy is especially strong against the Fiendsmith strategy if you play against it.
Yeah, for sure, because they don't want the graveyard to be unavailable to them. So
exactly, and also you can use the Ishizu cards to shuffle back the Tier Element cards. And now we see Bronus' hand, which is a really strong hand. It would have been a really strong hand going first.
Yeah, the skill drain in particular, of course, just locking off the monster effects. Nibiru punishing the commitment to too many summons, but that triple tactics talent was well timed and well thought out. It was a good response to the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, and this is a great follow-up in the Tier Element Shiren. The combo continues. Kashtira sent to the graveyard, and another Kashtira Fenrir from the top of the deck. Not too important, but that Tier Element Shiren certainly is, and Tier Element Kashtira going alongside it. Just so many graveyard interactions here happening for Moot. Uninterrupted now.
Yeah, as you said, Moot can now uninterruptedly do his combo, summon all of his cards. He's gonna mill probably around 20 cards, I believe, which the Tier Element strategy wants to do to put up the most strong board that they can. And now we see Tier Element's Kit Kalos, the 8th monster of the deck, being summoned.
Tier Element's Kit Kalos, of course, as you mentioned. Tier Element's Rhino Heart being added to the hand. So many Tier Element's name in the graveyard. On the field, in the hand, just looking really good. It is night and day compared to the first game for this deck. Moot, he shook off the nerves. He's going to bounce back so far, but Bronus certainly not out of this one because, as you said, that was a brilliant hand, even if it did lose the Nibiru, the Primal Being, to the Triple Tactics talent. Speaking of losing some disruptions, though, there was the Called by the Grave, there was an Ash, there were a few things from Moot, but he's okay. He got the Havness.
We also milled a Fairy Tale Snow, which is a really strong type of interruption in the opponent's turn.
Yeah, sending the Fairy Tale Snow from the top of the deck to the graveyard, very, very valuable because you can then bring it back.
By banishing
face down.
7 cards from the field, hand or graveyard, face down to summon it, and then it has a Book of Moon type effect.
So there is the Rule Colossus, which I don't believe we saw earlier. I think we just went straight into the Kaleido Heart. Can you tell me a bit more about the difference between the two when it comes to executing these combos?
So Rule Colossus is a card that you want to have on your end board to interrupt on the opponent's turn. It has an effect that's similar to Solemn Warning, as where your opponent uses an effect that would summon a card. You can send one Telements card from your hand or field to the graveyard to negate the activation. And what you can do is what most people are doing. You can send itself to the graveyard to then bring it back.
Yep, and there is the Fiendsmith Desiree on top of that to just run further disruption. It will negate 2 face-up cards. And in tandem with that disruption committed from the Rule Colossus in the opponent's turn that you mentioned, does mean that we have a lot of good opportunities here for Moot to shut out Bronus's hand. Yes, it was looking good. Yes, we got rid of the Nibiru, the Primal Being, already, but Moot is not done yet.
And Moot can make his end board as he wants because he knows what Bronus has in his hand, so he can end his board the way so they interact with his hand cards. So now I believe we could go into an IP Masquerena.
The Telements deck has a really impressive field, a really impressive graveyard, and no hand.
So we're equipping the sequence.
Yes, we are, and that will, of course, be 2 face-up cards able to be negated.
And I think we're going to see an IP Masquerena now.
Yep, that would make sense because it does give the removal of the SP Little Knight. But speaking
late.
of SP Little Knight, a little bit earlier than we maybe expect, but there it is. Ready to banish. So basically what I think is the rationale here is you want to immediately use the SP Little Knight to remove any kind of 1-card starter of a monster, and then you can save the Fiendsmith Desiree negation for a little bit later on. But Black Goat last actually was in the graveyard. And with the information that Moot was able to gain from seeing the hand thanks to the Triple Tactics talent, can perhaps just shut out anything Bronus might have gotten off of the top of the deck here.
So, as we know, Bronus had 1 Snake Eye Poplar, 1 Millennium Golem, and 1 Skill Drain, and he has 1 unknown card now. We shut down the Poplar by negating it with the Black God Lord.
Yep.
Let's see if Bronus can actually break this board. There's also a Fairy Tale Snow in the graveyard, which is an additional type of interruption.
Yep, so that will be a flip face down on a face up monster and could very well spell the end of a single card combo started off of a potential monster. But right now, looks to be okay. But Golem the Gods, the Millennium Treasure, is now put in the Spell and Trap God zone. No Sengen Jin Wakes from the Millennium.
So Poplar hits the field with no effect because of the Black God last.
But it is still a single material that Bronus does need to start off his combo. Relinquished Anima, not in a column with anything else, so it cannot take something. Still live in fear of that, by the way, just always playing around it. Much like the potential impermanence column.
We can now summon a Snake Eye Doom Dragon by sending the 2 cards in our Spell and Trap zone to the graveyard.
Is that enough though? And keep in mind, I believe the SP Little Knights effect is still available if we need it.
It is. But once the Snake Eye Doom Dragon hits the board, you have to be aware that we have one of the strongest monsters on the field right now, and together with Skill Drain, that might be really tough to out. So I think that will be... Now we have to chain something to this.
Yep, so Fiendsmith Desiree, of course, will try to negate that effect to protect the Telements Rule Colossus, but that does mean we've now committed the potential 2 negations just to a single one. But that's okay, you've also got the Relinquished Anima. Granted, it wasn't doing much this turn. Tillerman's Rule Colossus disruption still online. Can you walk me through Tillerman's Rule Colossus and what the disruption specifically is?
So against, we know that Bronus is playing Snake Eyes as we saw Snake Eye Poplar, so we could negate cards like Original Sinful Spoils because it's an effect to summon a card.
Yeah.
We could negate the summon effects of Snake Eye Ash and Oak, and also the normal summon effect or the special summon effect of Snake Eye Oak.
Yeah.
There are a lot of effects that we can negate which are really strong. This looks really tough now for Bronus, knowing that he has to clear a part of the board at least this turn, because otherwise Moot's follow-up would be too strong. We have the Fiendsmith cards, we have Snow in the graveyard, it is going to be too much.
Yep, the Snake Eyes Doom Dragon now just being on the field. I guess we could swing into the Desiree, but presumably the SP Little Knight will just resolve its effect.
I think now what Moot is going to do, he's going to chain to the attack his Fairy Tail Snow to flip the Snake Eye Doom Dragon face down.
Yep, there you go. You read it like a book, a fairy tale book.
To protect the SP, because the SP still didn't use its effect and it's an additional interruption. We also flip.
There's a lot of Ash Blossoms. Okay, yeah, like
Snake Eye
all of the hand
down.
disruptions just getting banished after they were sent from the top of the deck to the graveyard.
So Bronus can't also link away the Doom Dragon because it's face down after this effect resolves.
So it does mean pretty much the sequence of plays is over. Granted, the Relinquished Anima is still there. Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoil is going to be used here.
Wanted is a good card to have here. So what Bronus theoretically could do is he could. So I think he's gonna send the Snake Eye Doom Dragon after the Abelt Star.
Yep. And then you have access to some Link 2s at least, if necessary.
Which is something that works, by the way. It's a very odd scenario to send a face-down monster for your Snake Eye Diabell Star.
Yeah.
But it is something that can happen, as we are just seeing now.
There is Diabell Star the Black Witch. There will be a search of the deck for a Sinful Spoil spell trap.
I think here we have to chain our SP Little Knight as Moot does correctly.
Yeah.
By banishing the Anima. And now we know that Bronus has a skill drain left in hand, and our Kill Element through colors can negate whatever Bronus is setting face down.
Yep, because the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye will summon a monster, or rather attempt to summon a monster. This Tearlaman's Rule Colors can run interference. Is there anything Bronus can do to make a comeback here? Because this is looking scary now.
So the Rule Colors will come back.
Yep.
By its own effect. Wanted is gonna give us another draw.
A single card. What could it be?
I can't maybe imagine a triple tactic talents being a good draw, but it seems like it's nothing that we can use now. So 2 cards face down.
Imagine, well, one of them for sure is the skill drain, and then mystery card on the other hand. 0 attack on that Relinquished Anima.
And it is theoretically game on board at the moment. We also have Desiree to negate.
Yep, we do, depending on what the other face down is. Fiendsmith Engraver in the graveyard, going to special summon itself. But there is Crossout Designator. You can declare Fiendsmith Engraver, but I don't think it will save you, Bronus.
So yeah, now Moot knows that there's only a skill drain left, and the skill drain is not going to save Bronus in this scenario.
Even if none of your monsters can activate their effect, at the moment they have enough attack points, more than enough attack points, just to cleanly close this one out. Moot, despite dropping that initial game, has managed to make his comeback. Well, presumably will manage to make his comeback. Giving it a moment, Bronus is considering.
Well, it's not gonna matter anyway, so Moot is going to attack directly with the Little Knight, followed by the Desiree and the Rukalos.
Bronus flips the skill drain. And it gets interacted with regardless. The Desiree will negate it. And Moot manages to make a comeback, manages to say this group is still up for grabs, this group is still in question. Bronus, that undefeated record lasted for 1 game. Moot managed to take it.
Yeah, we saw how strong the Tielemans strategy can be, especially in combination with the Fiendstuff engine.
Yeah, for sure, and Tielemans in particular into this format. You know, we spoke about how much the Graveyard was favored and how there's that lack of commitment to shutting it off with the likes of your Dimension Shifter or the decks that favor it. And therefore, just Tielemans, when allowed to play with the Graveyard, when allowed to send as many cards as they essentially want from the top of the deck to the Graveyard, are just able to claim that one pretty convincingly.
Yeah, even though Snake Eye is really popular in this format, I also believe that Tielemans is really strong, as we just seen. The deck has so many pushes through like multiple layers of interruptions, so you can always extend after your, like, let's say you summon Reinhardt gets interrupted.
Yep.
You can then extend with a Sharon, with an Engraver, with a Tract. You can even like have Tielemans Grief. There are so many like pushes that the deck has, so I believe it's a really good pick. And I think it's also like not that it wasn't that expecting.
I think so, yeah. Just really comfort pick for Moot here. But why don't we hear what he has to say about the Tielemans deck? Over to you, Ed.
Thank you, Ibriz. Yes, I am here with Moot, who's just claimed his first win here at the tournament, which is always very exciting. How are you feeling now you've got a win under the belt?
I had a big stress, and after winning, it decreased a little bit. Yeah, so I made some mistakes under the pressure, but my hand was good enough to make up for this.
It absolutely did, and you clawed that win back. Let's talk about your deck, because actually, I'm not going to say what your second deck is, but you've brought some interesting choices compared to, you know, just Fiendsmith, Snake Eyes and things which everyone seems to be playing. What was the reason behind choosing Tielemans, for instance?
Because it's really nice gameplay with this deck. I enjoy really playing with it. I know Snake Eye is a better choice if I want to win, but I'm not inspired with it, even if I can play with it. And Tielemans is a dopamine rush every time.
Well, I'm glad that dopamine has carried you to a win. Perhaps we'll get a chance to see your other deck in the final. I'm interested to see how that does, but shh, until then, it's a secret. I won't spoil anything. Congratulations, though, Moot. Your next opponent will be Mist. Do you think you can beat Mist and make your way into the final?
I guess in this format, yeah, we always have a chance to win in the best of one. And I will do my best.
That's all we can ask for, Moot. I hope you do well. Congratulations again on getting the win. Guys, your next match that you're going to be seeing is going to be Bronus versus... No, that's what we just had. Sorry, Quantal versus Kaito. And so why don't we have a quick look at a Quantal interview?
I am Quantal. I am a former world champion and current second place WCS Master Duel duelist. It is by far winning in Tokyo in the 2023 WCS final. I am probably going to be playing Tielemans because it is my mainstay deck and the deck I've done the best with over all events.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with another round of the Challenger Cup Finals, and you have 2 out of 3 of Team Snipe Hunters here in the casting booth today, and we're going to be watching our third member, Quantal Think, going up against Kaito here in the third match for both of these duelists in group number A.
Yeah, and they're already both secured in the top 4. They are both at a 2-0 standing.
Yeah.
So what do you think, which decks are they going to pick? Do you think they will reveal their second deck, or do you think they will just stick with their first deck?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about too right now, because they're both, as you can see on your screen right now, both of them 2-0, while Boss and Latrommi, unfortunately, with a bad start, 0-2, out of the tournament already at this stage. We'll see both of them for a third time still, but I would like to think that these two, with a little bit of the pressure off, would like to bring their maybe secondary, maybe their pet deck, whatever it is. However, of course, you do give away what that is for the semifinals that you're going to have to play eventually. So I would guess personally that they're just going to play the deck that they've showed already.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think I would do the same. It's probably the smartest choice.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is still a pretty prestigious invitational, so I do think they both want to try their best and win. So I do think, in order to not reveal any further information, the most expected thing is just for them to see the same deck as before. But, of course, we're going to find that out right away as the games have begun, and we're going to see who's going to win group number A, because that's going to be the winner of this match is going to be 3-0 and the winner of the group.
So Kaito is going first.
Oh. Oh.
You can see from his reaction that he was laughing at Quantal. So I think he bricked.
Maybe it's just maybe we've made a little switch to Labyrinth over here. You never know. Anyways, we're gonna see Quantal here. Basically, just normal summoning Snake Eye Ash. Nothing unusual in the day of a Quantal over here.
Pretty good opener, if you ask me.
Yeah, that is definitely an above average normal summon these days. And we're thinking on a response here from Kaito's end, of course. If we do assume that we've just been playing the Snake Eye deck again, then of course cards like Infinite Impermanence are decently likely here. If you don't have any place to open up with, those cards are likely there. And that's going to stop the Snake Eye Ash and at least demand another card out of Quantal to keep going here. Which is no problem for...
We have Sangenjin Wakes
our
from Millennium. Probably the best extender that you can have during this time.
In this Millennium Snake Eye deck? Yeah, that is one of the scariest cards to go up against. And okay, well, it's not Labyrinth. Unless it's a very special Labyrinth build.
So, Crossout Designator on the Sangenjin.
Do you prefer holding the Crossout Designator, like allowing them to put the Sangenjin in the spell trap zone, or holding it in hand?
I think I would let them hold it in their hand, because if it's in the spell trap zone, they can go into the Snake Eye Doom Dragon.
Yeah, it is still fodder for their Snake Eye cards, and that is the third set in the bunch. It is a Called by the Grave, and that's going to stop Engraver. However, if you're playing the same deck against each other, what this also means is that this eliminates a lot of possible lines from Kaito's next turn as well, because can't draw an Engraver anymore, can't use Engraver at all to go into your combos, and you thought that would stop Quantal. You didn't think that would stop him, right?
That's the most average Quantal land that I've seen.
What, Snake Eye Ash wanted Engraver and Sangenjin?
Yeah.
So what about the Automaxi? Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I would have not expected anything less from 2023 World Champion Quantal Think, and also Kaito seems like he's had enough there from that side. I mean, that is just a phenomenal hand here, executed in the right order, of course, from Quantal here. And unless there is another answer here in the hand of Kaito, I do think that's going to be a very commanding position for Quantal to take this game down. We're still gonna have to go through the motions here and see exactly. Once again, going through the Snake Eye part, the Fiendsmith part here is not that easy. We're going for it here, but we have to remember we can't bring back that Engraver later on.
I mean, we can bring it back with Fiendsmith Lacrima.
Yes. Yes.
So I think that's the plan here, because I think it's going to deal more damage than just a few Snake Eye cards on the board.
I do think it's worth it still here as well, yeah, but you do have to worry about getting, like, we're going to equip the sequence, the Requiem here. That's going to be our send for the original Sinful Spoils, and then that's going to be enough bodies to make the sequence with, which of course all that still works. Thinking on what to summon out here. Deciding between Oak and Poplar. Yeah. It is tempting to go for Poplar, because you really want to have access to that Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes, but if you go for that, you wouldn't have a way to summon out your Flamberge anymore. So we do choose to go for Snake Eye Oak.
If Kaito has Nibiru, the Primal Being, I think that would have been the
That would have been a very good spot, yeah. That was the ideal moment there. We have to also keep in mind, though, that Quantal, because we've drawn the Wanted, will have another draw here at the end of the day. So even if the last card in Kaito's hand is a way to disrupt this turn, it's going to mean we're down to 0 cards, while Quantal will still have 2.
Yeah.
Quantal still with a setup graveyard, you know, Fiendsmith for next turn and stuff like that.
The Sangenjin in hand for his next turn.
Exactly, yeah. Unless that was sent for the Diabell Star. Which, no, it was a Moltrami. Oh, we had a Moltrami for Wallace too. Okay, okay. It's a really dangerous spot, to be honest, because looking back at Kaito's hand as well, there was a Called by the Grave and a Crossout Designator. So it's like, if there was one way to get going, it was going to go through. But there wasn't.
Even though Quantal's hand was very strong, that was very well played, if you ask me. Very good sequence.
You still, even with good hands, you still have to play it out right. And it might seem like we have just barely missed 8,000 damage here, but of course, Fiendsmith Lacrima's effect here in main phase 2 is going to seal the deal, because as soon as it hits the graveyard, we're going to see 1,200 damage inflicted. And this will eventually put Quantal as the winner of Group A, 3-0 record. We're both very proud of him.
Yeah. Didn't expect anything else, to be honest.
But of course, the minimum requirement.
And Fiendsmith Lacrima is going to show us why it's the number 5 finisher rank card in the game right now.
Oh, yeah.
Dealing 1,200 damage to win the game.
Well, on the bright side for Kaito, essentially for his situation in the tournament, this did not matter that much. He's still going to be advancing to the semifinals. And he's going to be your second seed of the group. So he's going to be going up against whoever wins Group B, which is what we're going to find out in a second. However, first off, of course, talking about how Quantal will be the winner of Group A and, of course, be playing against the second place of Group B. First of all, we're going to throw you guys over to Ed, asking Quantal for a third time after going undefeated here what he thought of that match.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I am here with Quantal, and we've kind of done this conversation too many times, so we're going to rapid fire it. Do you feel good about how that went?
Yep.
Do you think you can win?
Yep.
You confident?
Yep.
Are you done with this interview?
Yep.
Cool. Okay, well, that's enough of that. Thank you very much. Congratulations. You are the top of your group, which means you're definitely going through to the final. So that means we have another match coming up for you guys now, and that's going to be Latrommi versus Boss. So let's have a quick look at Latrommi.
I'm Latrommi from Ireland. I'm playing in the Challenger Cup final this weekend. I'm very excited. I've been playing Challenger Cup for over a year now. I've gotten a few tops and I won a final. That's how I got here in the Snake Eye Fire King format with my favorite deck, Dragon Link. So very good experience. The two decks that I'll be bringing will be Snake Eyes, because it's Snake Eyes, and the second deck will be Branded, because it's one of my favorite decks, and I really enjoy the interesting lines the deck can do.
Welcome back. We have finally determined our first top cut players, and now we're going to see the lower end of the Group A here. Two players that haven't been that fortunate in their game so far.
Yeah, both Boss and Latrommi struggling a bit in this so far, but still should be a very good game between the two of them.
Yeah, definitely. Do you reckon that we might see a Snake Eye Ash in this game, or will players bring their other decks?
So Boss for sure has the Tenpai Dragon prepared as well. Latrommi, I'm not too sure what the second deck was, but seemed very comfortable with that Snake Eye strategy, despite qualifying for this event quite a while ago now. Summer champion of Challenger Cup.
The things I think even in the Summer Challenger Cup, I think Snake Eye was a viable
there,
strategy. Yeah, Snake Eye has been around for quite some time. It is immensely powerful, and the deck just doesn't even need a big main deck engine. Just the very few cards, just basically 5 main deck monsters, they do so much.
Yeah, but Boss being a known quantity with the Tenpai Dragon in the back pocket does mean we have the additional kind of layer to the situation where Latrommi, even if he is on his comfort deck now of the Fiendsmith Snake Eye, thinks, okay, do I really want to send the Tenpai Dragon deck second?
Yeah, that is definitely sending the Tenpai deck first is
maybe do, yeah. Or summoning Kiki Nagashi Fucho, which apparently a lot of people did approach Barcode about because they've added it to their decks based on yesterday's success for him.
Yeah, I really like the idea. However, if you're playing versus a hand trap version of the Tenpai deck, it's not as strong to just start with the Fucho, because everything else on your field will be outed in the process, and then you're sitting versus a sealed, perhaps more resources, and possibly 3 hand traps in the back. That can also be very, very tough for you.
True enough, but will it be tough for Latrommi to overcome Boss here if Boss is indeed playing the Tenpai Dragon strategy? We'll find out right away.
We will find out very, very soon. Going over to the players. There you can see them, Latrommi versus Boss, both smiling into the camera here. But let's see who's going to kick off the game. The third round of Group A here. Who is going to be third and who's going to be fourth in the group?
Yes, indeed. Boss actually going first here does suggest this is not 10-Pi Dragon. This will be, presumably, the Fiend Smith Snake Eye.
Yep, and there we're seeing an option to activate a card for Latrommi immediately when the turn starts. So maybe you can see a Fuvalos or a Maxi or a possible Purulia there. First of all, Engraver discard, always a phenomenal start. Quite vulnerable to the Droll and the Lockbird.
Perhaps indeed. Fabled Lurie just going to be discarded off the tract and will special summon itself back. Is there a response from Latrommi?
So I don't think that it's going to be a Maxi here, because
you would have used it already and gotten 2 free cards.
Exactly, on the Lurie summon here, but also Fuvalos can be activated next to, in response to the Requiem effect, so I wonder what the toggle in the beginning was for Latrommi there.
Fiendsmith Engraver now just going to be summoned, and the other one will resolve in the graveyard as well to come back, and therefore we now have access to Link 2s as well as Rank 6 Xyzes. Can you think of any Rank 6 Xyz monsters?
What about Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal?
Wow, that could be indeed the play here. Let's see.
But I think that we are first going to go for Fiendsmith sequence just to have this extra Link 2 on the field. Yep. And you can combine the Latrommi that is inevitably going to be summoned to the field, plus the Engraver that it's going to special summon out to go into Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal. That might summon or send Snake Eye Ash to the graveyard. And the sequenced step in between is very important, because you need the Link 2 rating for a summon of Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames.
Yep, Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, of course, adding extra consistency, allowing you access to the Snake Eye cards that end up in the graveyard, and just further reinforcing the strategy. But here is that Rank 6 Xyz play. It will be Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal.
I'm gonna be honest, it feels like I've seen this before somewhere. This might have happened once or twice in this tournament.
Have you seen it resolve without a single disruption being committed, though?
I think so.
Yeah,
yes.
Maybe actually.
Versus Emre yesterday in the Invitational when he was playing the bot or field breaker variant of the 10-Pi deck with the Sky Striker cards in there.
So Diabell Star the Black Witch actually sending the Snake Eyes Diabell Star there for the cost. Now, original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye is available here. So far, no disruption, as we said.
It's also very interesting that Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, sends the anti-spell fragrance to the graveyard. This is just very much a strategy that you're doing if you consider your opponent to be on that 10-Pi striker deck, because anti-spell fragrance, of course, is absolutely crazy against it. So I'm curious to see what boss has
Talk
cooked
me through
up.
what gets you that back from the graveyard. Is it the Azamina, or is it... how do you get the anti-spell fragrance back?
It just maybe be another light fiend monster, the Nightmare
Griffin,
that has been used for anti-spell fragrance shenanigans in the past, together with Beatrice as well. Sometimes it was, I think, rather curious, the Lightsworn Dominion that sent.
I've seen a lot of spell trap recurrence thanks to White Forest, but have yet to see that in this tournament so far. Instead, very, very standard Fiendsmith Snake Eye lines just continuing to be followed here. Yep. Snake Eye's Diabell Star that was sent for cost of the Diabell Star the Black Witch earlier has now come back and will now move from the Spell and Trap card zone into the main monster zone.
Yep, and now we're
and then back to the graveyard.
Yep, it was just a very, very short stay on the field here. IP Masquerena is being summoned out as well. We have so many cards on the field that it won't be a problem to get out a Flamberge Dragon quite soon. Link of IP Masquerena in the process and put it into the Spell and Trap zone together with the Flamberge, and then we already have all of the materials to go for the Appaloosa Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon field with a temple that we've seen so many times. However, I don't think we're going to see that just now, because we've talked about it earlier. There is the potential to go for Nightmare Griffin, and this kind of looks like it. Yes,
yes, indeed. Nightmare Griffin. Not one you see too often, actually. Tell me a bit more about this.
Well, in the TCG, the card is actually played in many Malice strategies, because this card is a light fiend monster that can be used to just link off and actually just go into Fiendsmith Requiem. Also, it helps you get some resources back from the graveyard. In previous metas, this card has also been used as a little bit of a stalling strategy, or my favorite use of the card was summoning it off basically activating Scapegoats with other cards in there to just apply some pressure to your opponent. and get extra resources. So the card is pretty strong. You will sometimes get a draw as well. It was also used in Goki back in the day, so this card has been around and it has been played.
Interesting that this is valued higher than the presumable Appaloosa Bow the Goddess.
Yeah, I think that we might end up seeing Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess later on still. However, I don't quite know how we get there here. Nightmare Griffin in the middle main monster zone actually leads me to think that there won't be an Appaloosa right here.
Currently we are locked to fire, by the way, because of Promethean Princess as well.
Exactly.
Oh, well, no longer locked to fire.
Yep, that is going to be a Sunlight. Oh, it's not a Sunlight move. Yeah, we're going to the Raging Phoenix. Oh, and that might mean that we link this off into the Zealantis, which is a very, very strong
Very, very standard combo from back when these cards were released. Of course, the Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, leading into that Salamangreat Raging Phoenix, leading into World Sea Dragon Zealantis. It gives you the opportunity to just get rid of the entire field, and then eventually swing for a massive amount of damage with the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix.
Yep, you can also use it to rearrange the link pointers that you're having so that nothing points to anything from your opponent, and your opponent will have to use many resources to actually at all get to use effects, because cards, especially some monsters, can only activate their effects now if they are linked. That means if a link pointer points towards them, which is currently very hard to get to. Now we see the Bestial Lubellion. Ooh. What is Latrommi cooking up here?
I'm not sure, but he'll have to do it without spell cards is the main issue.
Yep, however, the Bestial Lubellion is actually a great way... Oh, wow, Drawlet Lockberg as the answer as well. It's a great way to get a spell card onto the field while Anti-Spell Fragrance is activated, because you can just activate the Branded Regained from the deck, basically. However, Drone Lockbird Resolving is most of the time pretty strong, especially after an effect like Bestial Lubellion that doesn't advance your game state in a massive way. Also, we don't have a light monster in our own graveyard, but our opponent has, Linkuriboh as a dark monster, the Fiendsmith, Lacrima, Beatrice. There are plenty of targets for the Saronir, so at least we have an extender. Let's see how this continues here.
Yep, important to note that Boss, of course, did not go for the Appaloosa Bow, the Goddess play, instead choosing to extend further with the Nightmare Griffin into the Zealantis and the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix. Now, Latrommi, are these all spell cards that you're having to just set face down because of the Anti-Spell Fragrance?
Yeah, they might as well be, and I will be honest with you, this Anti-Spell Fragrance is working over ours. It's looking very, very strong. Now the Flamberge is activated, summons back the IP Masquerena into the zone between Nightmare Griffin and Zealantis. So in the battle phase, you can actually activate Zealantis effect and destroy cards from your opponent up to the number of co-link monsters on the field, which is currently 0, but I'm sure you could summon another monster like this. You can also just attack if you're thinking in spell cards. Actually, that is going to end the game as well.
You can definitely push for 8,000 plus 800 from the IP Masquerena. An extra card in hand for Boss, though. Wonder what it is. Wonder what he does with it. Do you just go for the game here?
I mean, if you're just attacking, there is going to be the Bestial Saronir. So I think it would be rather foolish to just think this is going to be game. SP Little Knight is being summoned into the Zealantis zone. Of course, you're going to get your Flamberge Dragon back as well, because it activates, summons back 2 monsters. Snake Eye Oak is a linked monster now. Snake Eye Ash isn't linked, so you can't activate that effect. You don't have targets for this anyway, but now Zealantis can push for some destruction here. Attacks 2,500. Latrommi is going to have to be very careful on where to activate the Saronir, but I don't think that it matters because Zealantis is just going to destroy it anyways. Does he maybe have a trap card here?
Boss looking to close this one out, has 2,000 and an extra 1,900 on the field still. Zealantis, the World Sea Dragon Zealantis effect is being activated, and because of the link arrows of the SP Little Knight, we are now co-linked, so the the effect came online.
But now that we have activated Zelantis, Bestial Saronir can actually be activated as a defensive tool here. SP Little Knight can chain to this, but it doesn't really do anything. We're banishing the Engraver, of course, taking away a resource. Boss actually is giving Latrommi another turn with the preemptive activation of Zelantis to just destroy cards for the
But there is Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames in the graveyard to destroy this. Ultimately, doesn't matter that Bestial Saronir was here to save the day, because Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames is here to ruin it for Latrommi. Boss will cleanly close this one out very, very shortly.
Well, Boss got me there. I was thinking this was a misplay for a second, but of course, Promethean Princess is still in the graveyard, taking out the Saronir. We're going to resolve some effects on the side of Latrommi, but the branded deck, especially against Anti-Spell Fragrance and Drawland Lockbird, is absolutely chanceless against the power of the Snake Eyes Fiendsmith strategy and Nightmare Griffin on top of that.
Relieved to see that despite that, Branded in High Spirits was added to the hand. Hopefully Latrommi still in High Spirits after a pretty good tournament from him and a great showing from Boss in this game.
Yeah, both of these players are champions on their own. They have qualified for this tournament, which is a big accomplishment on their own. Both of them are out of the tournament now. Group A has officially concluded.
Quantal and Kaito, of course, escaping that one very, very convincingly. But still, these two players did phenomenally well to get to this stage and did put up some very strong showings in their individual duels.
Yep, and especially Boss, as he now took on his opponent and won the game, and that is why we're also going to go over to Ed for the interview.
Thank you very much, Leo. Yes, I am here with Boss, who's won one of his games. The other two didn't go so great, but you did manage to claw a win back. Does that feel good?
Yeah, it was kind of a win of confidence, kind of just as a bit of a boost, I guess. I know I'm out from the top cut, but you know, I made the most of it, I think.
The other people you lost to, admittedly, were Kaito and Quantal, both of whom, if I've done my maths right, are going through to the final. So I suppose, in a sense, there must be some sort of relief that at least they're, you know, good duelists.
Yeah. Everybody here, I think, is a very good duelist. They've made it here so far, so they've proven themselves. So I'm happy. I'm happy that I was able to compete with a lot of good players. Unfortunate I wasn't able to make the top cut, but I think I'm very happy with the event overall.
That's good. And also, have you enjoyed your time doing Challenger Cups as well as coming to this final?
Yeah, for sure. I enjoy Challenger Cups a lot. I think a lot of people do, and we look forward to more seasons of them. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on getting your win. Commiserations that you aren't going through to the top cup, but well done on getting here, and you did an admirable effort there. So well done, Boss. Guys, thank you very much for sticking around. So the next thing we have coming up for you is Mist versus Moot. But first, we're going to have a little break, and we'll be right back.
Already welcome back in, everyone. You've just seen a video of the cool monster card that is displayed in the trophy that Barcode won yesterday in the Invitational, our 3rd anniversary Master Duel champion. How are we feeling about this?
Well, pretty fine. I must say that I feel really good, but this is not the most important, because the most important part is that we are going back to the Group B right now, and all this group is exciting.
Yeah, let's look at it actually, because everyone can still qualify. So Dominic is pretty much sure to be in there. I think there is nothing that can happen to him anymore. But Moot and Bronus have both won a game so far. Mist has lost 2. If Mist wins and has a decent amount of damage that he has done before, he could actually still qualify for the top cut. So everyone is in.
That will be a really tense game, because they all have something to win, and I hope that it will not get into the nerves, because you know how it is. You know, sometimes you have something to win, you have something to lose, and you don't get to make the best plays. So I hope for the players that it will be fine for them.
Yep, and especially when you have a bunch of people watching you. But I think that we should go right into the games. We want to see who enters the top cut from Group 2. It's Mist versus Moot here, and let's check these games out. Are we going to see the Ritual Beast strategy from Mist? He has been very, very famous for that. We haven't seen it this tournament. Is he even bringing it to the tournament?
This is a very good question, and we might see that in a few minutes. But for now, this is Moot starting the plays, and he's starting with the Fenrir, then going through the Millennium cards, and we see the Maxi right there. So he's going to have to think a lot about his plays.
What a card. Sangijin is going to be activated. Is it resolving here? I don't think that Moot has an answer. I wanted to say the German word Antwort. The answer for the Maxi, and that is big for Mist, because a resolving Maxi, that's most of the time the end of a turn. The good thing for Moot is that he has the Fenrir on the field already, so that's kind of a soft interruption here. If you want to stop playing here, you kind of can, maybe if you can back it up with some hand traps as well.
Totally. I talked about that with Moot, and he told me that he had a really good answer to just play through Maxi. So let's see if he has what it takes to just put a field.
Something to play through Maxi. So far, he has given the Maxi 2 cards already. Summons back Lurie. There is a chance that we're just going to see an IP Masquerade. Duel and Lockbird, of course, solves that problem. However, there is 6 cards in Mist's hand. So there is something going for Mist. He already has a head start of 1 card. Now Requiem is being activated. Moot is also still now under Duel and Lockbird. So even though Mist doesn't get any draws, Ash Blossom on the Requiem is huge. But something like a Salik in the graveyard, it can't trigger anymore.
Yeah, but he will probably be able to continue and keep playing. Let's see if he has something like, for example, Tearlament Kashtira or something like that.
Yeah, he searched the Tearlament's Kashtira earlier, but what are the best draws that you can get off of that? Let's see, we're linking off the Fenrir, so there has to be something very impactful for him. Yeah, goes into Moon, but we have just activated the Requiem. We activate Track now to fusion the Moon and a card from hand here. That is very, very neat. Takes the Tearlament's Kashtira. Oh no, it's a Fiendsmith Engraver from hand, of course.
And going to summon Lacrima, then he's going to summon back the Engraver, and of course he's probably gonna go to Beatrice, which is a really great card in the Tearlament strategy, because you can not only use it on your turn, but also on the opponent's turn, contrary to, for example, Snake Eye strategy.
Yep, and what's also cool is that you can send something like a Tearlament's Rhino Heart that is very, very strong. If you have another Tearlament's card in hand, of course, Kit Colors, not as strong as it should be under Duel and Lockbird. So what you can basically do is with the card, you can send resources to the graveyard or cards that should trigger immediately. So you can always have a free roll Colors, but it is still not that easy. The Duel and Lockbird stopping Mist from drawing more cards. But Mist has interrupted the combo so much, he's basically got his opponent under Duel and Lockbird, and he has ashed something, and he's still on 5 cards, it's like he didn't do anything.
Totally, it is a really good situation for me. I think that Mist is pretty fine, because there's only 1 card left in Moot's hand, so let's see what he can do.
Earlier we've seen Moot combo off a lot and then ending on no cards in hand. We're very close there. Yeah, Beatrice. Is it a tier elements card in the graveyard? Can we go for a Rhino Heart play? Rhino Heart is being set, and I think that is the answer already. Or we are setting up a fusion on the next turn. Nope. What are we going to discard? Oh, of course, we have the tier elements Kashtira, and that's a very, very neat combination because you just have to have a tier elements card. You can chain tier elements Kashtira, special summon it out, and then you get the Rhino Heart for free.
Absolutely, because it checks on resolution. So he's going to have the bodies of the Kashtira cards, and now he's going to send with the tier element Rhino Heart. Slowly but surely, he's building his field.
Yep. Tier Element is also one of my favorite decks there. Oh, what a mill. Ash Blossom, and triple tactic
Amazing,
talents.
right?
Yeah, those cards usually go hand in hand as well. Now Harvest is being activated. I wonder if the Rhino Heart is being used. Nope, that makes sense because it would be banished, and you can maybe use that for a possible Time Thief redoer later on the field to preserve it a little bit. Kid Colors is now being activated. What do we have in graveyard? We can check this now. If you're going to send a possible Shiren to the graveyard, can you fusion summon a Mud Dragon off the swamp with it?
That might be the case. I think that he's going to do that. He's summoning back the Sharon using the Kid Kalos effect, and now Kid Kalos will be able to put 5 more cards in the graveyard.
We hit the Fairy Tale Snow with the Kid Kalos effect. That is the prime card that you want to have in your graveyard. This card has caused fear and terror in the TCG in previous formats, and now it is still in Master Duel in the Tier Elements deck being sent to the graveyard. Such a strong card here. Players love to play this card out. Requiem is now being activated as well, supporting the Fiendsmith Engraver with 500 additional attack points. We can go for a Time Thief redoer with the Shiren and the Rhino Heart.
What is very
nice
cool is that now he's able to target his own Sharon so that he's able to fuse. That is a really cool interaction.
Yeah. Now we're going to see a World Colors, possibly because we have the Kid Colors in the graveyard. Exactly. We also still, I don't know if we have the extra deck space for it, to be honest, but we have 2 Fiend level 6 monsters, so a Caesar would be possible here. I don't know, have we seen a Caesar before from Moot?
I don't think so, but we might see it right now. Let's see what he does.
I mean, we're linking those two. Oh, we have Sequence, of course, still in our extra deck. We haven't even used that one because we have Fusion summoned with Track before. And we know that Moot is playing the Desiree, so that is pretty strong. If you're wondering what you can do with the Rhino Heart here, you can also later on link it off with the Fiendsmith Sequence and go into an SP Little Knight, which would not be the greatest of all interactions, just to have the second effect of SP, but you get use out of the Sequence body, and it won him the last game where he played it. It was really came down to every single interaction. Desiree is now on the field. Can't negate anything yet, but
it will soon. It will soon. And slowly, you see that Moot is building his field. So he has now 2 interruptions with the Desiree and the Volcalos. And he might go to the play that you just said. But for now, he's just bringing the snow on the field.
That is also pretty nice. I wonder if we're going to see something like a Time Thief redoer, because if you don't have any Telement cards in hand, Reinhardt isn't as strong. Oh, we just go Appaloosa. That makes total sense as well.
This is gonna be it. He's going to summon the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, and this is a really good interruptions, of course, because he will now be able to interrupt 3 times the monster effects of Mist.
Yeah. Also has Desiree for 2 negations at the same time, the Roll Colossus, and Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, doesn't have the greatest targets in the graveyard necessarily to go for a fusion summon. However, we've seen that he's running the Black Cloud Jalafs, which is a good target for Beatrice. If your opponent, for example, summons a monster to the field that needs to activate the effect manually during the main phase, not on summon. Now we have the Ritual Beast Tame her Elder on the side of Mist.
You talked about that earlier, and you were wondering if Mist, who is very well known for his deck, his Ritual Beast deck, would bring this deck, and here it is. He's starting to try to break the field, but Moot has a very strong field, let's be honest.
Yep, this is not necessarily the strength of the Ritual Beast deck to break fields here, and let's see how well Moot knows his Ritual Beast cards, because it's also very important that you interact with the deck at the right time, that you don't give any breathing room to the Ritual Beast player. And now we have an Elder on the field, we have Rampengu on the field. What's next for Mist? How is it possible that there's an ulti Canuck? No, we have the Ritual Beast ulti Apelio. This one has a nice effect during an attack, so it's unaffected by card effects until the end of damage step.
And this is pretty cool because one thing which is really interesting is that it can get back to the Astralet by cost, which is really important. You have to know that when you are facing some Ritual Beast, otherwise you might get surprised. But for now, he's going into the battle phase and trying to attack the Appaloosa. Of course, the Appaloosa is really hard for him to deal with. He doesn't want it to stay on the field, and he is going to get rid of it.
Appaloosa already got one negate out. Ulti Apelio takes care of the next one. Battle phase is already gone now, so Moot knows he has another turn at least. Lara is now going to be activated, and they of course also have the effect of the ulti Apelio to tag out later on and summon 2 of the banished monsters back into defense position. Now Rampengu is being summoned from hand.
And we see the Beatrice getting activated. What is he gonna send?
Is it the goat? Is it the black goat Loves? Because
the
first Rampengu was negated, but you can always activate this card again. It is not hard once per turn. The Black Goat Loves is being used here, banished from the graveyard.
And we see Moot choosing the name of the monster.
Now he's trying to get it out. Spiritual Beast, Rampengu immediately selected here. So that brings us down to Rule Colors negate, Desiree negate, and of course a Snow in the graveyard. However, Snow has 5 other cards in the graveyard to banish, possibly a Sequence, but that would have to be later. Nacho Jago is being summoned. So the Snow is like a last resort now. It would be very costly.
Will he be able to break the field? That is the question. And now he's going to use another interactions trying to prevent the summon back with the Roll Colossus.
Yep, and Desiree is just still chilling there. We have 2 cards in hand for Mist as well, and Moot is already at the last piece of interaction here. Almost the last piece. There is still a Snow, but Snow is so tough to use in this position. You basically have to banish your Rule Colors, and we immediately tag out to the ulti Apelio here.
And this is really strong because now he can just bring it back.
Alright, Nacho Drago is still sitting there. This one can only special summon 1 of the monsters, therefore it's so much easier to summon by banishing 2 from the graveyard. Lara and Rampengu on the field here, so Rampengu is just chilling. This is the first special summon of the Spiritual Beast Rampengu this turn, because the way that Spiritual Beast locks is pretty funny. Most of the extra deck monsters in modern decks, basically, they just say you can only special summon this card once per turn, but in this deck you can do whatever you want with your extra deck, but your main deck monsters, they can only be special summoned once per turn.
And now he's getting rid of the Rule Colossus. Of course, the Rule Colossus already did her effect, but he doesn't want it to stay on the field for the next turn. He's taking care that Moot doesn't have a lot of cards on the field because he doesn't have anything in hand. So it will be really hard for him if Mist manages to get some interaction on the field, then Moot will not be able to get back into the game.
Yep, and now we have SP Little Knight that is probably going to target the Sequence because the Desiree can't be targeted. If Desiree wants to negate the SP Little Knight can just chain itself and banish it, plus another card, which would then again mean that Beatrice as well would probably leave the field here with SP Little Knight together, which could mean, what are we going for? Is it the Typhon?
Typhon.
Yeah, Typhon to out the entire field. There are no resources left in Moot's graveyard except for the Fairy Tale Snow, which would be very strong, I guess. You would have to banish so many cards, though. You have to banish your own Requiem. You have to banish Requiem, right? Yep, and the Beatrice from the field as well. So you keep your Desiree on the field. However, it doesn't really do too much because it can't be attached with anything anymore, right?
Well, basically you can still go... I mean, no, you can't go through anything. But it is still a body with 2,800 attacks, so
yeah.
it might be something.
Yeah, but you know what? As a buddy with 2,900 attack and defense, it's Typhon.
Totally.
We have the Notch Dragon in the graveyard. SP Little Knight is still an interruption on the side of Mist with 2 cards in hand. Snow is returning. Desiree is sitting in defense position. And Typhon is just looking supreme here as the strongest monster on the field. Can Moot link this off and then activate Desiree? I don't even think you can activate Desiree because you have to shuffle back a card from the graveyard.
What can he do? He only has 1 card in hand, and to be frank, I think that Mist did play that really well. He managed to take everything out, and now Moot is on the play. Will he be able to destroy the monsters on Mist's side? That is the question, but for now he's just entering battle phase, getting rid of the SP, and there is only Typhoon on the side of Mist. 2 cards in hand. What can Moot do? Will he be able to bring the Telements once again on the field?
Oh, normal summon Lurie is at least a Light Fiend, so we can play around with that. I was gonna say, Telements has plenty of good top decks, like a Rhino Heart, like the Sea Mare. Now we're linking off Snow with Desiree, so that means we're not going to recycle. Oh, we're going to go for SP Little Knight. Moot, chat, are we cooked? Do we not have any resources anymore here on the side of Moot? We're sitting at 1,800 attack points here.
And it doesn't feel great because the only interaction right now on Moot's side is this SP, and I'm pretty sure that Mist has what it takes to get rid of it.
Look at the graveyard. There is a Spirit Tamer Lara in the graveyard. Yes, we can just summon out an Ulti Notch Drago and activate the effect to special summon if Moot wants to activate SP Little Knight here. He's very much allowed to do so. There's 3 cards left in hand for Mist, and he's going to summon out the Spiritual Beast Canahawk. What a beast. Normal summoning the Wendy as well. Just going into the battle phase. We don't even need to give the option of activating an effect. Okay, oh here, and ooh. Another monster is going to be special summoned. Ulti Tori is going to be summoned out here. And Mist just piloted through this Telements deck like it was nothing in the battle phase, going for the final blow.
And this is it. Mist just won the game against Moot and showed us that he's probably the best Ritual Beast player.
Yeah, that was a huge field, and of course the Maxi has done a good job. It was stopped by Droll and Lockbird, but that also means that the Telement player is Droll and Lockbirded himself. And also there was another card that was less useful before, so the Maxi got missed 2 draws, which is already decent. It stopped him from extending for a little bit of time, so it was just really, really strong. The field that was put up was equally as good, but Mist just broke a big field just with Ritual Beast Engine? Well, what is happening?
Yeah, to be honest, that was really impressive from Mist's side. I mean, props to Moot because he had to face the Maxi. He literally managed to put some interruptions, some really cool interactions, but Mist was way too strong. Only with Engine, he managed to get rid of everything. Little by little, he started to dismantle Moot's field, and he let almost nothing on the field. And that was really impressive. We've got to say that.
And I think that also means that Dominic is now safe in the group, because I was just saying wrong things earlier, I think. I said that Dominic was already safe, but if Moot would have won here, he would have been 2-1, and then Bronus could have beaten Dominic later on, then everyone would have been 2-1 basically out of those. But now Dominic is 2-0. There is no other player except for Bronus who can get 2 wins in that group, so that is great. But now let's hear it from Mist, who still has a chance in this tournament.
Thank you very much, Leo. I am here with Mist, who's finally managed to get one of those wins with the old reliable Ritual Beast stack. Now, you weren't using that for your other 2 duels. Why did you swap over?
Honestly, since I lost the other 2, I was kind of regretting not playing Ritual Beast, because I love the deck, so I played it this time and it worked out.
You're arguably the greatest Ritual Beast player in the world, so why did you not start with your sort of old faithful deck? Was it because of the format? You thought, I should try this other one?
So I think that Snake Eye is a better deck, but also since Moot is kind of known in Challenger Cup for playing stun, I was worried about playing against stun. And Ritual Beast is really, really good against stun, so it felt correct.
Well, congratulations on getting your win. There is still a chance you go through because at the moment we're still figuring out what happens with the way this grouping is going. So there's still a small chance. It'll basically be decided by this next game. And that next game is going to be Dominic versus Bronus. And we're basically going to have a quick chat with Bronus first, and then we'll get into that game.
Hello, I'm Jonas, 25, and I come from Germany. I've played Challenger Cups for quite a while. My best results probably were that in one regular season I was first place. Like I thought I was like second place, but because of a 512 Challenger Cup event I won in the end, I was one place above Abo Mode. That made me happy. I will be playing Snake Eye because I like Snake Eye very much, and I will be playing Tenpai because Nicky Boy cooked the deck for me.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, here to the last round of our group stages, essentially. We're going to be deciding who's going to move on to the semifinals. We are missing one more competitor in the semifinals. I'm here with Barcode, who's going to commentate this last group stage match with me. How are we feeling?
Well, pretty well, especially because we have a lot of great games, and we are going to have a game that is a real decider because one of the players is just competing to go into the top cut.
Yeah. We're going to have Bronus against Dominic, and the situation for these two players couldn't be more different because Dominic is already locked for the semifinals, having won the first two group stage matches, so he must be feeling pretty nice. But on the other hand, we have Bronus, who's currently sitting at a 1-1 record, and he's going to give us some trouble if he ends up losing this match, because then we're going to have to go into a three-way tiebreaker between just Dominic 3-0 and everyone else 1-2. So that's going to be the situation if Bronus loses this. If Bronus wins, semifinals for him.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But he has literally what it takes. I mean, to get to the semifinals. The most important thing is going to be: are they going to reveal their deck or not? I mean, for those who are already locked in, you have no reason to show your deck. But if you have to win this last game and you are not safe, then you will probably have to show something else. So it might be interesting to see what they have.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what Bronus is going to decide to do here, because of course so far we've seen them rely on that Snake Eye strategy in the first two group stage matches. Will they change it up for the third one, or will they trust in their Snake Eye strategy for the third time in a row? For Dominic, I think the situation is a little bit more chill. You know, you've won the first two. You could switch to your secondary deck just if it's your comfort pick, but on the other hand, you also don't want to show the other competitors what you're going to be forced to play in the semifinals, because as you guys know, as we've said before, once we've hit those semifinals and finals, it's going to be best of three, and they're going to have to win with both of their decks. So I don't know if Dominic wants to showcase the secondary deck here already.
I think it does not really make sense. You know, if you're already locked in, you don't want to show too many information to the other competitors. So I think he might just stay on his deck, on the Snake Eye strategy.
I mean, even if it's a cool deck, you're going to showcase in the semifinals anyways.
Of course.
Yeah.
People are gonna see it. So.
So that's going to be our situation basically going into this last round of the group stage. And this is obviously the more exciting group as well, because for the other group, it was already decided when we were going into game number 3. You had a similar situation yesterday when you were going into your last match. You were also 1-1, I believe.
Yeah,
and you had to clutch it out against Emre.
And I was shaking. Yeah. I can tell you that. So I hope for the players that are competing right now that they will not be as shaky as I was yesterday. But it went well for me.
It worked out in the end, yeah.
It shows that you might be shaky, but maybe time will save you.
Well, we'll see how shaky this one gets, because we are able to hop into our last match of Group B here. Bronus against Dominic. Let's see who's going first and what decks we're bringing here. And let's find our last competitor for the semifinals.
Are there some spices? We are going to discover that right now. But we see that Dominic has chosen to go first.
Bronus is not going to just let him play uninterrupted, though. There's a Latrommi Fuvalos, and it is resolving.
That is already a tough situation.
That is definitely a tough situation, especially if it's the Snake Eyes deck again, like we're predicting. Like, if we're not going to reveal our last deck, then we're trying to take it slow here into this Latrommi.
Dominic doesn't want to make Bronus draw. He decided to just set 2 cards and is probably ending his turn. What is Bronus playing? Is he on the Tenpai strategy or something like that?
Oh, that would be huge. Yeah, if we've swapped over to Tenpai here and we've gotten this week of a turn 1 from our opponent. That's not a Tenpai card though. That does search a fire monster, but it's not going to be a dragon. That's going to be a pyro added with Bonfire.
So he's probably, yeah, he's adding the Poplar right there. So the Poplar is going to be able to summon itself. And we are going to start the Snake Eye play without without normal summoning. But here is the Maxi. Do we have the Ash? We have the Ash. Bronus has everything.
And this Ash is likely to resolve, I feel like. Oh, there's a call.
There's a call by.
You know what that means? That means there was a call by the grave for the Latrommi. They had an answer, but they chose not to use it. Meaning that they probably didn't have a play.
Yeah,
they might not have had a play, yeah.
That makes sense.
That's the worst feeling, when you use a Latrommi and then your opponent didn't have a play anyways.
But there is a, a feeling that is even worse. It is not having a play at all. Which is probably
true,
what happened to Dominic. And this is hard because you have to win this game for Bronus.
This is a tough decision because basically what you can do here is you can just say, you didn't have a play last turn, I'm going to give you as few cards as possible and hope that you don't pick up a play from those cards, or you can go in this turn. You could decide, I'm just going to try to put up 8,000 damage here under the Maxi, which would be a lot of cards for Dominic, but we're going to wait and see. Okay, first things first, we're using Ash Blossom on this Millennium Golem.
But that was a call by. That was the call by the grave.
On the Ash Blossom.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That might be a huge mistake over here, and he's disappointed, of course. But for Bronus, there is a smile on his face. He's trying to play, activating the Wedge Temple right there. You said that you had 2 choices. Either you want to just play and make your opponent draw, or you just want to chill. It depends on the hand, and it might just mean that it does not have a lot of interruptions.
I mean, I feel like the choice has been made at this point by Bronus here. We're definitely going in. We're not slowing down anytime soon. We're placing 2 monsters in the Spell Trap Zone with the Wedge Temple here, replacing another one with the Snake Idea Bellstar. And that is going to represent enough damage here if we go through all those summons.
That is the strength of the Millennium cards, because they can summon really big monsters.
Yeah,
and now
efficient.
the Diabol Star is going to be able to summon itself real soon once we get the Poplar to the graveyard.
I think what we're going to see here is a very efficient 4-summon 8,000 damage. Because the next step is probably Snake Eye's Doomed Dragon. And that'll be 4 summons for over 8,000 damage. So even if there is a Nibiru, the Primal Being, in Dominic's hand, we can't use it yet.
And that is the case. We see the Doom Dragon right now. So we literally have the game on the field right now for Bronus. I think he's going to go to battle phase, and he's attacking directly Dominic, who didn't have a chance to play a single card. Will he win the game right now? I think so. Final attack from Poplar, and Bronus won the game with this final move. What a game.
And look at him. He was so happy. He was celebrating right there. That was very wholesome to see. And this is going to mean that both of these duelists are going to end the group stage at a 2-1 record, which is going to guarantee both of them a semi-final appearance. Dominic can't be too mad about it. They're guaranteed anyways. It's not that bad. If you have 1 round to lose, this is the one.
I mean, I talked with Dominic earlier, and he's a really, he's a talented player, of course, and he's very focused on not making mistakes. So I think that the fact that he activated Ash while it was under call by, the fact that he didn't have what to play, it might, disturb him a little bit.
It gets to him?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
It could happen. On the other hand, you can just tell yourself, if they're going for game on that turn, whether you save the Ash Blossom or not, it doesn't matter. You might as well use it to throw your opponent off. But yes, of course, the Ash Blossom was negated by the Call by the Grave. Didn't make a difference there because we didn't get another turn anyways to use it. However, that is going to guarantee a top cut spot or a semi-final spot for Bronus as well. So it's going to be Dominic and Bronus moving out of the group for Group B. Before we move on to that semi-finals, though, we're going to have an interview with the winner of that last round and our last entrance into the top 4, and that's going to be Bronus over with Ed.
Thank you, Josh. I am here with Bronus, who has just secured his place in the semi-final. Congratulations. That was a pretty swift and decisive duel.
Yeah, thank you. I was lucky that one time my Fuva loss resolved.
The one time in the whole tournament. But in fact, both of you are the top seeds in your group. So actually, you're both going through. So, I mean, we may see both of you in the final or something. And that might be interesting to see. Are you excited for the semi-final?
Yeah, I'm really excited. And thanks for Herman for being a goat in Ritual Beast. Like, I was so scared, like, when the board was there, but he just broke everything apart. Like, that was very clean.
It was very, very, very good. It was a really, really good one to watch. But congratulations, Bronus. We'll see how far you go in the semi. You've made it all the way to the semi-finals. That's pretty exciting. Let's see what happens beyond here. Thank you very much, all of you, for watching. That is now the end of our group stages, which means we're about to get into our semi-final. But first, we've got ourselves a little mashup with all of our participants.
It will always be Skystriker Mobilize Engage. Always. And Snake Eye Ash.
Goatee of the Deep Beyond.
Snake Eye Ash.
Frikashira Fenrir.
Tearlament Kickalos.
Samurai Sunlight Wolf.
Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon.
Ritual Beast Temelara. Elder Canahawk.
Special Summon Unicorn. Kashira Unicorn.
Chainlink 1, Bailink Chainlink 2 Gazelle.
Seals Pass.
No more Reinhardt Pass.
It's Area 0, target metal for fusion, reveal Skystriker Mobilize Engage. It's dopamine.
My favorite combo is the Snake Eye combo.
Full Dragon Link combo to end on Erratic Seals and pass.
Yeah, the best memory was winning the qualifier for the finals for this Challenger Cup.
Yeah, I once stole the opponent's Exodia with Change of Heart and Uricate with it.
My favorite moment in the Challenger Cup season since I'm playing was when I first won my biggest cup and won the jacket. That was really special for me.
Big moment was my Challenger Cup final run, where I got second place. It was really exciting for me, and I won a PS5.
Winning the very first 1,000-man Challenger Cup.
Yes, so one of my wins in top cut of the Challenger Cup was me behind in the game state by my open Nomad Summon Most, and I milled a scatter shot and won on time like this.
Like how well me and my friends are doing at all the 3 versus 3s. Like, I feel like we have been pretty dominant. Well, that might be arrogant to say, but we are probably the best.
Winning the Challenger Cup final with Dragon Link, my favorite deck.
And here we are now again. It has been decimated down to only 4 players remaining in this. They have made it through the group stages, and they are now playing for those beautiful trophies that we see ahead of us. This is a top 4 match coming up, what we also call a trophy match, as the winner at least guarantees one of those here. And Leo, both of them are pretty beautiful, so getting into the finals alone today is going to be a huge success, honestly.
Absolutely, just the pure thought of lifting up a trophy just gives me the shivers, the goosebumps here. I would prefer the engaged one, even though I think you want to win it on. Here we can see Quantal and Kaito advancing from Group A, and Bronus on the first seed with Dominic on the second seed advance from Group B two Germans, actually.
Indeed they are, and that of course leaves us with the pairings of Quantal versus Dominic and Kaito versus Bronus for the top 4 matches, as we can also beautifully see here in our bracket. First one that we will have to witness here, or that we have the chance to witness here, is going to be Quantal versus Dominic, and I can already tell you, and you will see it on the screen very, very shortly, there is some cool decks coming up, which I'm personally very excited for as well. And then of course afterwards also Bronus versus Kaito then. Bronus there with a very quick and successful game, booking his spot into the top 4 as well. Funnily enough in the end, as the first seed in that group now after Dominic just winning the first 2 rounds.
You know what? I'm a bit mad at Bronus. In the beginning of the stream, he said, Chandra gives, Chandra takes, but today Chandra will give me. We haven't seen Tenpai from him so far.
We will see it from him probably eventually, though, as we may see him in, I don't even know whether he picked it. Maybe it was a whole mind game, but we will know when he plays his top 4 game, of course, as this, of course, now, for the people not tuning in yesterday, but today, the mode has changed a little bit now, because we have now in the top 4 a whole new game mode, and it is going to be best of 3. But not only that, when you win with one of your decks that you picked for the first game, you are not allowed to pick it again. So if you want to win the best of 3, you have to do it with both of your decks respectively. So we are going to be having the pleasure of seeing all different decks from the players now in action, which I'm very excited for, specifically, honestly, and people may be guessing it already as I have a special connection to the deck from Dominic's side. Oh yeah, you're right. But Dominic has brought a very a deck dear to my heart, I want to say.
Yep, a deck that we have made references to. Maybe you can guess it. Maybe you can guess it already what it might be. But also, most importantly, we are going to see some Snake Eye Ashes on the field, activating in those best of 3s as well. Snake Eye has been incredibly dominant over the last year of Master Duel, and just, again in this tournament you're seeing the best Master Duel players in Europe duke it out. And
I mean, when you say best Master Duel players of Europe, we're of course going to see Quantal, and I mean Quantal, he has to make it up now for Team Snipe Hunters, right? Because Josh and Emre, they both couldn't do it yesterday. So it's all on Quantal now to take the title today, to at least have one title this weekend for the Team Snipe Hunters. And Quantal in the end possibly bringing it home. Very impressively so far, to be honest, what he has shown us. Because that was a clean 3-0 from him, right?
Yep, definitely. Maybe a new team captain of Team Snipe Hunters afterwards, because Josh got beat by Emre in the semifinals yesterday. Quantal has still the chance to take it all home, unless he, of course, wants to have the Engage trophy. I don't know. I'm so fixated on this. It just looks incredibly cool.
It does really. But of course, the precious first prize. Come on, don't get lost here on me. It's not for you, okay? You can still look at it for a little bit, but it's going to be for our players in the end.
I've thought about it too much, about the thought of winning a trophy in tournaments. It's far gone.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. So we have, look at that. I think we have Dominic right now getting into the zone.
That is so cool, because both of these duelists do that. Okay,
I don't know whether that's getting into zone. But I think I talked to Quantal. He said, I'm trying to bring the nerves down. I'm trying to find my focus. I'm trying to find my adrenaline to get down. Because before the first round, you really could see it. And I asked him, you are a little bit nervous, aren't you? Because actually, like he said, I'm going to win. It's going to be so easy. I'm going to be a title champion once more today. And then he was sitting there really breathing deeply. But he just confirmed there was some adrenaline involved, but I got it down.
You know what? I think we're both also a little bit nervous. So maybe we just lay down a little bit so we can get the nerves back down. No, of course not. We are here for you to document all of this, to comment on these matches. It is a trophy match. Is it going to be Quantal Think, or is it going to be Dominic, who's also performed super well in this tournament? Just lost to Bronus. Didn't really have the most playable hand there, and it was a very, very quick win for Bronus there. Just going for the Snake Eyes, Doom Dragon, some other monsters, basically.
Let's see it, though, because the players are starting. Let's get into this top 4 match. Let's see it. Quantal versus Dominic. We go into the action just now.
All right, there you can see them. Dominic very serious on this picture. Quantal is just super happy to be involved again here in this Challenger Cup final. The first in-person Challenger Cup tournament of all time.
And there you see it. Dominic has brought the Sky Striker strategy. I don't know whether it is here, but we did resolve successfully a full balance in the standby phase, and that was actually perfect against the Unicorn start here from Quantal, because that means no looking into the extra deck with that card. I mean, in the first round of the tournament, Quantal decided not to do that anyways, but it's still good to have it done that way here. We now, and that is a reason why this deck is so strong, have a perfect way, honestly, to play around Fuvalos, as we're not special summoning from the deck, we're not special summoning from the extra deck. We just go into the spell and trap zone here with our Millennium cards, and then from there on going to get monsters onto the field. Eventually, though, I believe that Dominic will get at least one draw here.
Yeah, I was going to say, yes, you are not going through so many steps here from the extra deck or from the main deck. However, if you want to put up a threatening field, it has to be from your extra deck eventually, or from your deck, because the Snake Eye engine also summons quite a lot from the deck with the second effect of Snake Eye Ash or Snake Eye Ode. We get the Wedju Temple now out here as well. Kashtira Unicorn, a very strong card in the metagame if it gets to look at your opponent's extra deck. However, versus the Striker deck, I don't know how relevant that effect is.
That's true. Yeah, it's not really that relevant as you are playing multiples of your really important cards anyways. Now the Wedju Temple as well. What are we going to place from our hand here? I feel like always it is, to me, the Latrommi Fuvalos, but I mean from the hand. Like, I feel like whenever people activate the Wedju Temple to place from the hand, it's always going to be the Fuvalos, but here not. It is going to be the Sengenjin. There we go into the Doom Dragon, giving one draw to Dominic and kind of indicating that we're going to give at least one more draw here, to be honest. But there is Troll and Lockbird. That's so massive, and that is why this card is so popular at the moment. The Snake Eye deck can very easily and very comfortably just keep on going without any searching for the rest of the turn. And we're now even going to be somewhat safe with a Photon Lord. Yes, we are.
Wow, that means that Quantal has even more extenders here, denying the draws here. We're going, of course, we have the Kashtira Birth. That is so good. We can just safely go into our Fiendsmith engine here with the Moon of the Closed Heaven, go into Requiem, Summon out Engraver, activate Birth, get the Unicorn back. Ideally, you activate Birth before this. Rightly done by Quantal, just to secure yourself from more hand traps and maybe take a peep at the extra deck.
Yeah, it's also so heartbreaking every time when you now see Quantal summon from the extra deck. You're first seeing the image of Latrommi Fuvalos on the screen, and you're going to see it once again there. You might assume you're getting a draw, Latrommi Fuvalos face there on the screen, but right after the explanation why there is no drawing happening, there is the draw, the Lockbird preventing that.
Yeah, we're going to see this multiple times this turn now.
I would assume so, yeah.
The Fiendsmith engine is so incredibly strong. Now that you're under Lockbird, the Snake Eye engine is, of course, a little bit hindered from popping off as much as it would do. Snake Eye Ash being sent to the graveyard by the Beatrice is not doing too much. Snake Eye Oak is, of course, a better card there. However, you need to get another level 1 fire monster into the play first. So I think that we're at some point going to see Beatrice and Snake Eye Ash, but then you also need more resources to just get those cards in there.
Yeah, and also I think if Quantal paid close attention to the group matches of Dominic, and I'm pretty sure Quantal, that caliber of a player, previous world champion, he will probably have analyzed every single game happening in the tournament. He probably paid attention to the cards in deck of Dominic and the deck that he played in the group stages for all 3 games. And that was Snake Eye's Fiendsmith, right?
Yeah.
And I think we have the same amount of cards in deck, because we see for Dominic that is 45 cards in total, and therefore Quantal can be pretty safe about this being that Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck again, honestly.
Well, that's a very good point there. At this point, we activate Sequence onto the Desiree. Are we passing on this one? We're not even playing with the Snake Eye engine at all. That is a breakable field, if you ask me.
I do agree, and Dominic has looked very capable in the first rounds, especially in the third round. He did drop a game to Bronus, but the others looked so good, and he always draws the Kashtira Unicorn, honestly. I feel like Dominic, and that is also historically the case in all the Challenger Cups he played, because yes, Kashtira Unicorn is very successful also in the last Duelist Cup, but for Dominic, honestly, I feel like this card has been in every single one of his decks for the last half year, I want to say.
Kashtira Unicorn is an icon at this point.
Yes.
I would love to see a game at with Kashtira Unicorn. And to be
Agree,
honest, that
agree.
sounds really cool. Now, we have the deception of the sinful spoils already there. So that's huge. That is a card that you could possibly want to negate with a Desiree. No, we're activating the effect first. Of course, sending Fuvalos from our hand to the graveyard. Is Desiree going to be in response to that? No, the Hallowed Azamina. Maybe we're going to negate that later on. But I think that I'm almost certain that you want to negate the Unicorn as well.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting because it also feels like such a bait though, right? Doesn't it? Like just when they go for these two cards, first of all, okay, there is a Maxi as an initial response from Quantal though to the Hallowed Azamina.
And I understand now because now the outs like Called by the Grave, it's in the same chain as well. That is so good. Now you can chain Desiree to negate Called by the Grave and the Hallowed Azamina.
That is crazy. And it is resolving. We see Dominic there. We have the zoom in. He was locked in. He was trying to get that Called by the Grave through, negating the Maxi, but no, Quantal knew how to handle that situation perfectly and now deciding on the two negating cards, and that is definitely going to be the two you were mentioning, the Hallowed Azamina and the Called by the Grave.
If you're ever in a Master Duel tournament, Quantal is just a boss that you will have to face inevitably in a tournament. Look at the adaptation, not even going for a Fire King Snake Eye route here, opening up, of course, an option to activate Kashtira Unicorn, but at this point, you're fine, right? Your opponent is under max C, you have resources in the graveyard like the Engraver, you haven't gone through most of the dangerous cards here.
Bye-bye Fiends with Requiem though.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You have your Engraver already. Of course, there is the Fiendsmith's sequence on the field. So that is going to be a tougher one to go into a Beatrice line next turn.
Oh, look at the intense stare onto the screen from Dominic there. I feel like there's more to come from him. And I mean, to be fair, he has not even normal summoned yet. And a normal summon alone would lead into quite some things here, possibly.
I agree. However, I do think...
Oh, but that is even so much better. Triple Tactic Talents. And please note, he's on 4,000 life points for Quantal. So maybe taking one of those monsters could almost be enough to go for game here.
That is crazy. If you normal summon Snake Eye Ash and special summon out Popular, put a Temple onto the field, that should already be game because you can negate the Desiree under one draw. That is so strong. This wasn't summoned this turn, so you can put it into attack position.
Oh, Effect Veiler alone might also do it, to be honest. I mean, you can just go Typhon here, honestly, even. And Typhon, I think, is easily game, to be honest.
If you're running Typhon, of course.
Yeah, to be fair, but we do go for Link 2 Summon. And that Link 2 Summon is going to result in...
It's going to give Quantal draws. However, you have the Photon Lord now to negate those.
Yeah,
imagine if you had Hope Harbinger here, Basti.
And that would have been the downside of Typhon, of course, because you had to give up on the Photon Lord. So maybe just going down this route here is the more safer one. And as you said, Typhon is not guaranteed to be included into those extra decks. As we mentioned plenty of times throughout the day, the Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck is so tough in extra deck space. You can't really nail it down to 15 cards easily.
3 cards in hand. One of them basically has to be Effect Veiler or Nibiru, the Primal Being, even though I'm not even sure how many... No, we are not in Nibiru range here. We've basically not activated anything so far. So you can't send the Desiree here. Kashtira Birth is getting us the Unicorn.
That would be game though. We can attack with the Unicorn over the Desiree, and then that could be the 4,000 points of damage we need. We are in the battle phase. Is that going to be Dominic getting the first game off of Quantal here in the entire tournament?
Oh, and now Quantal is unsure what is happening right now. Desiree is being activated, sends the Kashtira Unicorn to the graveyard here, and is wondering why the Photon Lord wasn't activated. Now we're attacking for 2,400.
Okay.
1,600 life points left remaining here. Is the Photon Lord not being able to activate here for some reason?
When an opponent's monster effect activates its effect. You could have very well done so, I feel like.
Oh, well... That's interesting. Okay, so...
Dominic, hold on, though. It says you can detach from material from this card, negate that monster's effect. It does not negate the activation. And as we were in the damage step, I am almost certain that you cannot activate the effect of the Photon Lord. And Quantal therefore gets out of it here. Main phase 2. And therefore, with 5 cards in hand due to the Maxi resolving, having still a chance in this, as it is his turn again here.
In a boss fight, you will have to take care of everything.
Look at him. He is relieved there when his turn starts. He's swiping the sweat of his phase there, and he is about to go into this turn with all the cards in his hand.
I mean, Quantal is a streamer. He accepts a donation when he gets one, right? So he is going to be very happy about this one. No cards in hand on Dominic's side. SP Little Knight is sitting there. Is of course an interruption, but how much does SP Little Knight do against 5 cards in hand from Quantal? And I mean, he looks absolutely unfazed. Dominic, of course, big pressure in this situation if you don't know about the interaction with the damage step of the Photon Lord, because we were both pretty certain that it was going to work the same way. We're not blaming anyone here.
Totally.
This is really a tough situation to be in, because what do you do with your SP Little Knight here?
So honestly, imagine there is Typhon in the extra deck of Dominic, because Typhon would have been just the easiest answer because you get it back into the extra deck and you have easy 4k damage. But I would imagine Dominic would have seen that line, and therefore I gotta imagine as well that there is no Typhon in the extra deck eventually. So Quantal, only 1,600 life points, but now with all the power, as there is no monsters even now anymore for Dominic. And we are adding the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Yeah, there's all the tools. I mean, Quantal is now just cruising, isn't he?
Yeah, Quantal is just having a little bit of fun with this right here. Is going to be able to summon out Snake Eye Ash, and the Divine Temple are going to be very much damaged soon. I think it's going to be enough with Snake Eyes Diabellstar, of course, that can summon itself to the field after Snake Eye Ash takes the Doom Dragon, summons out the Flamberge, and this is going to be enough for game. I really like that Dominic just immediately activated the SP Little Knight there just to show, hey, we're going to take like all the interruption animations out of this one. I'm going to give you a free field. I know this game is over, so do you. And now we're attacking for enough damage, and Quantal takes game 1.
He will do so ultimately, as we are in the battle phase now. And I mean, sometimes a little bit of luck also has to be involved when you want to win tournaments, and Quantal was a little bit lucky there that Dominic did not see the thing that we also missed out on with the Photon Lord. But eventually Quantal coming out on top, and you see it in his face. He knows he got a little bit lucky there, but he is the winner of our first game. But now, as we explained, we have changed the tournament mode, and therefore we are continuing with this match, as Quantal does not only have to win 1 game, but 2 games in total. And now the situation changes in the way that Quantal is guaranteed to play his second deck, which we saw on the screen. It is going to be the Ritual Beast strategy. And on the other hand, Dominic is free to choose which of the 2 decks he's going to bring now. Is he going to play the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck again, or is he finally going to showcase the Striker strategy?
So I would, of course, say that I hope that we see Sky Striker now, because if Quantal were to win 2-0, we wouldn't see Sky Striker otherwise. However, I think Sky Striker is most of the time a going second base strategy. So you don't want to let Ritual Beast go first anyways. If you get the chance to play Snake Eyes going first versus Ritual Beast, I think you take it. However, then you're gonna be sent first with the Sky Striker deck. So if you are playing, we've said this yesterday as well, if you have one of those hard going second strategies in your lineup, it's going to be super tough once you're 1 game down in the best of 3 situation.
That is true, but we're going to answer all of those questions immediately, as the players are already getting into the second game, so we are as well. Let's see what they have decided to bring, and let's dive back in with Quantal versus Dominic, and we will be seeing whether there's striker cards involved or not.
Quantal already has 1 leg in the grand finals, has selected going second here, of course. The players have discussed that before.
And there is the normal summon of the biggest fire monster in the game. I mean, competing for that spot with Tempai Dragon Chandra, of course, but it certainly is a pretty good one, I would say.
I think that's not a competition, to be honest. I think that Snake Eye Ash is 1,000 times better than Chandra.
Okay, I mean, we're different camps there, I think.
I know. I know.
One is the combo approach, and look at that. Quantal is just leaning back. And to be fair, though, you said, he's just taking a moment of silence there and watching the combo of the Snake Eye decks there. But you gotta say, you talked about the Ritual Beast deck there very, very actively. Okay, now Quantal has gotten awake there because he's surprised by them summoning the Flamberge Dragon. He's playing with the camera at this point.
He's a showman. He's a showman. Now the moon is being summoned, and now, even though we started with Snake Eye Ash, Dominic is getting a little weak to a possible Nibiru the Primal Being, which is not a card that I necessarily see in Ritual Beast deck.
But, that was I was about to say, he does not know that the second deck of Quantal is Ritual Beast, and therefore it is still a secret to him what that second deck there is. So, we will have to see.
Sebastian Lemke, you are right about this one. So, we're going to see Fiendsmith's Requiem being summoned here. Let's go over this one more time. And after that, we're probably going to go over this another few times. One more time before the other times. So Fiendsmith's Engraver is going to be summoned to the field. And when Engraver is accompanied by another monster, you might see a rank 6 exceed after a fusion summon, after a link summon.
Yeah, perfectly broken down there, honestly. You would imagine that you are the one clicking the buttons right now, but we do go for
I know the
sequence. You do know the sequence for sure. Going step by step with it, and that is indeed the Fiendsmith Latrommi that you were already anticipating. And Latrommi is summoned out there. In fact, Latrommi activating, trying to bring back the Engraver. And I mean, judging by Quantal's face cam there, I don't think he has any interruption here at the moment, to be honest.
No, it just looks like he's having a nap. Maybe he's playing some of these field-breaking cards. I assume that the deck is also trying to run Maxi and Fuwalos, just because those are, I guess, the highest impact hand traps that you can have. More cards are going to make it easier for you to play through an established field. But I think we can safely rule out those cards so far.
Okay, we do send the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to the graveyard. A play that has been popular before here throughout the tournament. When you already have access to the Snake Eye cards, there's nothing better to send off the Beatrice anymore, and therefore you get the extra value off of these Sunlight Wolf that we are going to see being summoned later on after we now activate the effect of Fiendsmith Latrommi. So, Dominic at least dealt some damage now already in this game too.
That is true. Quantal is just chilling, knowing, hey, 1,200 damage, I can live with that. Promethean Princess is getting back these Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. I was just reminiscing about the first game of this. Didn't Dominic have at some point like an Engraver on the field? Or did he not go into the engine because he feared that was...
He did.
Because that one can just send away the Desiree, right? No, you can't target it. Right,
That's
okay,
thing,
yeah, that was the problem.
Exactly,
yeah.
okay, so we go for the Sunlight Wolf now. And now we activate the effect of Fiendsmith Engraver, of course summoning it into the zone that the Sunlight Wolf is pointing to, and therefore making sure that the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring finds its way into the hand again.
Phenomenal. I think we had one branded player in the tournament. I think this part of the combo is the reason why branded maybe has a really tough time against Snake Eyes at the moment, because you can just basically search out Ash Blossom and Joy Spring from your deck.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we can at this point talk about it because Latrommi sadly did not make it into top 4, but Latrommi was... Oh yeah, true, you're so right. He did not play it in the first rounds, but then in the third one he did so. Now Snake Eyes Diabell Star being summoned.
Oh, and we're linking those. It always feels... I don't know, naturally it feels weird to go for link summons with an 800 attack point monster with those big monsters.
I think this one is pretty fine to me. IP Masquerena being a classic Link monster to summon out
fair
to interact with your opponent. I mean, that's just how Link summoning works, right? You're usually giving up attack points for, or at least you're trading less monsters for, or more monsters for less monsters in the end. IP Masquerena into this balance trap zone. Again, though, the Appaloosa Ball, the Goddess with only 2 materials here. And I feel like with starting Snake Eye Ash, possibly there could have been more on the field here, or at least one more material for the Appaloosa. But now we see that world champion Quantal has woken up, and he has 6 cards in hand in total to play through that field that Dominic has created. And we do see the Ritual Beast Inheritance. So now Dominic gets the memo as well. This is Ritual Beast.
Yep, and Ritual Beast Inheritance is a classic field-breaking card because your opponent loses attack points.
Very much, yeah, true.
It's the most important part of the effect.
True. For the journey that Quantal had qualifying for this Challenger Cup final, he did also use quite a bit of the Ritual Beast deck in the 1000 Days of Challenger Cup competition. Now we do use the Inheritance, revealing the Spiritual Beast Rampangu. And of course we're going to search for the newest and the best addition to the deck, the Spiritual Beast Tamer Lara.
Yep, this card does not only provide flexibility because you can discard it and get an extra normal summon, which most of the time plays heavily into Berulia, which is not mattering here right now. But it also, if you have it in your graveyard, you can, oh, Dominus Purge, the first time we see this card right now. So it wasn't used in the last turn. Maybe this was the top deck as the 6th card.
Possibly, yeah, for sure. So now we go into the Elder, immediately making Dominic activate the effect of the Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes there, trying to bring out, I would assume, the IP Masquerena here.
Yeah, I think that's a valid call.
Oh, no, there you go. He does go for the Snake Eyes Poplar instead.
Well, Poplar is searching out... I mean, this makes cards like Droplet infinite times better, right? Because if you had the IP... I guess you can also negate the IP.
Wait, Leo, I just realized, and that's why probably also Quantal was surprised. There's only one Fire level 1 in the graveyard at the moment, therefore we had to get that Poplar out of there somehow, kinda, because otherwise the Flamberge Dragon can't bring back anything here.
That is true, but what do we link off in this situation? Because usually you want IP Masquerena and the Flamberge to go to get extra resources, but then you're having problems. However, we have Promethean Princess in the graveyard, so if we link off IP and the Poplar, oh, another impermanence with this field as well. The Inheritance actually really good for breaking the field, because Apollousa is now on a number that can't be divided through 800.
You were saying so jokingly, but it actually does apply here correctly, as we can only negate one more time. And now the IP Masquerena. And yeah, is there maybe a link 4 we can go into? Because
no, you just go SP and then Promethean Princess later on. And pop the Flamberge.
Oh, yeah. True. You're right. Very much. Okay, we chain Emergency Teleport here to the effect of IP Masquerena, making sure that the second effect of that SP Little Knight that will come out of this here cannot be chained to the Emergency Teleport. Very important for the Ritual Beast strategy is that you want to get to 2 monsters on the field so you can access the most powerful of your fusion monsters in the extra deck. And I think Quantal kind of did a job with this now. He will get to that card.
Yes,
let's see.
Indeed. Now the Elder is being banished, and of course Promethean Princess immediately targets the Flamberge. You said it, the deck wants to have 2 monsters on the field at the same time, and Dominic is just making sure that that is not happening here. Poplar now also chaining as well for extra resources. I assume we'll put Snake Eyes Diabellstar into the Spell and Trap Zone. Another resource that is going to come into play in the possible next turn. However, Lara is going to be the only card on the field, the only monster on the field for Control when this chain resolves.
And I mean, as you said, there's plenty of cards that grant you an extra normal summon in the strategy of the Ritual Beast. So Quantal, is there anything else? Flamberge Dragon, of course, activating. Currently, there also is the Rampengu in the graveyard. Hold on. I think the Rampengu together with the Lara alone could already lead to one of the newer released Ritual Beast cards, because that can also use monsters from the field, and then you trigger the Lara that is banished. So I feel like Quantal might already be good to continue here. There is, of course, another copy though of the Spiritual Beast Tamer Lara, which one is going to be normal summon here, but there's a call by the Grave on it. That's massive, because that does also rule out the effect when it does get banished, and yep, we see it. Quantal does not like that one.
I think that is the best card that Dominic could have had set there. Another impermanence wouldn't have mattered as much, but this shuts down not only the next normal summon, but also the graveyard effect of Tamalara, or basically the, I want to say, banishment effect when it gets banished. Or Anima is going to force out the Apollousa here, and if we chain SP Little Knight to banish the Anima, the Apollousa is going to get sent to the graveyard, no?
No, I don't think that's how it works, but we are about to see. It does, Leo, you are absolutely right. So Dominic fought the same way than I, and look at the camera there. He did not expect that, and he's trying to shake it off, and Quantal just sits there smiling. We have just outed 2 cards at once there with just the relinquished Anima, and now we are free to summon out the Ulti Nocio Drago. Oh, Leo, that was tough.
But we're going just into the battle phase here. I don't know how much steam Quantal think has here right now. And I'm going to be honest with that ruling. I was very confused when I heard it for the first time. I still don't understand it, but I have accepted it.
Yeah, and I remember the first time I actually also got introduced to that ruling, and that was with the original Relinquished, when it tried to equip a monster to itself. And now that you said it, and now that we also saw it in action, I do also remember how it was. But Quantal has no way of extending any further, and therefore Dominic, I think, might still get away with this as he starts his turn with the Promethean Princess on the field.
It was pretty cool, though, what Quantal did. But
Yes.
yeah, this doesn't look like much on the field. Their Nocio Drago, of course, is a powerful monster, but does it really do anything here? Not really. Anima, not the most powerful monster, especially when it's just sitting there in attack position. I mean, can't be in defense position. That would be kind of cool with Link monsters to just change the Link arrows.
Yeah, but that's absolutely not how those cards work.
Yeah, absolutely.
For a reason. I mean, yeah, you're right, though. But that's how they're also immune to cards like Book of Eclipse. And I'm sure, like, Quantal with his Ritual Beast strategy, Book of Eclipse, for example, is a card that this deck also plays a lot. So it's good for Dominic that does not also book his Link monsters there.
Yep, that is true. Ritual Beast Ulti Nacho Drago is now being chained to the Flambird Dragon. You want to build up more defenses. Tame Lara is being special summoned out Nacho Drago. Very easy to summon, however, when you quote-unquote tag it out. If you put it back into the extra deck, you can only summon one monster back. The others, like Ulti Kanahawk, summon two. So now the Snake Eyes Diabolstar is being summoned
that's
as
the
well.
battle phase. Is that enough already? It may as well be, because Quantal is only on 6,800 here. Attacks over the Anima.
Definitely over 8,000 damage. If you attack over the Laura here, this is alone. Oh wow, we're attacking with the Promethean Princess, not even with SP Little Knight. But it is still more, way more than enough damage here to go for a game. And Dominic levels the score 1-1 here. We're gonna see the Strikers.
We finally will see them, and I'm very happy for it. And the most funny thing about this also is that Quantal has a special relationship and love to that deck as well, as he, in the pre-interview to the entire tournament, said, I think at asking the question, which were the decks that you had the most success with in the Challenger Cup seasons? And he said, funnily enough, Sky Striker is one of them. I still remember him back in the day in the Challenger Cup Tokyo Dome edition. He booked a spot to that trip with the Sky Striker strategy, actually. So he's very, very much known to that deck. So he might be also the perfect opponent to face it.
I mean, the thing is, one of my favorite decks of all time, especially in Master Duel. I mean, Master Duel is my favorite deck without competition, is Tearlament. So there's Quantal thing has very good taste in decks, I want to say.
He does, for sure. But now, even though it's not like the biggest of advantages, the deck of Dominic is still hidden. Quantal does not know what is going to come here. On the other hand, we have the information on Dominic's side that it is going to be Ritual Beast there in the final game. Therefore, maybe that's going to help.
Yeah, it's not the deck that you want to let it go first, but I think that Sky Striker might have some tools to break a possible field there. But of course, the Ritual Beast strategy also profits from knowing what kind of deck your opponent is playing. This is going to be very, very interesting. I mean, we said that Quantal Think has a great taste in decks. Dominic is actually the one who brought Sky Striker to this tournament, so I think we're ready to go into the game and see for ourselves whether Dominic is going to go first or second, because Quantal Think gets to choose now.
He does, and I'm sure with the Ritual Beast deck, you want to make sure to go first, and that is indeed the case. We have Quantal starting things off on Ritual Beast, as that has not won a game yet, and Dominic on the Striker strategy going second here, which is how the deck is designed to be.
Yeah, but I think if Quantal knew that Sky Striker was the deck that he's going to face, I think he would have let Dominic start, but he's done an insane job at concealing the deck so far.
Definitely. I like it as well. So now we are resolving the inheritance. Started with that card as we did in the last game. And right now we have Quantal trying to memorize all the different combo routes that the Ritual Beast deck offers. Because, to be fair, that is one of those decks where you're playing such an insanely long combo that you have to schedule ahead of time completely already. And therefore, you basically, when you see your opening hand, you have to be like 30 steps ahead, because that is going to be an insanely long combo and you have to like execute every single step along the way to a perfect degree.
Yep, that's why I don't play the deck, because I think it's just way too hard for me to memorize everything.
I gotta admit, I tried as well and I gave up on it.
But I mean, those duelists like Mist, like Quantal Mist, just qualified by using this on day one of the DC Cup, or just won the DC Cup with this. Absolutely insane if you're able to handle this deck, but I can imagine that if you go for Apelia to banish the Lara immediately and not just summon a Nocio Drago with banishing Lara, that might not be the most optimal start to your combo. But I'm just guessing this.
I mean, we started with Inheritance, and Inheritance just gives us any Ritual Beast monster that we want.
Yeah.
So I think we're kind of off to an almost perfect start. And I mean, we have resolved Ulti Cannahawk now, which is what the deck is designed to do over and over and over again. And therefore, I think Quantal is off to a very, very decent start here, and he's just deeply in the zone there right now, figuring out which way to go, supported by the Rescue Rabbit plush bear in front of him. I love this picture. You can put that on the wall if he wins this tournament.
Just print it out.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, Cannahawk is being activated. I want to say the main deck GOAT, and basically also the extra deck GOAT of the Spiritual Beast deck. Very, very strong card. It's basically a gold sarcophagus.
You could say so, and we are resolving that effect of the card there as well. And we are continuing with Ritual Beast Ulti Cannahawk number 2. It's the same one, actually, but it's summoned for the second time.
I think you can summon it up to 4 times.
I think even 5 times.
Oh, really?
Actually, I talked about that yesterday with Mist, and it depends on whether you play the Petalfin in your deck. If you play the Petalfin, you are able to go for 5 times, because if you're unaware of the general concept of the Ritual Beast strategy, the underlying factor is that all the main deck Ritual Beast monsters you're only allowed to special summon once. But as you can see, the Fusion extra deck monster, you can summon as many times as you have access to it.
If you basically loop it, and there's Spiritual Beast Cannahawk banishing a card for the second time. This is part of the loop. You use Cannahawk to banish the different monsters from your deck, and then you use the Ulti Cannahawk to bring the different monsters back, because as we said already, the main deck monsters can only be special summoned once. This is also why this deck goes for so many different normal summons in one turn, because a normal summon, listen up, is not a special summon.
Wow, thanks for explaining. I learn something every day with you, Leo. I'm so proud.
I know.
I'm so proud we made it happen. Okay, and there you see, though, Striker Jacket, Striker deck, ready to win a Striker trophy. Dominic, you cannot rule him out, because he is going to have those breaking cards in this deck. That's how this deck is designed to be. So Quantal may combo here for forever, but Dominic may just eliminate all of those cards with quickness when it gets over to him.
Also, we have seen that the timer plays a significant role in this tournament, and Quantal is taking a long time to think here. It's taking a bit of a while, because this is apparently a very difficult combo route. Now we go for Nacho Dragu. So we're putting up a field, but it could become dangerously close to timer at some point, while Dominic is just toggled off, chilling.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like even if you play the Ritual Beast combo at full speed, you're still taking 200 seconds. So if you even have to think about it like Quantal is, you're very right. That might be a possibility, at least, to be happening here in this match. Now we go into Ritual Beast Ulti Cannahawk number 3.
Also, I want to say, if you're nervous, you might lose a few extra seconds. During the last Challenger Cup that we both played, the Cup of the Titans, I lost like 50 seconds every time because I was sweating and shivering during my Chimera Azamina combo, and then also I did some misclicks, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, I also usually lose like 50 seconds by just entering the game, to be honest. Like I'm so slow with it, but we are, of course, provided with better players than the two of us.
Look,
we have Dominic and Quantal here facing off against each other, resolving the effect of Ulti Cannahawk. Rather, both effects of it here at the same time, and we're searching for Ritual Beast Steeds. Good card to have, but also a card easily to be destroyed by cards like Lightning Storm and Hafi's Feather Duster.
Back in the day when Ritual Beasts first came out, it was already a strong deck, and it also took a lot of time to combo, and then always only end on Ritual Beast Steeds. That always baffled me, how this deck kept entering top cuts with just having Steeds after 10 minutes of a combo. However, the deck offers a lot more now. We have seen it at so many tournaments. It is a very strong deck, and now Nemesis Flag, and that is huge.
Do we play Protoss or do we play Colossus?
It's Colossus, and that's the old Nemesis of the Sky Striker deck. When Sky Striker was out first, there was Thunder Dragon Colossus to counter it after a year, and now it is back. We can see it in the icon of Quantal as well. Thunder Dragon Colossus to possibly beat the Sky Striker strategy would be insane.
But still, of course, there is cards on Dominic's side to counter this. He has in engine the Sky Striker mobilize Widow Anchor, exactly, so that deals with it easily, and then of course Forbidden Droplet. Yeah, you're absolutely right. My bad. How would I not know, man? It's my favorite deck. But we do go now for a rank 4. Do we put in... That must be Baguska now as well, right? There is indeed the Baguska.
Oh, we're snoring out here. We've seen Quantal almost sleep during the Snake Eye combo of Dominic, and now he's a terribly tired top here.
There is the Colossus. That's a lot of things to deal with. Good field by Quantal. Managed to do all of that within the limits of the timer. But now Dominic, I said it before, with the striker cards in his hand, the striker jacket on his shoulders, and a trophy of strikers to win. So how are we going to approach this?
Next to Neos, Kagari is probably one of the mascots of this one. Upstart Goblin is being activated. That's always nice. It doesn't search. It just draws you a card that thins out the deck. That might get you closer to your answer. Chain Forbidden Droplet is already huge here. The question is, how many cards do you want to give?
That's crazy. So we have the chance to send up to... Of course. Oh, we discard an Ash Blossom Majora's Mask and the Upstart Goblin.
I love discarding Ash Blossom here, knowing only an Ash Blossom probably won't stop this combo, so I'm going to keep it for a droplet discard. This is phenomenal. Now Steeds is being chained.
That is very interesting. Wait, Quantal thinking about it. Quantal maybe was not toggled on, because I'm sure he wanted to change something else to the Steeds, because you can kind of play around the restriction of Forbidden Droplet that he cannot respond with monster effects there, so he responded with a trap card, but he forgot to then chain the monster effect afterwards. And look at this now. Oh no, Quantal, what are you doing? He's unhappy with himself, and Dominic must be really excited and happy about it instead. Okay, look at him. He's furious there.
That's almost like not activating Rhino Heart after you normal summon it.
Who could do that, right?
Who would that happen to? It might be Quantal think terribly tired. Top here is a terribly attack half top here.
Dominic
smiling. Is terribly smiling right now.
Activates the Area Zero, and you know what? He said in his pre-show interview that his best feeling, the best combo in the game is revealing Sky Striker Mobilize Engage off of Area Zero. Yeah. So are we going to see that here in this match?
Oh, we are all rooting for an Engage reveal for Dominic here. Is this another denial of Team Snipe Hunters at this third anniversary?
It's also such a mentally challenging thing. You did just such a big mistake, but you still, of course, have the chance to win. You have to stay in the loop. Are we going to get the Mobilize Engage here? That is a linkage, not too bad, but is it an Engage? No, it's not an Engage. Look at him. He almost got there. But linkage, to be fair, good card to be getting here, honestly.
Yep, this is a very strong addition to the Sky Striker deck in the most recent years. The deck still gets support. I'm super happy about this. We add the Shark Cannon to the hand, though. What are we? Oh, we're sending the Widow Anchor to the graveyard. And now are we activating Engage? Oh, we have the Sky Striker Ace Ray. 9,000 life points here already. I think it is going to be a long way to win the game this turn for Dominic, but we're going to go into Hayate first, I'm very sure.
Man, I love Sky Striker Ace Ray. I can't deny it. Going into the Sky Striker Ace Hayate there. And I mean, okay, battle phase now. Ritual Beast Ulti Raratory. It's odd to see that Dominic decided to negate the Baguska, because usually Baguska is a card that doesn't really interact too much against the Sky Striker deck, as you have Link monsters all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, he sent away the Widow Anchor with the Area Zero, which would have been a good out to the Raratory, or is it targeting protected? I think the Nacho Drago protects everything from being targeted, right?
Yep, that is absolutely true. I mean, all other Ritual Beast monsters you control.
Even more reason to droplet the Ulti Raratory.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. Okay, we're still in the battle phase. Go into main phase 2 now. How much can we do with this?
Dominic is not smiling as much anymore. He might have maybe forgotten about the Raratory effect. Battle phase there. Ray is going to be linked away for the Kagari, of course.
I think the important thing here was that the Ulti Raratory prohibits monsters from tributing. So we can't tribute cards to activate a card effect. Therefore, in the battle phase, Ray was not able to use its effect to already get a monster out in the battle phase, and therefore we had to head into the main phase 2 here instead.
Yeah, but I mean, what would you have summoned in the battle phase with Ray anyways? You couldn't go Kagari and then what? Kagari beats over nothing. So I think that wasn't really like the worst thing ever. But now Dominic is not enjoying this as much anymore, and you can see that Quantal is sitting there going, this could look a lot worse than it does right here. Now, Dominic, I think we might have 3 spells in the graveyard, actually. Are we summoning a Lara to our side?
I can check. It's only 2 cards, actually. We're only banishing here 2 cards in terms of spell cards that they are sitting in the graveyard. What did we target? Okay, we just take out one of the Ritual Beast monsters in there. Quantal is like, all right, I'm okay with that.
Yep.
Not too concerned about it.
Come on. There has to be a Sky Striker mobilize, engage in hand.
Oh.
Sky Striker Mecha Widow Anchor. We knew about that one. Takes the ulti Minotaur Drago because, yep, you can. Oh, and we can just tag it out and special summon something else. And you couldn't target any other card. You can't target the Ulti Raratori. And as Baguska and the Colossus are already negated, you can't target them with Widow Anchor and take them over. You can't negate a card that's negated.
Oh, Triple Tactics Talent. Is that a moment of truth? Are we drawing 2 cards? We are. Are we going? No, we are not.
No way.
Last card in hand remaining for Quantal is the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, shutting down Dominic here entirely.
What was that? Quantal just chilling on this Ash Blossom in hand for the entire turn. And then on the last card in hand saying, you know what? Actually, I do care about your plays. I'm gonna Ash Blossom this. Yeah. Pot of Greed is a little too much for me. I don't like that. So you can go into your measly Shizuku. Shizuku, an amazing card, actually. But now it can add Engage, which is great. But how much does Engage do actually against Colossus if you get another turn?
There is the Engage. At least we saw it. But as you mentioned, how much is it going to do here? Turn is over to Quantal. Breath of Release. And there is, again, the combination of the two. Rescue Rabbit Plush and Quantal World Champion as a reminder as well. And we are probably going to start off our turn by putting that Baguska into attack position. Do so. Yep. And
that
now
way we are freeing ourselves from the restriction of getting everything negated. Oh, it's not necessarily a restriction, but it's an effect. Lara is being normal summoned here. We have more zones that we can link summon monsters into. Can't imagine that we want to link summon both of those off or just at least get them from the field. Somehow we banished them, of course, for ulti Apelio here and now trigger the Lara. We have a lot of damage on the field already.
that is true. And I mean, the effect of the ulti Raratori is still applying. So yes, even if you attack over the Shizuku, you can bring back the Ray, but it can't activate anymore, so you can just afterwards attack over that one as well.
Yep, and now we activated the fact to return the Tamer Winder, and we are immediately able to normal summon it out with the Raratori as well. We are building up a huge field on the side of Quantal Think. However, the floating effect of Sky Striker Ace Ray is as powerful as it is annoying if you're sitting on the other side. We're going into the battle phase immediately. And now, first of all, we want to get rid of that Shizuku.
Hold on, we're crashing with the Winder, activating its graveyard effect, being able to summon from the deck or extra deck here one Ritual Beast monster. Which one is it going to be? We can just bring out the ulti Gaia Paleos like that, and that can then possibly negate the graveyard effect of Ray here, maybe giving us the chance here to win the entire thing right this turn.
Yep, there's only 6,800 life points left remaining here, but you can attack with the Baguska next. And there's so much damage on the field. That is 9,200 life points that Dominic would need here to go down to exactly 0. But Quantal is attacking 4 game with the ulti Apelio and goes into the final.
Quantal is going to hunt for another title. He is hungry, he is destined, and he looked good in that semi-final there, securing his spot for the last remaining match of the day. But of course, we have also still to find out who he's going to face there.
Yep, definitely. That's going to be the next semi-final. Quantal, phenomenal performance. They're a little bit of an interesting Steeds activation, I want to say that, but I think that is something that Ed can possibly ask him about what happened there, Quantal. What was even that? But regardless, Quantal think an enormous performance so far. Went 3-0 through the group stage and also isn't defeated in this matchup because, I mean, he lost 1 game, of course, but he came out victorious, and one of these beautiful trophies are going to be his.
To him for sure. And I mean, still, we got to say, Dominic, great performance overall, because so far he was the only one taking off 1 game at least off of the previous world champion, and therefore definitely very, very, he can be proud of that tournament record.
Absolutely.
We do have to, of course, now talk about the winner, though. We got to talk about Quantal, and Quantal is with Ad right now.
Thanks, Lampy. I am with the currently undisputed. That's now 4 straight wins. I mean, technically you lost 1 game, but I'm not counting that because you've won the matches. 4 wins, and now you're into the final, which means you're going home with at least a trophy. That must be pretty good.
Only first matters.
Only first matters. Okay, confident. Now, I've been asked to ask because you do get quite what's the word I'm looking for? Theatric and expressive while you're playing. Do you enjoy playing up for the camera a little bit?
Yes, it's kind of funny. You know, it's honestly my own but it's also a little bit of drama.
It certainly adds a flair to it. Now, speaking of drama, there was a particular interaction with the trap card where you suddenly got very expressive with a look of, what on earth's going on here? And the commentators are wanting to know what was going on. You suddenly kicked off. Talk us through that situation.
It didn't let me chain the... I mean, I might have missed something, but I couldn't change my Ritual Beast monsters to my steeds, which normally I should be able to activate. So I just wanted to reduce my monsters to 1, and ideally... But, I mean, hypothetically, it would have been better anyway to keep my entire field anyway because it was Sky Striker. So it eventually happened to be better for me, but I wanted to play around Droplet, but it didn't let me.
Well, fair enough. You tried. It doesn't matter because you made it through to the final. So best of luck to you in that final round. Guys, that means we have one semi-final left, and that is Bronus versus Kaito. You won't be hearing from me with an interview after, but I'll see you before the final. We'll be right back.
The world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been in our lives for more than a quarter of a century. From the anime and manga to the trading card game and video games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been creating links between duelists since it first began. You ready?
I'm ready.
We're about to bring you along for a very unique adventure where we travel across the globe and meet all kinds of different duelists from all kinds of different backgrounds, see their local communities, and explore the links that tie us all together. Each of our tours will end with an epic duel on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, all to show that whoever you are and wherever you come from, there is a bond that unites all duelists. Welcome to Create the Links.
Let's go, let's duel. Show me what you're gonna summon. I'm gonna attack Tornado Wind Weaver.
Oh my god!
You want to win with this?
And there we are already again. Top 4 it still is, but of course one more person to determine to go on to the finals. And we will have Bronus versus Kaito for that encounter.
Yes, indeed we will. We've already determined that Quantal will be advancing to that grand final of the Challenger Cup final and take home at least one of these trophies. At least the second place one, but who else will be joining him to compete for those?
And we will have to find out whether Bronus actually fulfills his self-set prophecy, because of course in the beginning interview he said Chandra takes some, Chandra gives some, and today it's going to give to me. So yeah, I mean, he kind of admitted already.
Some.
Yes, that's what he said.
Yeah, fair,
so
fair.
there must be a second deck because he hasn't summoned Chandra at all yet today. So I feel like Tenpai Dragons should be the second deck that he's bringing, but maybe he was just completely playing with everybody's mind.
Yes, perhaps. Definitely is the mind game to it. And of course, we have seen a variety of decks throughout the day, whether that's Telement, whether that's Sky Striker. Obviously, Fiendsmith Snake Eye is the go-to and has been very, very successful.
For both players as well, yeah. Indeed. I think both of them actually have played that deck throughout the entirety of the Swiss rounds. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they want to bring that right away now in the first game as well, or whether they're going to bring it over to their other deck. We will be finding out momentarily as players are right now getting ready. I mean, to be fair, in comparison to yesterday, we really did not see that much Tenpai today. Did we see it at all?
True. I think we saw an attempt at it from Boss earlier in the day.
True, I remember now.
Was not able to really come online with it. And again, when you're in the best of 3 scenario where you do have to get a win with both decks, it does become more nuanced in the, do I use Tenpai here? Do I really need to wait for a point where I'm going second, which means that I've already had to lose game 1? Very, very difficult, but what isn't difficult is the guarantee that this is a great game we have coming up for you between Bronus and Kaito.
We shall see who is the opponent of Quantal. They are going to surely give us a good match, and it is again a best-of-3 match. And Bronus still refuses to touch the Tenpai cards, but as you can clearly see on the screen, he has actually brought them. It is the second deck of himself, but also, interestingly enough, of Kaito. So we will eventually going to have Fire Dragons entering in, and we see the first Dominus Impulse resolving this tournament. Kaito immediately answering the activation of the Sengenjin there.
Yep, Dominus Impulse joining Master Duel with Dominus Purge very, very recently on Friday, I believe. And that means that we now have an additional negation. Now, Kashtira Snake Eyes, Fiendsmith Snake Eyes, very, very similar. Of course, both these duelists also piloting Tenpai Dragon as their second deck as well. But right now, we're watching the Millennium components, not in the deck name, but very much in the deck. Actually leading the charge here. Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon going to come out thanks to the Sengenjin that awakens from the Millennium in the Spell and Trap card zone, but it's not long for this field. Here is the first of many Link summons. Moon of the Closed Heaven going to start things off for the Fiendsmith, and again, not long for the field.
That is true, and I mean, that is the downside there of Dominus Impulse, because in trap decks, that card is so much better as it would also destroy the card that you're negating, but there we could only negate, as obviously as the first card activated from Kaito's side. There is no trap cards in the graveyard, and therefore the card could still be used for the summon of the Doom Dragon, and Bronus has a very, very powerful card to follow that up with. He has the Bonfire to surge out the Snake Eye Ash, and that card resolving is all you need, honestly.
Yep, Snake Eye Ash going to add Snake Eye's Poplar, and Poplar going to summon itself, and this in turn will eventually lead to Snake Eye's Flamberge Dragon. Another field spell to the hand, though. This time it's the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Says goodbye to the other temple, Wedju Temple, as it goes to the graveyard, and says hello to...
First of all, the Snake Eye Oak. And I gotta say, one thing that stood out to me so far is that Bronus is playing at an incredible speed. The amount of time he takes for every action is almost, you could almost not see it. Like, he's clicking, activating. He knows the stack perfectly, and therefore is executing it in lightning speed.
This is a man afraid of the in-game timer, or respecting the in-game timer at least.
Yeah, I mean, that for sure, but also just, I think he has probably played like at least 1,000 games of the last week, I would say, by the certainness he has with his actions. So.
To be fair, this is one of the players that I caught earlier replaying their duels in their head, just out loud, and it was really impressive to see, just being able to track some of these plays. And speaking of plays, here is a sequence of them that does lead into Fiendsmith's sequence.
No, very true, as you say that. It's interesting to watch also from the outside when those guys just after the game, they don't see the field in front of them anymore, but still, they have the entire game still saved up in their head. They can be like, yeah, I could have done that there, and then it would have been better into this card. And it's also cool to see like those players communicating with each other when they say, hey, you could have done that to play around Ash Blossom and Joy Spring better. And then Bronus just responds, yeah, but it would have been worse into Nibiru, so I just went with this line instead. And they know all and every single way to go with this deck.
Something that we know very well is, of course, Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames, which is the next step in this combo. Does allow you to bring back another eventual Link material you have to envision as well. And that does mean that Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon will return to the field here. Desiree going to grab and equip and actually negate this effect to enable the summoning of a non-fire monster.
Indeed. So the Link 2 we're going to follow this up with here is going to be IP Masquerena, as we're trying to get that card into the graveyard afterwards, so we then ultimately can place it into the Spell and Trap zone with our Flamberge, of course. So we could see just going to Appaloosa here, the Bow of the Goddess, with the Promethean Princess and the IP Masquerena. So we do not only get the Appaloosa of the Goddess onto the field, but also the IP Masquerena into the graveyard. And I love the combo that Bronus is playing here, because it's also just simply safer into cards like Lightning Storm and so on, because the Appaloosa already on our turn was summoned with the IP Masquerena. Perfectly executed here from Bronus. Very, very lovely to see. And look, he's proud. He knows he executed that to the perfect degree. And now it's Kaito. Did Kaito for game number 1 here bring his Snake Eye Fiendsmith strategy, or are we going to see Tenpai Dragon cards? His deck size is 40, and therefore 40 cards somewhat indicated that this might be Tenpai Dragons, honestly.
Yep, could very well be. Very, very tight main deck there because of the amount of one-offs within that theme.
And actually, I just realized it should be the Tenpai Dragon strategy, as we have used Dominus Impulse, and you can't really include that into the Snake Eye strategy, and in fact, it is. Genroku is the normal
played by Kaito to predict that he would presumably be going second here, because he knew for a fact Bronus is playing Kashtira Snake Eyes. If he wins the coin flip, he'll want to go first. If I win the coin flip, I'll just choose to go second. And it is going second that he indeed is doing here. Enters the battle phase as Tenpai Dragon Genroku live and on the field. Goes for the crash into the Appaloosa, the Bow of the Goddess. Do we have Sangen Kaimen? Do we have something else? We have a tribute here to get another Tenpai Dragon.
But that will be answered with Appaloosa as a fact, trying to negate the effect of Genroku, but Forbidden Droplet is the card, of course, trying to shut that down. Now important, we have to send the monster here.
Another Forbidden Droplet and an Effect Veiler.
So very important that a monster was sent there, as the Fiends of Desiree, of course, is ready to negate, but it will instead be negated here with that Forbidden Droplet, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, so Forbidden Droplet, of course, once you discard a type of card, it does mean that the opponent cannot respond with that very same type of card in response to it. Now we see Kaito just thinking, how does he navigate
he was not done sending yet. We're negating all three of them. Sending the Dominus Impulse number 2 there as well, and therefore negating every single one of those monsters on Bronus' side. And very, very much noteworthy, Bronus only on 4,000 life points, of course.
Need to close this one out here, though. The Tenpai Dragon has committed every single resource possible. Does Bronus have this face down? Is it a good enough one to stop this?
Just a singular Infinite Impermanence would completely shut this down. Is it that, though? Oh, Bronus is smiling. Skill Drain even! Bronus really is building decks like no one else in the field. He's playing the most wildest list, and he is playing Skill Drain in the main deck of this Snake Eye Fiends with Millennium Kashtira deck.
Yep, quick thumbs up from Bronus that say, okay, yep, I think I got it.
Very
Kaito,
much so.
I think he knows that Bronus very likely has it. We have the skill drain still on the field and the turn passing back to Bronus. Life points looking like Kaito might have a lead, but I can assure you that Bronus is in prime position.
He is cruising. And I don't know whether I've ever seen someone smile so much when activating a skill drain. Bronus really enjoying this, and I mean, he has every right to do so, as he's totally taking the lead here. Tribute summon Psyframe Driver. Look at this man. I mean, while all of our monsters are negated anyways, we might as well go for the driver, and that is going to lead us into the battle phase. Do we see Psyframe Driver attacking for a game here? We do, in fact. Bronus winning game number 1 in style and in laughter there.
Yes, indeed. But Bronus now forced onto his second deck for the second game. We shall see if he can find success here, but does convincingly take this first game against Kaito and the Tenpai Dragon strategy.
This was so fun, honestly. Not only for Bronus himself, but I also just enjoyed him having so much fun there on the stage. But he keeps on drawing that Psyframe Driver. I think he's playing 47 cards in that Snake Eye deck. And still, while he brought it in the first game of the group stages, and also here in this game, he drew it both times on his opening.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there. Ultimately, though, despite having that Psyframe Driver, I think it was the draw for
yeah, true, it was the top decks. True,
better than earlier.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it does work out. Kaito now will be very interesting to see if he chooses to swap from the Tenpai Dragon or sticks to it. I would imagine he sticks to it and chooses to go second again against the deck of Bronus here.
I mean, yeah, I think at some point someone has to take the bait that Jonas laid out, right? Because Bronus clearly in the beginning of the interview still said, Chandra is my deck. I'm really, really good with the Chandra, with the Tenpai Dragon strategy.
We didn't see Chandra in that game, and the Tenpai Dragon didn't win, so...
yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. So you kind of like, by process of elimination, you got to say, hey, at some point, your second deck gotta be that Tenpai Dragon deck. And therefore, I think I like your idea of just going second as Kaito.
Yeah, very, very likely here. The only problem being that now you do open yourself up, if you do take this game, to a game 3 where Bronus gets to go second with the Tenpai. But speaking of Tenpai, we will see it this game. We will see if indeed Kaito can make the comeback here and win against Bronus, or if Bronus is just bound for the finals against Quantal. Let's see. Bronus versus Kaito, semi-final 2. Game 2 of the Challenger Cup final.
And Kaito indeed selected going second, so we will see both players having their Tenpai Dragon decks here in action. And we saw Latrommi Perulia getting an actual draw out of the normal summon of the Tenpai Dragon Genroku there. But Bronus, after setting another card, is done with this here. And Kaito, with 6 cards in hand, I think his Tenpai deck has broken stronger fields before. But let's see.
Yep.
Heavy Storm immediately an answer to the set card, and it was a Forbidden Droplet, so good to deal with that card. First things first.
Heavy Storm for 1 does not feel like value, but then you think about, okay, yeah, you really need to win the game on this turn. Speaking of winning the game on this turn, though, Sangen summoning a great way to get towards it.
We are protecting our Tenpai Dragon Pydra from possible effect. Veilers in the hand of Bronus, now searching for Sangen Kaiman. And Bronus, he just nodded there. He knows how this is going. He knows how the Tenpai Dragon deck is working. And this is looking absolutely fabulous, of course, for Kaito.
Sangen summoning now going to resolve. Add the Chandra.
And yeah,
Bronus may be feeling a bit betrayed by his favorite monster.
There it is, joining the field. Oh, Dominus Impulse. I was a little too quick there in saying it will be joining the field. Dominus Impulse will make sure that Tenpai Dragon Chandra is staying in the hand, and also
interesting. So if
Maxi is chained here.
If Bronus is given another turn, he could very well claw his way back into this one, but it depends. Is there further follow-up once the Chandra is negated?
And I mean, Bronus had to chain that Maxi there, as otherwise, with Dominus Impulse resolving for the rest of the duel, he would not have been able to activate any Earth effects anymore. So we're heading into the battle phase. Bronus has the first action here and using the effect of his Tenpai Dragon Genroku. And there's the Asphalt Major Spring Door from Kaito. No need to use it on the Maxi, as we do not plan on having another turn. But now, with the Sangen Kaiman in hand, should be very, very, very good to go. Does Bronus have an answer to this? Possibly he does not.
Well navigated there by Kaito just to deal with what was presented. And Kaito now adding the Genroku. Summoning out the Chandra with the effect of the Sangen Kaiman. Doesn't matter if Chandra's effect itself was negated. Now you have a way to get it onto the field. And getting it onto the field with it being joined by Genroku does mean that we do have a formidable line of synchro material available.
Yep, we are getting more and more of those Fire Dragons on the field. Once more, all of the Tenpai Dragon main deck monsters on the field. The whole family has joined this duel, and Bronus' life points are getting decimated there with the quickness.
Full field of the Tenpai main deck monsters there, with Vajra joining the party. And now, with the effect of the Synchro Summoning, thanks to Pydra, we do have that 0 attack Genroku being turned into something a little bit more punishing.
The Sangenpai Biden Dragon, and we only need to bring back another monster, and that would already be enough attack points to seal this. Bronus, he still looks focused. Is there something they can do? Maybe a Bestial or something here to at least bring him another... I don't even want to say another turn, because I don't think another turn is possible. There is the attack of Pydra. Do we have the equal score with this? Bronus... Yep, he nods it off. We have the equalizer, and Kaito, without dropping a single life point in the Tenpai Dragon mirror match, could capitalize massively out of the fact that he got to go second.
Very much so, but with the way the side selection is working, it means that in Game 3, it's very likely that Bronus will be the one who chooses to go second with the Tenpai Dragon deck, and who chooses to hopefully do what Kaito could not do in that first game.
I mean, Kaito, though, back to the Snake Eye deck, you know? So the situation is not as desperate as it was for
I mean, we've
Jonas
seen how that matchup went in Game 1, so...
No, wait, in Game 1 it was both Snake Eyes, though. Oh, wait, no, you're right. It was the other way around, too. But now it's reversed roles. It's now going to be... No, you're absolutely right. They're switching their roles from Game 1, absolutely.
Exactly, but we saw Bronus come out ahead there with the Fiendsmith Snake Eye. Perhaps we can see Kaito make the same magic happen.
True, yeah, you're right. Now I was confused for a second, but you're absolutely right.
Two duelists bring the same 2 decks to the table. It does get a little bit confusing, but what is not confusing is that these are 2 of the greatest duelists within Europe that the Challenger Cup ecosystem has ever produced.
Very much so, and Bronus really, in his deck building skills, it's exciting to see what he always cooks up. Every single Challenger Cup, you can for one round he's going to bring something completely exciting and spicy, but for this third game, it is determined what he's going to bring, as that is going to be the Tenpai Dragon deck, which he has not won with yet, but we are going into the action. Game 3 is going to determine who's going to advance, who is going to be the opponent of Quantal.
Previously, we've seen the Photon Lord be the tech option for the Fiendsmith into the Tenpai Dragon. Perhaps we see it again. Even yesterday, we saw Barcode bring the Kikinagashi Fucho as the choice against it. So far, have not seen much from Kaito, but here is a good start as any, with the Diebel slot, the Black Witch searching out the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye. That in turn turns into Snake Eye Ash. No disruption so far. Ash adds Poplar. Poplar then will summon itself, and we can then see how this sequence of events plays out.
Poplar is coming onto the field, and it's also going to resolve. So no Droll and Lockbird either. We can rule that card out too. It's kind of uncommon for the Tenpai Dragon strategy in general. You don't really play that card. I mean, to play Droll and Lockbird. But I think as Bronus is not playing the Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker strategy, I think he wants some disruptional cards, because he is playing, for example, Effect Veiler, as we saw in the last game, and therefore he would be in, and also the Dominus Impulse, as we saw him holding. So it's a different approach than what we saw yesterday at the Content Creator Invitational, because a lot of them actually went to the Striker cards with their Tenpai deck, but here, with both of them, it is more so the approach of having hand interactions instead, but none of those so far used from Bronus. It's interesting though with Bronus, and he said that also in after one of the games, it is kind of a game with the toggle as well. You're trying to toggle on, toggle off all the time, trying to give your opponent not any hint on what you could have there in your hand, trying to hide that information, just trying to at some point stop being toggled on again, so your opponent might be thinking, is this maybe Effect Veiler, is this maybe Nibiru the Primal Being? But Bronus really an expert of toggling on and off.
Yep, Snake Eyes Flambear's Dragon now coming out here, and the effect should continue to just add extra insurance policy against anything Bronus tries to do, while we try to climb towards the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess to run further disruption on the Tenpai Dragon deck once the turn is allowed to pass over. But speaking of the turn passing over, Kaito is nowhere near done. The Fiendsmith deck still needs to come online, the components of the deck rather, while the Snake Eyes are just continuing to establish some field presence.
Alright, Bronus, if he does have Nibiru the Primal Being, this could be a prime spot to use it, but no, we're not going to do so. I feel like though another prime spot to use Ash Blossom and Jar Spring could be coming up here, because Fiendsmith Requiem would be a good target for that. Bronus, do you have it? He does not, as we are resolving that Fiendsmith Requiem very, very quickly.
Yep, Fiendsmith Engraver joins the Snake Eye monsters on the field here. Again, we mentioned that Barcode teched in the Kikinagashi Fucho yesterday. I still see 2 level 1s on the field ready to be exceeded away into that. But now Fiendsmith Sequence going to go into the extra deck for a different kind of mechanic. We've seen Link, we will see Fusion, and perhaps we'll see Xyz in a little bit.
Possible, yeah. I don't know whether Kaito could find space for that Kikinagashi Fucho, but I mean, he might have been inspired by yesterday, but because as you said, it very much was super strong there. We do go for Fiendsmith Desiree here. Interesting. Usually, you will see the fusion summon of Fiendsmith Lacrima instead to go into a Beatrice after, but no, we see Kaito deciding differently instead.
Yep, Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames will bring back a Snake Eyes card from the graveyard as well. It will be the Flambear's Dragon, setting up a lot of...
Oh, but there is Nibiru the Primal Being. I told you, Bronus is a master of toggling on and off. Waited for a perfect moment. He did not use it preemptively. He waited for the sequence to resolve, 2 fusion summon, and now that is a devastating Nibiru resolving there.
Yep, it will be 1 card drawn off the Maxi for Kaito, though he knows
and another one just after with the token 2. So 2 cards in total. There he goes. Big token for him. Bronus looking confident. How confident is Kaito in continuing his turn here, though? Desiree will be able to send away the Nibiru here. Bronus should be fine with that, I would imagine.
Potential for a response?
I don't think... Like, why would you want to respond to that? I don't think that Nibiru there on
Why
the field
would
is
you
going
want to respond?
Yeah, I mean, there is no reason to even think about it. But right now, Kaito, yep, it is indeed resolving. Snake Eyes Diabellstar can still bring another monster onto the field. So Kaito, in fact, not done yet. Still, Bronus, I think, realized that Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, would have been very, very soon after. And therefore, we had to use the moment there to go into it. But there is
Tracked as another starter here. We can get the Fabled Lurie. We can then climb into more Fiendsmith cards. A lot of opportunities here. Now it just makes more sense why the Fiendsmith was able to shuffle itself back into the extra deck there.
Let's see whether we go into any Fiendsmith options here, because we already went through the Fiendsmith sequence and used that effect, and therefore I think we got to go into a different direction of just maybe going Aspi Little Knight here. Maybe IP Masquerena could also be a valuable option, but Lurie just basically acting there, or the Tract getting out the Lurie, like one extended to get another monster onto the field, to not just pass on the Primal Being token there.
I miss the good old days of turning Primal Being token into Link Spider so you can then link it away.
Nobody finds space for that anymore. And look at Kaito. He is walking this through in his hat. He's trying to figure out whether there is something worth going into here. But I don't think there is going to be much more than either the IP Masquerena or the SP Little Knight. And looking for his graveyard, he did at least not go through the IP yet. So there is the chance to bring that card out here.
I think we have a couple of unknown cards in the hand of Kaito though, so perhaps there is the opportunity to follow up here.
Oh, look at that. We have the Vajra Temple, and that is a perfect way to follow this up, as this creates many, many, many more monsters. The Millennium cards have not been used at all, and we can bring all of them one after each other out of here. So I think we are absolutely even able to climb here into an Appaloosa of the Goddess instead. The Bow of the Goddess might still be possible.
Sengenjin wakes from a Millennium, it wakes from the Spell and Trap card zone, and it brings more cards to the hand. Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure will come to the Spell and Trap card zone in response, and then summon itself as well. 5 cards on the field, but how many pieces of value left in that extra deck?
So we can technically transform that Primal Being token into... Oh, hold on. That is, of course, 2 level 8 monsters on there. So, yes, we do go into a rank 8. In that case, the number 90 Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord.
So, number 90 Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord. We mentioned the Kikinagashi Fucho as a potential tech against Tenpai. This one, slightly more common in Master Duel because you can then use it to get to the Curry Photon, which will, of course, mitigate a lot of the damage, all of the damage, in fact, coming out of Tenpai in that all-important explosive turn 2. Now, Primal Being token and Fabled Lurie being linked off into IP Masquerena, as you said, opens up the possibility for potentially an SP Little Knight disruption on top of the Curry Photon. Is this enough to stop Bronus? Perhaps for a single turn, but is it enough for Kaito to then close it out in turn 3?
First off, we go Gold Sarcophagus. There's only one prime target for it, and that will be, in fact, the Dragon Ruler, the Blaster. In case we didn't draw it, nope. We can banish it from the deck, and we can, with that, search for one Fire Dragon from our deck. And I think Pydra or again Roku would be good options here. But we immediately negate that with the Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord. Interesting to see that we're going for the negate so early here. Beauty about IP Masquerena, by the way, you may not be able to use Link monsters, but you can just use normal monsters or tokens. And that's why we were able to set up this field here.
Yes, indeed. This Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord going to eventually add the Curry Photon, but right now it's the other underrated effect of it.
I mean, I'm not sure whether we play the Curry Photon, because that is just a deck, that is a card we saw a lot in Challenger Cups when players were able to change their deck after every single round. But I think committing into that kind of a card when you have a fixed deck list for this tournament that we have here, I don't expect the players to really have it. It's a really, really good option, though. We go into the battle phase straight here, and Kaito not deciding to use the effect of IP Masquerena. There is the Sangan Kaiman, and that might be all that Bronus needs here.
Yep, Sangan Kaiman going to add Genroku, Tenpai Dragon Genroku going to summon itself alongside whatever this decides to summon. It's Fadra. The Tenpai Dragons continue to establish themselves on the field. Bronus looking to be in a pretty okay position, but we do have the threat of a disruption from Kaito. Important to note as well is that Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames is in the graveyard, I believe.
Yeah, it definitely is, and there is still the Doom Dragon on the field, and therefore an opportunity to use that as well. I'm wondering though, okay, we do use the Promethean Princess. So far we have not activated the effect of Genroku, but there it is. So Bronus waited on whether Kaito wanted to use the Promethean Princess. They did decide to do so, but now the Genroku is still getting onto the field afterwards.
Yep, here comes Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames making the destruction, bringing itself back. Tenpai Dragon Genroku, it's by itself at the moment, but I suspect it won't be for much longer.
But Kaito, they could have Called by the Grave. There was no real card to use Called by the Grave on in the last turn, but it's not Called by the Grave though. Chandra successfully summoned out from Bronus, and finally Bronus gets to fulfill his prophecy here. He said it in the beginning, Chandra gives and Chandra takes, but today it's giving me some wins and maybe the entire tournament win. At least it may give him a chance here to advance to the finals first of all.
Here comes Tenpai Dragon Hydra. On top of that, we've seen every Tenpai main deck monster here. We see Sangen summoning for good measure as well. And first, we see IP Masquerena going to the graveyard. Is there any follow-up from Kaito here? Is there any disruption that he can make happen?
We had one game in Swiss where Kaito played and he just never activated one of his set cards, and in the interview after he said it was Crossout Designator, and that could be a card that I could imagine to be set there once more, to be honest, because there was also, like, if you don't play Nibiru in your deck, you couldn't use it against that, and now there's no engine card you could use Crossout Designator against either, so that may be the case again, but this time he may not just win that game because Bronus keeps on synchro climbing here.
Yep, Sangenpai Biden Dragion on the field right now. Tenpai Dragon Fadra as well is there, ready and waiting.
We do attack onto that golem that guards the Millennium. And there is the Fadra effect now at the beginning of his damage step, activating as well, bringing back the Hydra. Bronus going through the motions, and those might as well be the motions. Able to win him that, but we just place it into the Spell and Trap Zone. That's cool. That's an opportunity to play next turn, but is there going to be a next turn even is the question. We do now get the chance, and that might be the moment we are going to see the Transcendent Dragon here, honestly. Is it going to be that one, or is it going to be Trident Dragon? Bronus summons out the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon. So whatever is said there, it does not really matter anymore, as Kaito is unable to activate it now in the battle phase.
Yep, Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon, once it's out, does kind of spell the end of the duel here in favor of the Tenpai Dragon player. Let's see, is there any kind of recourse here from Kaito? But right now, speaking of recourse, we have recurrence in Sangenpai Biden Dragon coming back from the graveyard here. Sangen summoning, going to the graveyard,
doubling the attack of Biden Dragon, and that is all we need. We don't even need to go into a Trident Dragon anymore, as that attack of Hydra is all but enough, and we do have Bronus executing and advancing into the finals with his Tenpai Dragon deck, which did him good in the end.
Yes, indeed it did, and with both Quantal and Bronus there now, it does kind of bring us back all the way to December with Ritual Beast and Tenpai Dragon facing off again.
That is true, but I mean, now that knowledge for Quantal, very, very valuable, because so far Bronus was able to hide his second deck, but of course now no more chance to hide it anymore, so if Quantal eventually goes first with the Ritual Beast deck against the Tenpai Dragon strategy, if he plays that Protoss in his deck, he could just call fire, and that is of course a massive problem, possibly for
Archnemesis Protoss, very, very useful there. We did see from Mist earlier just how well this Ritual Beast strategy can navigate established fields as well, so I am curious to see how that matchup goes for the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck as well.
Yeah, and I mean, both players, in their own way, before the tournament, making the statement that they're going to win it. Quantal, short and easy, just saying, I will win Lamau, as he usually does. And Bronus, on the other hand, saying, yep, today we're going to do it with the Tenpai Dragons. And they have now, for the first time in the entire tournament, proven that they are working very well in his hands.
Yes, indeed they are. And actually, speaking of things being in Bronus's hands, one of these trophies will be. But we'll find out which one of those it will be.
Definitely. We will be seeing that. And therefore, go ahead.
I think before that, though, we do have a special announcement with regards to the future of the Challenger Cup. Is the graphic ready? Yes, it is. So, Challenger Cup is back for spring season.
Let's go.
And as you can see, we have a brand new monster.
Beautiful, isn't it? So that is going to be the new mascot of the season. Which one is it?
That is LZ Azamina of the White Forest.
Beautiful. So exciting news, honestly. We see the best players of Challenger Cups here playing throughout the entire day, and they will be back for another season. But you at home, of course, could be joining them with ease and try to be maybe for the next Challenger Cup final, and you could already be starting your journey in the Challenger Cup competition yourself.
Yeah, Challenger Cup, of course, we have these regular tournaments hosted by some of your favorite content creators that you saw participate yesterday, you've seen on the broadcast today, including yourself. Though I was thinking of Josh and Emre, especially there, but yeah. And Barcode. Yeah. Just really, really grateful that we're able to do things like this and to see it come back. Hope everybody is excited. But first, we're talking about next season, but we still need to crown the ultimate champion of this one.
We do indeed need to do so. And I mean, it is definitely going to be, it's a rewarding final because we saw Bronus and Quantal basically throughout the entire year playing in all of those Challenger Cups, collecting title after title after title. So to me, it's only logical that these two are also going to be the finalists in this year, for sure.
Yes, indeed they will be. And we'll see which one of them does walk away with the first place Sky Striker Ace Kagari trophy or the second place Sky Striker
Engage.
Mobilize Engage.
Yes, very much. So I think we're going to give it into a short break and then we will be right back afterwards.
Remember the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh? Collecting the trading cards and rushing home to watch the latest anime episode and playing the very first Yu-Gi-Oh video games. It's been over 25 years since that journey first began. Time has gone by quickly, but we all still have that inner duelist inside who believes in the heart of the cards.
And now, the early days are back. It's time to duel, as over a dozen classic Yu-Gi-Oh games return. Duel alongside old friends and rivals. Explore vast worlds. Become the true king of games with unique challenges to master. Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available on the 27th of February on Nintendo Switch and Steam.
It has been a while. I hope that was okay.
Oh, that was perfect.
You think so?
Yeah.
That was all right?
Yeah.
I like the way you guys sound better.
No way.
All right.
The world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been in our lives for more than a quarter of a century. From the anime and manga to the trading card game and video games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been creating links between duelists since it first began. You ready?
I'm ready.
We're about to bring you along for a very unique adventure where we travel across the globe and meet all kinds of different duelists from all kinds of different backgrounds, see their local communities, and explore the links that tie us all together. Each of our tours will end with an epic duel on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, all to show that whoever you are and wherever you come from, there is a bond that unites all duelists. Welcome to Create the Links.
Let's go, let's duel. Show me what you're gonna summon. I'm gonna attack. Gonna do Wind Weaver. Oh my god!
You want to win with this?
Attention duelists. Thousands of duelists have taken part in Challenger Cups all across Europe to secure one of 8 places here at the Challenger Cup final. However, only one of them can win a trophy, and we've made it to this, the grand final here at the Challenger Cup final in Malaga. So it's time to introduce your 2 finalists. First up is Bronus. Now, Bronus, can take a step towards me. You've had a good run so far. You've secured a trophy. Do you think you're going to take home the first place trophy?
Yes, as long as Tundra is willing to.
Okay, good stuff. But let's introduce your opponent. Please welcome previous world champion and world's finalist. It's Quantal. Now, Quantal, you opened today by saying, I'll win Le Mans. Will you win Le Mans?
Yes.
Let's see if that's true. Gentlemen, I want to see a handshake of sportsmanship before you get started. Best of luck to you both. Take your seats, and we are going to get this final underway here for the Challenger Cup final. So I'm going to hand you one more time over to your wonderful casters who are going to take you through our final match. It's time to duel.
You're absolutely right, Ed. It is time to duel. It's time for the finals. And Josh is the captain of Team Snipe Hunter, seeing Quantal there in the grand finals. How emotional does that make you?
I mean, of course, I'm very excited for it, but I'm going to be unbiased today because I feel like Bronus has also had a very good showing so far. So I'm going to be completely neutral here. I mean, both of them have already guaranteed themselves one of these 2 beautiful trophies in front of us. The only thing that's left to do is decide which one of them will take home which of these trophies. Of course, the Kagari trophy being the one for first place and the Engage trophy being the one for second. Both beautiful, though.
Yeah, but which one would you prefer? Because I would go for the Engage one. Actually.
I said the same thing earlier. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Of course, I do prefer trophies that have 1s on them over trophies that have 2s on them. They are a little bit nicer just because of that. But if you're just rating them based on the art in them, I do like the Engage one quite a lot. So yeah.
I will be honest with you, I haven't been in that spot that I could like decide if I get the first or the second one, or if I have it in my hands multiple times so far. So I will take what I get, honestly.
Sure,
Bronze medal is fine as well. So that's pretty neat. So I'm gonna say I met Bronus on the way here. I traveled with him to Malaga, so I think I have about the same connection with him that you have with Quantal.
Yeah, it's like the same depth. Yeah,
very deep friendship, and I want to say love as well. He's certainly enjoying his Tenpai deck. I think that was the first time he actually ran it.
Yeah, he just announced it in the beginning, like, "Oh, Chandra is going to be I'm going to be Chandra's strongest soldier today," and then ended up playing it once so far. So I don't know if the trust wasn't that strong after all, but
it really worked for him because the Nibiru was actually insane. We've seen so many Snake Eyes players basically play into Nibiru, not respecting it over the entire tournament because they thought, "Hey, Nibiru is not like the hot card to beat right now."
It's difficult with Nibiru specifically because it's the kind of card where, in theory, Snake Eyes should always have a way to play around it, as a result of which a lot of people have been taking it out of their decks. But then once you start not expecting it, or once you start pairing it with other cards, like you have a Droll Lockbird and then the Nibiru after, or Ash Blossom and then Nibiru after, so on and so forth, suddenly it's a real threat to be, expected. And that is something we saw in that last game, where the Nibiru actually made it so that we still ended on something, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, definitely. So if you look at the playoffs bracket here, we've seen that Quantal beat Dominic and Bronus beat Kaito. I want to say that Quantal versus Dominic was a real roller coaster of emotions there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
With some interesting decisions.
I mean, I enjoyed the decision to bring Sky Striker to begin with. It's obviously a very fun one to begin with, so that was very exciting to see. Unfortunately, the Sky Strikers did not bring him to the finals. It was Quantal, after all, defeating the Sky Strikers with the Ritual Beasts out of all decks as well.
I want to say that this is maybe the worst matchup that Sky Striker could ever have, because Nacho Dragu gives targeting protection to every relevant monster that you have on the field. Widow Anchor doesn't do anything there. You have a lot of follow-up. It's super tough.
It is difficult, because Sky Striker is the kind of deck that it tries to whittle your opponent down with resources, and that was not possible in that game with Ritual Beasts. However, I do think we are about to hop into our grand finals, Quantal against Bronus, game number 1.
Let's get it on. Get your game on, duelists, because the grand finals is about to happen. Let's see who goes first. This is a very important factor, as we figured out. And Quantal has continued his record here of starting games.
That is true, and it is also the okay. It's a good start to have. The thing is here, we do know Bronus has the Tenpai Dragons in the lineup, so there is a chance that that's the deck here.
Yeah, but I think that maybe going for Tenpai Dragons as the first deck to play is perhaps the better strategy here, because if you are forced to play it in the second or third game, your opponent can one time choose to let you go first, and then in the other game, just Snake Eye you.
It is the quote-unquote better deck to get out of the way first, because then you're not going to give him perfect information.
Bronus with the Fuwalos here. Double Fuwalos here. Doesn't even wait for the result. There is a Called by the Grave if Quantal read
that would have been a that would have been a massive read though. Letting the first Fuwalos just okaying it, and then waiting for a second one is a massive gamble as well. That was an oak from the hand though.
Oh wow.
That was an oak from
the 500 IQ play from Quantal is just drawing poorly against the deck, and I mean, that's still 3 cards.
It's still very annoying here. Like, the thing is, yes, we didn't get him through 2 draws with the Snake Eye Oak here, but where do we go from here? Anything from the extra deck is just going to be 2 draws.
Yeah, that's very, very tough here. We're going with the Golem. It does a decent job at playing around. The Wedge Temple also not too valuable. You kind of never want to get rid of your Temple. Sometimes you have to, but it's a valuable tool as well.
Yeah.
But it's also not very valuable if you can't get anything from the extra deck out.
I do think this at least puts up a 4th monster here, so we do have the option to just make a very big Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess for quote-unquote just 2 draws for the opponent. So that would just reset Bronus to 5 cards in hand.
Oh, and I'm not sure if I love this one now, because you could go for an Appaloosa. Oh, Nibiru the Primal Being is chained to the triple Tactic Tens. Now this is huge, because if there is only one starter, I think you can only pass here.
It's a risky Nibiru from Bronus as well, because this basically enables Quantal to just say, I'm just going to pass. I'm not going to do anything. And there's no starters here. I think I have an idea of what we're going to shuffle back here. I think that we are okay with them having a driver, and that basically just puts it all on the top card of the deck for Bronus. I cannot imagine Quantal giving him any more draws here. I think we're just gonna leave it at this.
Yeah, I think taking the 50-50 here is better than going for somehow an IP Masquerena and pass. There, I think we're okay. We're also
you're not going to give him 2 draws here when you know they have a driver in hand. That's it. And this is where the Oak from hand play could really come back to bite Bronus here, because if this is not a playable card, then we're going to have a problem. We're going to find out in a second. It's Fable Lurry, though. That's good.
So Bronus actually going to play... Wait, this is actually Snake Eyes.
This does work. This does work because we have the Nibiru on the field as an additional body that we can link into the sequence in a second if all this works. Of course, the question now is, does Quantal have any disruptions in hand here? We do know one of the 2 cards in hand is a Wedju Temple. What is that last unknown card for Quantal here? Because that's going to decide. I think that's going to decide who's going to come out on top in this first game.
Definitely, but also I've been saying this last game to the people in the crowd as well, or last match from Bronus versus Kaito. If you're not starting with your Tenpai deck and you win the first game, you're not at the biggest of advantages. Because then you have to play, especially in this matchup, Tenpai twice versus Snake Eye and then versus Ritual Beast.
That is true, yeah. That is a good point, and the Tenpai deck is definitely going to be a factor here for Game 2 and 3. First of all, we're going to have to get Game 1 out of the way, though, because that's not done yet. We do still have to take it. We are looking good here. It does look like there was no Ash Blossom to counter the Requiem, because that would have been used. No Effect Veiler on the sequence, so it does look like Bronus will get to pull off the combo here.
There's actually something else I want to point out. We've seen Nibiru in the Tenpai deck of Bronus, and we've seen Nibiru here in the Snake Eye deck. So do you think it's just a cross-out target, or is it actually a shared card?
You might be onto something. It might just be a 1-of in this deck and maybe 2 in the Tenpai, and he's just drawn the 1-of here in over 40 cards, but sometimes that happens, you know?
Sometimes a 1-of is all you need. 2 Nibirus in hand don't do anything.
It's once per turn anyways, you know?
And now I think that Promethean Princess is going to try and summon out Snake Eye Ash. What a card.
It is indeed a card, and that is going to be the case here. Promethean Princess brings back the Snake Eye Ash.
Oh, Are we going to see Effect Veil? No, no response window for Quantal here. Snake Eye Ash is going to resolve, and we all know what that means. Snake Eye Ash spells disaster for every opponent when it resolves.
Ooh, okay. That is one of the more interesting ones here for Quantal to have. He's definitely happy to have something here, because if this was just completely uninterrupted, we would have been in trouble.
Yeah.
Still, this is probably the worst one out of the things you could have had.
Yeah.
Because it is the one that allows us to play at least somewhat.
Yeah.
But still, we're going to have to wait and see if there's a way around this. Hita the Fire Charmer, of course, when it's Snake Eye against Snake Eye, massive potential.
Yeah, but let's see if there's also targets in the graveyard. Currently, there is, of course,
there is a Snake Eye Ash, yeah.
That one doesn't do too much, but it's a body. It's a free body, and that is very strong.
It also, just most importantly, it allows you to link off the Promethean Princess into a different fire monster without too much of a problem.
Yep. Now we get the sequence back, and I think that we're ready for a Doom Dragon. We've seen Bronus do this time and time again, just taking 2 monsters from the Spell and Trap Zone to summon out the Doom Dragon, and then just, without any fancy plays, without bigger interruptions to set up, just go for game in 1 turn. This time around, we don't have access to the Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes, which grants you a little bit of a more of a oomph in your attacks.
Yeah, there's a few things here that I feel like are massive for this position for Bronus. It's the fact that Quantal has paid 2,000 life points for one of the Millennium cards already.
Yeah.
So we do not have to do the full 8,000. The other thing is the fact that those Snake Eye monsters are in defense position right now for Quantal, so they are very easy to run over with Snake Eye Ash. 2 Snake Eye Ash, actually. I don't know when is the last time I've seen 2 Snake Eye Ash on the same field.
It's been a while. It's glorious times, though.
Yeah, good times.
Alright, Snake Eyes, Flamberge Dragon, the boss monster. An incredible monster.
And here's the thing, we're just moving. We're moving these monsters out of the way one by one, and we're almost there already. We almost have enough damage already.
Wait, we haven't gone through Latrommi yet, right? Because we paid 2,000, and this is 4,850 damage on the field right now if you were to attack.
If we attack in that order, we can do exactly enough to do that, yeah.
Even 50 more.
Have we gone through sequence, though?
I don't.
It was equipped to the Engraver, right?
Yeah, true. But when did we Lacrima?
We haven't. We just summoned it and didn't use its effect, I feel like.
Oh, yeah, I think so, because we needed more targets for something. Wild.
I'm not entirely sure.
Wait, I can check the graveyard. I forgot about
it. It is in the graveyard. There's no
sequence?
fusions. I mean, we did make the Beatrice, though. No, we did make the Beatrice. We did fuse.
True. All right, then we just decided to not activate the Lacrima here. Do we have used the normal summon Lurry, right? So no Tract here that could summon out the Lacrima again.
Yes, we did normal summon Lurry, and that means that we're not gonna win this turn, I don't think.
Ooh, that is big for Quantal here. Just hanging on 1,150 life points is a very, very difficult spot to win from. But if your opponent doesn't do anything more, it's manageable.
Definitely not the life total you want to be at when it's against Fiendsmith. On top of that, it's also gonna disable the. It's gonna disable. Oh, if we hit Fiendsmith Tract here, we might just have it.
Ooh, that would be crazy.
Did not do that.
Nope. And we all know the last card in hand for Bronus is the Psy-Frame Driver, which is not gonna drive us to victory by itself. It needs a little bit of
Taking the
help.
opponent's Diabell Star is neat, though. That's gonna give us access to some more sinful spoils. And funnily enough, if we did this main phase 1, we might have just been able to do it, you know?
Yep, that definitely looks like it, because now you can summon out Snake Eye Oak, which we haven't accessed so far, right? We have added Poplar with Snake Eye Ash, so we haven't gone through Oak. Nope, there it is. That would have been, I think, a lot more damage. Yeah, you're right.
I think we would have had it if we did this earlier. Of course, something that we didn't know, it wasn't guaranteed, because the zombie vampire, you never know exactly what's going to happen with it. So I do understand the move there to just take the damage while you can, while it's guaranteed. We still have the ability to set up quite a decent board here in main phase 2, so I'm not too worried about that. But still, Quantal gonna see another turn here, and that's gonna make it way more intense than it maybe needed to be. But I mean, of course, I like when games are intense, so it's I'm not complaining about it at all. I like it.
Definitely. What I'm questioning right now is you want to definitely decimate the follow-up that Quantal has. We know about the original Sinful Spoils, and we know about the Wedju Temple in hand. Wedju Temple, not the strongest in this position, but the Sinful Spoils definitely is. So we're going for Nightmare Phoenix to target the original, the Diabell Star.
That's a massive one to get rid of.
We didn't use Temple. I think we used that in the beginning, right?
That was already used, yeah. That's the one that summoned the Snake Eye monsters and at the beginning of the turn. And Nightmare Phoenix, the fact that it's not co-linked here does not matter because we're on the Droll and Lockbird anyways, so don't have to worry about that.
And Driver was useful for something.
That's the thing, yeah. With the Driver in this deck, there's always something you can use it for. You'll always find a way. IP Masquerena is a decent setup here.
Yeah, and it is actually in a position where SP Little Knight can't be threatened by Battle Phase.
Yes, we can. If we do link into an IP Masquerena, co-linked with a Nightmare Phoenix, we are not able to do anything about that. There's also a Promethean Princess in the graveyard, which you can put in line with that SP Little Knight as well.
Oh, that is true. Now, I'm very curious to see what happens next, because, we're going into the Doom Dragon ourselves here.
That's going to force the IP Masquerena out. We're going to have to use it early here. Going to have to see if that's going to be enough, though, because, of course, IP Masquerena can just make a SP Little Knight to banish that Snake Eyes Doom Dragon right away.
Yeah, but then you have original Sinful Spoils in hand. And that one can send Wedge Temple. But do we even have good targets in the deck here? Snake Eye Ash is already gone. Oak is also gone. Oh, Poplar is also gone. I don't even think that Quantal has any kind of targets here. This is looking splendid right now for Bronus, if I'm not completely mistaken. Alright. So, we're going to see what we're bringing in here. Yes, of course, the SP Little Knight makes much more sense than Appaloosa, because Appaloosa can't co-link itself next to the Nightmare Phoenix, banishing the Doom Dragon. What is the, as we call it, OSS, Original Sinful Spell? It's doing nothing, absolutely nothing. Nightmare Phoenix and SP Little Knight, a threat here, and that's the easiest battle phase of my life.
This was a very back and forth and exciting game. I was like, when the double Fuval was resolved, I was like, Bronus just got it. And then the Oak came out the hand. I was like, now Quantal's ahead after the talents. But then the perfect card off the top for Bronus here enables him to play through a Drone and Lockbird and take the first game of our grand finals. So players are going to be setting up for game number 2 now. And we're going to have to see, of course, for Bronus, we know what that means. We know there's only one deck left that they have to win with. For Quantal, it's back to the drawing board. Both decks still need to take a win.
Yep, but for Bronus, I think for everyone, it's now out of their hands. It's now all about Chandra, and if Chandra wants to win this or not, Bronus has emphasized this.
He said it in the beginning. Chandra takes and Chandra gives, and he thinks that Chandra is going to give it for them today, and we're going to see if that's the case. But Quantal obviously has a thing to say about that. He does not want to go down in this finals. He does want the first place trophy, and he's going to either cue the Ritual Beast or the Snake Eye deck now to try and take down the Tenpai deck 2 times in a row.
So now that you've seen that Bronus in the semifinals is on a more hand trap build with the Tenpai deck, do you let them go first?
It's harder to exploit that version of the deck, because even if you let them go first and they make a Hieratic Seals and they have like 2 to 3 maybe interruptions behind it, it's still difficult. Surprisingly, I still think it's better for you than going first yourself most of the time. It depends on your deck a little bit. I do think with Ritual Beast, it's like a little, it's a little risky, because we've seen those Molcharmies. The Maxi is also somewhere, and those cards are, if you just don't have an answer to them, they're so rough to play into for the Ritual Beast deck. So if I had to guess, I think it'd be Quantal trying to go second with Ritual Beast to just avoid that Molcharmy situation.
Oh yeah, I can see that happening, definitely. All the Molcharmies are so good against Ritual Beast.
All of them.
Even Meowth that isn't even in Master Duel yet.
It just summons from everywhere, so like any Molcharmy is going to be good against it. You normal summon 3 times or something, so that's really good. Summon from Banished all the time, summon from Extra Deck a decent amount, so yeah, it's rough.
I think the duelists also are quite ready soon, so I can't wait to see how this turns out. If Ritual Beast wants to go second, that would be one of the wildest things I've ever seen in Master Duel. Or if Snake Eye maybe wants to go second, Snake Eye could also go first. It's basically a big mind game right now, but who doesn't care about the mind game? It's Bronus, because he's just going to run Tenpai anyways.
Yeah, he's got no decision to make. Essentially, he knows what deck he needs to take a win with. The decision on who's going to go first or second is on Quantal right now. So I do think that's just going to be, he's just going to sit back, let his opponent make all the decisions, and see if Chandra gives.
Yeah, exactly. He also doesn't want to make any decisions during the game, because it's all about Chandra. I don't know why it's just Chandra and why Pydra and Fadra.
They're all playing a big role, yeah.
Exactly. They are the most iconic trio of Yu-Gi-Oh, as I like to say. Or do you have a better one in mind?
I mean, right now, in this day and age, I feel like the only one that rival it would be Ash, Oak, and Poplar at this point.
Yeah, I can see that, but I don't feel like they are such a trio, you know? For some reason, I don't know.
Sure.
It's weird for me, but the duelists already...
There's definitely not 3 of them, which would make them a trio. That's. I feel like the definition of a trio is pretty clear, but okay.
I think you're right there. Maybe I'm just weird like that, you know? Okay, let's go into Game 2 of the Grand Finals of the Challenger Cup final here at the 3rd anniversary of Master Duel in Malaga. And Bronus is going to start with the gold sarcophagus.
That's going to give us a beautiful card in 2 turns from now.
Oh, definitely. Blaster, Dragon Ruler of Infernos. Haven't seen that one in quite a while, except for in the Tenpai deck, of course.
It is very present in the Tenpai deck to just add that little bit of extra consistency through the gold sarcophagus. Pydra adds Sangan Summoning, and that's going to add again Genroku. We are going to discard a card from our hand, and that's going to be a second copy of Genroku, I assume. Yep. That'd be a weird play otherwise.
Has it ever happened to you that you discarded the wrong Genroku?
It's always, it makes you nervous whenever that happens. You know, I haven't played that much Tenpai, but whenever I do and this happens, you're like double, triple checking to see which one's the right one that I've just added.
Oh, and that is a Sangenpai Bident Dragon. We're almost there. This is almost full Tenpai combo here.
Just no battle phase this turn, unfortunately, which is, I feel like, an essential key piece to the full Tenpai combo.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I know that you're not that kind of a player. You don't like battle phases as much as other players.
Sometimes I skip them, you know. Sometimes I just forget.
Oh, we have a set card as well. That's an extender. Oh, and we have Nibiru, the primal being.
It's a very funny Nibiru.
Do we have 2 seals? Because then we can maybe go into another seals. Because seals now activates an effect when it's tributed, because it's a heretic card to special summon another dragon from deck.
That's going to be a Fadra, and that Fadra is going to revive something.
Do we have another seal?
It'd be so funny. It'd be the most pointless Nibiru, the primal being.
Put some monster in with 0 attack into the field and attack.
To be honest, it still is. I mean, you're already lucky to get to resolve a Nibiru against Tenpai.
Yeah, that's true. And also, honestly, it helps you with the Fiendsmith combo if you're playing.
It's still, you still have the Nibiru on the field, and there was no second seals, so it actually was worth a decent amount. Yeah. We're gonna have to wait and see how well Bronus' hand is gonna hold up for Quantal's here, because of course we're starting the turn with a 3000 attack Nibiru on the board already. And there's also a 0 attack token. Dominus Impulse, though, new card from the newest selection pack. Massive impact here is going to stop that Sengenjin. No trap card in the graveyard, though, means it's going to stay in that spell trap zone to be fodder for future effects.
That is actually very relevant. You can't special summon it out here. In most decks, you would say that is not that strong, but in this case, it really is Diabellstar the Black Witch as big follow-up immediately afterwards. Bronus is just sitting on a face-down card here and a Fadra and Genroku. Yesterday in the Influencer tournament, in the Invitational, I don't know, Fadra and Pydra seemed like an unbreakable board with floodgates, but this time around I have a feeling that Quantal might be able to break that field.
There's definitely a chance we're going to be able to navigate around this. It's also worth noting that sending the Poplar for Diabellstar is a really powerful move, because that would be, like, that means you're not afraid. You know, it means you're not afraid because that could have been your backup normal summon, and he's just saying, I don't need that. I can just send it for Diabellstar to get the Doom Dragon out immediately. That's going to solve the Fadra problem. And we already have a massive amount of damage on the field. Original Sinful Spoils has been set, and we presumably even have a good normal summon in hand.
Yep, Fadra, a part of the Tenpai Dragon trio, utterly confused right now because it's not used to be a spell card.
And a lot of Tenpai decks also choosing to run one of that these days, which is definitely a pain to deal with if that's in your spell trap zone, because you kind of need that.
Yep, that is true. Is there a way to get into the graveyard? I mean, Black Rose Dragon is, of course...
There's a Forbidden Droplet in a decent amount of... Which can sometimes be a bit punishing when you put stuff in their spell and trap zone, but that's about it.
It counts as a spell card then, right?
It does count as a... for Droplet, it counts the original type only.
Oh, really?
I think it says on Droplet original card type, so it would still be a monster.
The more you know.
Yeah.
And also the Nibiru coming in super clutch here, because I don't know the other 2 cards in Quantal's hand, but... the extra body right now was necessary.
Also, just the seals being gone was pretty big. Yeah, seals would have been very annoying here.
With a suboptimal hand here. And oh, we have the original Sinful Spoils. Yeah, of course, we set it with the Diabellstar Black Witch. So
Ooh, where'd that come from?
Yeah, I don't know. Snake Eye Ash resolving once again. I mean, there could still be an impermanence, but what would it do at this point?
This is not the most threatening Snake Eye Ash anyways, because the Poplar is not in the deck. You're not even activating it. Yeah, it's not even activated here. Which maybe means Oak is in hand, which would explain sending the Poplar earlier.
Yep, that's true. Have we normal summoned? No, right?
No, we still have the normal summon for a potential Snake Eye Oak, which at this point I feel like is guaranteed to be in hand. Otherwise, we would have grabbed it off the Snake Eye Ash.
Why is Quantal always drawing Snake Eye Oak?
He's just built different.
Yeah, that's true.
He might be on 3 Oaks.
Oh, that's a good idea. I mean, after the limitation of Snake Eye Ash and Poplar, you have to play some Snake Eye cards, right?
You do have to play some Snake Eye cards. It's part of the trio, you know?
It's the trio of Snake Eye Oak, and Snake Eye Oak. All right. Another times Snake Eye Oak resolving. There's only 1 card left in hand, so that means that was a normal summon. We go for Flamebirch Dragon.
And one of the cards that I feel like would have had to come down here for Bronus was Nibiru the Primal Being, which could have turned this entire thing around, but was not summoned. And now that the Flamberge is on the field, I feel like it's unlikely that that's a card that's in hand. You would have probably prevented that Flamberge Dragon if you had it.
Yep, that is true. Flamberge Dragon, once it's on the field, the effect of being sent to the graveyard and special summoning out 2 fire level 1 monsters from the graveyard is pretty powerful. Now Flamberge is activated to put the Biden Dragon into the spell and trap zone from the graveyard.
Gotta remember that one, because if you attack 3 times, it can come back. Also, I just realized that Nibiru the Primal Being is not something you have to be worried about, because Dominus Impulse has been used from hand.
True.
And that means we can play a lot safer under Nibiru. We don't have to actually respect it this turn.
Bronus didn't even have to do that. He could have set this card.
Could have set it. Probably just didn't want the opponent to know there was something. There's always this surprise factor with it, but yeah, could have set it.
Poplar is now being activated. I completely forgot that we haven't even done that yet. Droplet is being activated.
And we just gave him a whole bunch of free fodder for that.
That's true. The Biden Dragon is going to be in the graveyard again. So that's a bit unfortunate on that part here. I wonder how much it does, because we haven't even activated Sequence in Graveyard yet to possibly let Desiree negate the Droplet, even though that wouldn't work anyways because it's original type.
We're going to stop this here because we are kind of forced to stop the Promethean Princess anyways.
Yeah.
So we might as well take the Poplar down with it as well. Fiendsmith Sequence is now going to equip to the Desiree.
Ooh. That makes things a lot more interesting.
That makes things very tricky, not only because that's going to disrupt the Desiree, that's going to put another body in the way of attacking for game this turn, and it also is going to guarantee follow-up.
Yeah, but Promethean Princess is negated right now, so you're not locked into fire anymore, and there's a card that I have almost forgotten about it. Apollousa Bow of the Goddess could pose a big threat here for Bronus.
It is definitely a threat. It always is, of course. There's still a lot of stuff to be dealt with, though, for Quantal's side here. We're going to have to think about what kind of cards Bronus could add in the end phase with a Bestial Magnemute here. Sangan Summoning kind of wants to be dealt with, because you don't really want to leave that card on the field as well, because that's going to make stuff way harder to be interacted with. So, yeah, it's interesting.
So we don't have the Requiem in the graveyard anymore as well. Fiendsmith Desiree is not in the best position. Do we have a Light Fiend in the graveyard? No, we actually do not have a Light Fiend in the graveyard to activate the effect in the graveyard. So that could have been an out to the Sangan Summoning, possibly.
There we go. We do really want that Light Fiend, as you pointed out. Moon of the Closed Heaven is going to be the solution to that. Oh, we're just playing. I don't know if there's an Underworld Goddess here, but that would be pretty hype.
Definitely try to activate your effects. Maybe your opponent panics and chains Genroku and then something happens. But
there is actually an Underworld Goddess.
There you go.
I knew that.
We have dealt with stuff now.
that just wins, right? The Nibiru token being in attack position, if I'm counting, that is 8,800 damage here. Wonderful showcase of the power of Moon of the Closed Heaven alongside the Underworld Goddess here.
Oh, called by the grave for the Genroku. There was never a threat for Quantal.
It also we're going to take out the Biden here just to show that we had an answer for that as well. And that is going to be the equalizer here. Quantal is not going to give up that easily. We're going to take down Bronus here in game number 2, and that's going to bring us to a very exciting game 3. We've seen both of their decks before. This is going to be Ritual Beast against Tenpai Dragon for the 3rd game here. And I think it's going to be Bronus most likely going second and trying to stop that Ritual Beast combo. Of course, Ritual Beast, a dangerous deck to go second against with Tenpai.
Yeah,
traditionally a very, very strong matchup for the Ritual Beast deck, as you might remember from one of the Duelist Cups where Tenpai was a very dominant deck. There was a lot of players exploiting that with Ritual Beasts and doing really well in that tournament.
But the question is now, how good are you set up with the hand trap variant of Tenpai Dragon if you would go first? If Quantal can't choose right now, so basically Bronus can say, hey, I think Seal's Pass plus hand traps might be enough to stop the Ritual Beast deck, and that gives me a higher chance of winning.
Yeah, it's a difficult decision to make because at the end of the day, the Ritual Beast deck is not that bad at playing through disruptions. You know, like they have these ways to gain extra normal summons and stuff like that. And I feel like you'd have to interrupt them very early and just hope they can't play through it. Which if you go first and they have 6 cards, it's difficult. I feel like you'd be better off just going second and hoping you draw that Latrommi, Fuvalos, or Maxi, or other ways to disrupt them, of course. Nibiru is a card that's historically very good against the Ritual Beast deck. That's also there.
That is true.
So I can't imagine Bronus picking first here. I think it's way more reliable and safer to do what the Tenpai deck does best, and that's go second.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. I mean, traditionally, Tenpai Dragons have been very good at OTK.
They are very good at it. However, Ritual Beast, obviously, depending on how you build it, has some very good tools for that matchup. We're thinking Arc Nemesis, Protoss, Call Fire is one of the best things you can do against Tenpai. So we absolutely need a way to stop that from happening. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble.
I mean, we have seen Thunder Dragon Colossus in the deck list of Quantal. So what do you think about that? How good is that? Because you're not playing versus the Sky Striker variant, where you can imagine it's a little bit better.
Yeah. It's still pretty annoying, I would say. You know, you obviously do cut off a decent amount of their ways to start playing. They still have some, but if the only way they have to start playing is that Sangan Kaiman or Sangan Summoning, can't go through that. And Pydra as a starter also doesn't work because it gets you to exactly those cards that do not work against Colossus. So it's basically limiting your opponent to, you better draw Genroku or Chundra, or you're not going to be able to do it against the Colossus. We're going to find out in a second who's going to go first, because we're hopping into Game 3 of the finals. Last match of the day.
I am super excited for this one, because we're now going to see who starts and who takes it all in the third anniversary. In Quantal has selected to go second, so we're actually going to see...
Bronus wants to go first here.
A Tenpai combo start. Gold Sarcophagus is already a nice start here. We're going to see our Blaster again.
You know, something you can do with the Tenpai deck is you can potentially... Ash Blossom on Blaster, that's good. It's Chain Kaiman, though. Not going to stop me from playing today. What I was going to say is, if you draw a card like Latrommi Fuvalos against Ritual Beast here, a very cool play you can do is you can go Seals, and then you tribute it, and then your board is empty for just a split second, so you can still use it.
Yeah.
Which might have played into Bronus's decision here to go first, because he's like, well, if I have the Latrommi, I'm still going to be able to use it.
Yep, that's true. Even though there is still, of course, the chance that you're going to be taken out in that turn, because your opponent is going to have a battle phase. Now Fadra is going to be used to summon out the Genroku. This time we're not going to see any Biden Dragon shenanigans, but we're going to see a Seals possibly pass immediately, if we want to play with the Molchamis.
Not unlikely here, I think, to have a Latrommi in hand. We set a card, though, so that will block us from using a potential Latrommi unless we use that card first. 5 cards in hand for Quantal here. We did use that Ash Blossom, did not prevent the Seals. And now?
That's still a very good thing for Bronus, especially, right? Because if you're going first, then you want to trade cards if you have multiple engine cards in your hand.
Yeah.
Because you can't really extend your combo. Now Canahawk's being normal summoned, and you can actually activate this Quantal.
Ooh,
Droplet.
We did let that go through. That's interesting. Sending a Heavy Storm for Forbidden Droplet. The reason why that surprises me a little bit is because that Canahawk still forces your Seals in the battle phase. It still forces the attack on it. So if there is a way to extend through this, the Seals is not really going to stop it. Like, at the end of the day, you're still forced to bounce it somewhat.
I don't know. Quantal is just going in on this combo already now. The Seals might now want to immediately tribute itself. Maybe we've also activated Droplet first so we can activate a Molcharmi in hand.
Yeah, that might be a reason.
I mean, you can still activate it now when you're announcing that you want to special.
Oh, that's what happens. You gotta love when the calls come in.
Definitely.
And that is going to resolve. And see, that's the thing. We've went first. That has exhausted our opponent's Ash Blossom because that was there. And now we're in this position where we're very low on cards.
Dominus
We're actually on 0 cards because of the Dominus Perch.
That's actually huge right here, because even if that stopped the turn of Quantal, there is no turn for Bronus. So far, you've got 1 Kaiman out, you've got the Fadra out, and 1 Genroku out. There's very few top decks you're going to get.
But are you really going to put it all on that one card? Because if it is a Tenpai card, we might be looking at the last turn of the game. We're going to risk it. Bronus hoping for that Tenpai card right now. Quantal just looking over.
does Chandra give right here? Gold Sarcophagus is one turn away from
it
adding
does
cluster.
not.
No way. Quantal gets the turn back. Bronus' plan of going second or going first has failed. The Footballers would have been so crucial if he let Quantal start.
Yeah. I mean, it was going to get Ash Blossomed either way because that was there. We saw that was there. That was going to be a problem. So I do think ultimately he did give himself the best chances here at doing this because if Quantal's gone first, Ash the Fuba and just go off, there's nothing. We saw it. There was no other card to stop it.
There was a
so I think he did all he could to give him the best chances at winning. And sometimes you do everything right and it's still not enough. And now we get to see Quantal perform some impressive Ritual Beast combos. So yeah, we're gonna be here for a bit.
Yes, Ash Blossom is used on the Ritual Beast ulti Canahawk.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that is going to stop here because I think there is plenty of follow-up. There's a Lara in the graveyard. You can, of course, always normal summon the Rampango here from hand. So this is already 3,000 damage. And look at this dominant performance. There is no cards on the field for Bronus. No cards in hand.
And that's the thing here, really. Of course, I would personally think that it's definitely possible to do 8,000 damage here with Ritual Beast. It definitely has the tools to do it. But even if you don't, even if you, let's say your timer runs low and you decide to do a different play, it's definitely possible here to just make a board that covers for any card that Bronus can draw. Because what is it going to be? If it's a Tenpai card, you cover for that, but with one interruption. If it's a non-Tenpai card, you don't have to worry about it at all. So I do think either way, Quantal is going to be most likely taking down this game unless there's a major slip up here. But knowing him, he's got the nerves for this situation. I think he's going to be just fine. There we see the Colossus that you mentioned.
I mean, that's not really a puzzle that he has to solve here. Like, sometimes going for a game is a little bit like a riddle where you have to find a solution, but there is nothing that Bronus can defend himself with.
It's like a puzzle with like 2 pieces.
So we have 6,600 damage already, and that is enough to go for a game. 1,600 from Rampangu, Ulti Apelio, Colossus, and the Nocchio Drago as well. Apelio is waiting for its moment to shine. Swimming in for game here.
And Quantal is your champion of the Challenger Cup Finals.
Well, congratulations there, Quantal. You have finally won Lamau as you said you would. That must be very, very exciting. But you came in with such confidence. Were you still confident even in the final?
I believed that Chandra didn't believe in him.
Well, congratulations on getting this. You do go home with a trophy, but we're going to be giving that to you in just a moment. So I'm going to send you over there, and you're going to stand by, and then we'll do a proper ceremony in just a moment. But I think what it is important to do is acknowledge all of the people who took part in this actual final, you know, all 8 of those duelists. We're going to get the 6 participants of the Challenger Cup final to come on up. Group A, Group B, do come and stand here before we give away this trophy. Thank you so much to all of you guys for coming up. Appreciate all of you. Congratulations on making it to the final. Commiserations that you aren't going home with a trophy, but you all deserve a place here. Congratulations on your amazing achievement, and best of luck in the future Challenger Cups. Maybe you'll be lifting that trophy in the next one. But it is important to make sure that we acknowledge that there are 2 finalists here in this. So let's talk about our first finalist. In second place, we have Bronus. Big round of applause. Bronus, you made it all the way. Take a step towards me. I told you I'm not going to bite you. You made it all the way to the final. You've gone home with a trophy. Do you feel good taking part in the first ever Challenger Cup final?
Yes, but I'm sorry to Chandra. I should have summoned you. My bad.
Well, congratulations. We're going to bring on your trophy. Lampy has it here for you. Your second place trophy with the Alt Art of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. Congratulations to your second place duelist here in the Challenger Cup Finals. But I'm going to ask you to come and step back here because it is time to crown our champion. Not only a world champion and a world's finalist, but the first ever winner of the Challenger Cup final. It's Quantal! Congratulations. The accolades that you get just keep adding up. Is this going to go pride and place behind you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, let's get your trophy over here. Ibris is bringing this over. There you go, your first place trophy. Congratulations to your new champion, Quantal! Now, before we finish this, I am going to welcome on all of our content creators to come to the back of the stage here. Groups A and B from yesterday, all of whom took part. Come and stand behind everyone. It's all right. Don't be shy. Thank you very much to all of the people who took part in this. Yesterday was our invitational, but obviously today we've had the Challenger Cup final. We appreciate every single one of you guys who took part. Congratulations to those who've gone home with trophies, but also congratulations to everyone. Give yourself a pat on the back. You've all done incredibly well. But most importantly, thank you to all of you at home. Make sure you check this out. This is the brand new asset, LZ Azamina of the White Forest. That is going to be what you experience in the next season of the Challenger Cup. And if you guys take part in that, you might be able to make your way to this very stage. We might be crowning you the champion, just like Quantal. So make sure you guys sign up and take part. Be sure to join the Discords and also check out the socials to make sure you're up to date with whenever those go live so that you might secure your place here. But let's hear one more time for your first ever Challenger Cup champion! Thank you so much to everybody who has been watching over this weekend. We appreciate all of your support. Make sure you do sign up for those Challenger Cups, and we'll see you next time. Take care, everyone. Goodbye.